into the parking lot before the lights. I still couldn't see him well. Then he said in a smooth, calm tone that pretty girls like me should be careful. That he knew that there was men around here picking up girls in a white truck, raping them, murdering them, and dumping their bodies. Fully freaked out, alarms blaring in my head, I started to walk backwards, away from the creep. That's when I saw what I always will remember. He walked over to a car in a dark part of the lot that I hadn't noticed, opened the car door and got into the white truck. I turned around and sprinted away, hearing him rev his engine and tear out of the parking lot. Thankfully I lost him, cutting through other areas and sprinting like a madman. But Jesus Christ, I'll never forget that absolutely terrifying man. This started in September 2018. I just started college and didn't have many friends there. The only person I spoke to was my ex-boyfriend. He introduced me to this woman, Kat, who was 27. Despite our age difference, we got along pretty well. Then my ex-boyfriend dropped out of college and I started to talk to Kate more and more, and we became pretty good friends. I would stay at hers. We'd get high and watch TV. Pretty fun, right? Then it got weird. She wanted me to stay at hers 2 or more times a week, often ringing me every other day, and even phoning me 13 times in the space of a few weeks asking me to go over. She then moved out of the city and moved to Manchester to go to uni. She asked me to stay at hers just after my birthday for 2 weeks. This was the longest I had ever been without my family, but I went anyway. Most of it was good, except for the time I got kicked out so she could work. She was a sex worker. She also gave me a necklace that said something about me being her daughter. About 2 weeks after, I go back to the city and she called me again. She told me that she had 2 psychotic breakdowns and that she could barely remember anything that happened over the last 3 days. She said she had been retained in a hospital and she tried to kill her best friend. She also made it a point to say that she was okay until I left, basically trying to blame me for her breakdown. Any rational person would have cut the shit off right then and there, but I guess I'm too nice. I didn't want to tell my friends or my ex-boyfriends what she's done. I just kept it to myself, carried on as normal, until she said something about my boyfriend that changed everything. My boyfriend and I were talking about moving out of my city when we go to university, and he told Kat and his friends this at college. She then said, "You're still in my Kimmy." That was the final straw. I told my boyfriend what she had done, and he obviously wanted me to stop associating with her. She then sent me messages asking me to meet her after college, making it a point to say, just the 2 of us. This is obviously terrifying, and I blocked her on social media and her phone number. She then gets another 17-year-old on my boyfriend's college course to ask why we have been bullying her. It was incredibly pathetic, and I was left wondering who else she would include. After this, she left me a long string of messages saying that I was not to tell anyone anything she told me, as I should respect her privacy. I left it on read. So Kat, let's not meet again. I came from Siberia at the age of 13 with my mother. My older brother, who is 15 years older than me, lived in America for a few years when he sent for us. My mom wouldn't be staying, although at the time I wasn't aware of that. Anyway, we landed in New York City, and the plan was my brother coming to get us. However, my niece decided to come early, and my brother's wife went into labor shortly before we landed. My brother couldn't leave his wife, so we asked a coworker of his, who drove cabs, to pick us up in New York City and drive us to New Jersey, where him and my sister-in-law lived. When we got to New York City, we waited in customs for what seemed like forever. We looked for my brother but didn't see him. This was the early 90s and cell phones weren't as common, and even if they were, my mom and I didn't have one. We panicked a bit after not seeing my brother or sister-in-law. Suddenly we heard our names being called, and saw a tall man. He introduced himself in perfect Siberian and explained he was a good friend of my brother's, and then told us about the baby. He said that he would be driving us 2 hours from the airport to my brother's home. My mom relaxed, and they happily began to converse about the baby and my brother and America. I, however, just felt off. This guy gave me bad vibes, regardless of my brother's friendship with him, and I felt distrustful of him. We drove for a good hour and a half when he announced he was going to take us for breakfast. We hadn't eaten for over 15 hours, and we were starving by then. We pulled up to a house, and my mom and I were confused. He insisted cheerfully that his wife was cooking us breakfast, and we would drive the rest of the way to the hospital to see my family. My mom shushed me when I whispered something didn't feel right and told me we needed to be grateful for the hospitality. We were led into the house. It was dark, dank, and dirty. Suddenly, I think my mom finally got a bit nervous and started insisting that he take us to my brother. He grabbed my mom by the wrist and told her that he needed a wife to take care of him and his house, and then said he heard my brother telling the others at work that she'd be coming to stay, and at that time he knew he found a wife. I at the time was a scrawny little scrap of a kid, and I tried pushing him off my mom, but he just hit me so hard that I saw stars. At this point, we were terrified. Neither of us spoke English. We only knew my brother's home number, and he was at the hospital. Also, in Siberia, you don't dial 911, so even if I could, I didn't know how to call the police. Anyway, he tells my mom to clean and cook for him, and he takes me into the basement, where I was locked in what I now know was called a laundry room. I banged and cried and yelled, but it was so far down in the basement, everything was muffled. For a week, we were kept in his home. He locked us up in the basement after my mom cooked him breakfast, and he just let us out when he came home at 4. If we had to use the restroom, there was a bathroom, but that was it. Just a bathroom and a laundry room. It was freezing cold down there. Even when we were huddling together under a blanket, it did nothing. One morning, I discovered a small window by climbing on some boxes. I managed to open it, and my mother insisted I squeeze through it. I didn't want to leave her, and besides, how would I get help? I couldn't read nor speak the language. However, I didn't want to live this way for the rest of my life, so I did as she asked. I ran once I got out, and I'm sure I was a sight. A scrawny boy with no shoes, only wearing shorts and a t-shirt in the middle of November. However, this is what saved us, as several concerned neighbors tried to get me to come to them, and I wouldn't. I was terrified. I kept trying to get them to follow me. The police were called, and a very nice policeman tried to get me to go into his car. I then saw the man who had drove us up in his taxi. He saw the cops and took off. That's when I made a run for his house to get my mom. Needless to say, the cop and his partner ran after me, and my mother was rescued. It took about 4 hours for them to find someone who spoke our language for us to tell them what happened. A warrant was issued for the man. My brother was contacted. His friend had told him that we never showed up, and my brother had been frantically calling back to Siberia to try to find us. He drove up to get us and to give the cops information on his supposed friend so they could find him. They never did find him though. Back then, before 9/11, it was easier for someone to disappear. However, it made me distrustful for a long time of people and their intentions. My mother grew homesick, and she ended up going back to Siberia. I stayed and finished school. I ended up becoming a cop in the military thanks to the nice police officer that helped me all those years ago. I think of the guy who kept us as prisoners every now and then, and honestly, I wouldn't mind meeting him now. I just don't think he would want to meet me. A few years ago, I worked at a small local pet shop during college. I was one of 2 women who worked there, and we didn't generally work at nights together. This store kind of specializes in saltwater fish, and reptiles in particular. To have newbie reptile or aquarium people, or people just looking to learn some more before actually getting a little companion. About a year into me working there, this one man came in and started asking questions about the bearded dragons in particular. I humored him for the first couple of minutes he came in and answered his questions for an hour and a half to 2 hours each time he came in. But then he just kept coming in, not buying anything, not looking at any other animals. He refused to talk to any of my other co-workers standing right next to me. He was definitely a dude with a creepy vibe. But after about the third time this guy came in and questioned me about the bearded dragon's mating habits for about an hour, we all started getting uncomfortable. He knew my schedule because we were such a small store. I would call my friends and tell them to come hang out at the shop while he was there because he was just so persistent about talking to me and only about the bearded dragons with the occasional, "Do you have a boyfriend?" or a pickup line. I told him that I wasn't interested each time and told him I had a boyfriend, even though I didn't. At first, we were all pretty forgiving, chalking it up to social awkwardness, but it started to get scary when he would come in, look for me, not find me, but he'd find my car, which was significantly damaged and obviously my car back then, and he would just hang outside the shop. My bosses and managers started telling me to hide out in the back, employees only rat mouse room when he'd come in. My friends were weirded out. I was getting very uncomfortable around him, and my coworkers were actively trying to curb his enthusiasm for coming in, but I ended up just quitting the job. Around a month later, I'm watching the news with my dad, and oh buddy, were we in for a surprise. This same guy had been escorted off his ex's property in a local town by police, came back to the house the same night and murdered her. When she didn't show up for work, her co-workers called for a welfare check. Police got there. He answers the door and tells them that his name is Zeus. It most definitely was not his real name. He lets in the police, and they found her body in the bathtub in a tarp. They also found bloody plates, silverware, and pans in her sink. He had cooked and eaten parts of her heart, liver, and brain. He's still waiting for a trial in our state, and his interviews and clips of news people questioning him while the police were escorting him to the court are just bonkers. He tried to claim demonic possession at one point. He had previously murdered 2 people and been released from prison before moving to our area. Trust your instincts about people you interact with. People are wild. Let's definitely not meet. I was around the age of 13 and staying at a friend's house for New Year's Eve. She lived out on a farm, so there weren't many houses around where she lived. We were sitting on her bed and I happened to notice her dog running into the darkness outside. He was barking, but I thought he must have been barking at a fox or something. I didn't think anything of it until a few minutes later when I see him in my view again. He was growling, and then I saw what he was growling at. There was a woman trying to hit and kick him. I told my friend that there was someone outside, and she thought I was joking. My friend turned around and realized that there was actually a woman out there. She ran to her dad and told him about it. He ran to his room and came back with a shotgun. It's safe to say that my friend and I were scared, and he didn't even seem like the type of man to own a gun. Her mom heard the commotion, and they both went outside to the woman. Keep in mind that this is well past midnight in the country, so it's very scary to see a random woman outside attacking the dog. My friend's mom invited the woman inside because she seemed distressed. She offered her a glass of water and said that she would call the police. The woman was saying not to call the cops, and that her boyfriend was actually down the road, and they had gotten into an argument, and it had gotten physical, but she would be fine. Brian grabbed his car keys and said that he would be back, and he was going to see if the boyfriend was still there. The woman told him that she would come, but he said no. This is the scariest part. As he was driving down the road, he saw the car. And as he was driving up to it, his headlights lit up a bush and there was a man standing there, trying to hide. Brian quickly turned around and drove back to the house. He told her that he was going to call the police and she needed to stay inside until they arrived. At this point, he thought she was a victim and felt sorry for the woman. She ended up just getting up and saying that she was fine and left, even though my friend's mom was trying to get her to stay and wait for the cops. They came out and took a statement. Then they told Brian that there has been a lot of car thieves lately in this manner, where someone would knock at night and get the homeowner to help, and when they would get near the car, the man would come out and rob them, stealing the car. The cops searched around the area for this couple, but they never found them. As 13-year-olds, this was such a scary experience, and just so unexpected. We still bring it up to each other now that we're in our 20s, just amazed that there are people out there with such malicious intent. My parents lived next door to a small red house. Our backyard faces the side of their house, which has a deck and 2 large windows. Around front, there are always at least 3 cars parked outside. Oddly enough, in the 10 years I lived here, I never saw anyone enter or leave. Once when I was 12, I saw a shadow thrown against the far wall that was visible through one of the windows. When my sister moved out, I took her room. A large, open converted space in the basement, which had a door and an outdoor stairwell, which led to the backyard. The door had a small window on it, which my sister covered with a Pulp Fiction poster. I redecorated and replaced the poster with some of those sheer half-curtain things. The way the room was set up, if I was laying in the bed or sitting on the couch, I was facing the door. When I first moved down there, I noticed that sometimes at night, I would hear the sound of leaves crunching in the stairwell. I chalked it up to my cat, who liked to roam the neighborhood. I had no reason to suspect otherwise, until a few weeks later. One night, when my parents were away on business, my boyfriend and I were sitting on the couch smoking. Suddenly, he got really stiff and was just staring at the window. I asked him what was wrong and he said, "I just saw a camera flash." I kinda just laughed it off and chalked it up to him being high. Who would want to take a picture of 2 people getting stoned? Still, the seeds of the paranoia had been sown, and it wasn't easy to get settled down for sleep that night. I kept looking at the gap between the curtains. There was no light at the bottom of the stairs, so if someone was really down there, I'd be none the wiser. At around 3, I heard the distinct sound of leaves under heavy boots. Definitely not a cat. I don't know what made me decide the best course of action was for me, standing all of 5'3", to confront the potential stalker myself. I didn't even put shoes on. I threw the door open. There was no one in the stairwell, so I ran up the stairs into the backyard. Standing there was a man in his mid-40s, maybe 6 feet tall, wearing one of those mechanic jumpsuits. He was holding a clunky, outdated digital camera. We stood there for a second just looking at each other. He seemed confused to see me. After what felt like an eternity, I remembered how to speak. "What the fuck are you doing?" My voice seemed to startle him, and he immediately turned. He ran through the backyard towards the red house and into the dark. After that, I didn't see any strange flashes of light or hear any crunching of leaf noises. It really freaks me out to think how many nights he could have been standing out there in the dark, watching me. Rewind to my 4th or 5th grade year. My grandma from Alaska had drove her motorhome down to Florida where I live. She brought her beagle, Ginger. My friends, who were siblings, lived about 10 to 15 minutes walk away from my house, and I wanted to show them my grandma's dog since I was already taking her out for a walk. I'd gotten about 5 minutes from my house, so literally down the road just a little bit, and I crossed the main drag. A little bit further down is a church. My house at the time and the church's property are bordering each other. I'm on the opposite side of the road where the church is, and there's a small circle driveway. So Ginger stopped to smell some of the bushes, I'm just like, okay, smell, and we can go. Then, a guy in a white truck with a small trailer pulls up and parks there. I didn't really think anything of it. He gets out and leaves the door open. I look over, and there's a girl, maybe 7 or 8, in the passenger seat. Her knees are against her chest, and she looks scared. The guy hollers at me from across the street, so naturally I look over. He says, "I'm not gonna hurt you," over and over again, and he starts crossing the road. I'm starting to freak out, and start pulling on Ginger's leash, but she's way into the bushes and won't budge. He gets halfway across the street, and there are no cars. He asked me the most bizarre thing I've ever heard. "Do you know anyone that sells babies?" I looked to my side, really anxiously, trying to think of some kind of lie to get him to go down the street or something, just to get him away from me. But I ended up saying, no, sorry. And Ginger finally was done, so I started to book it back home. He left, said nothing else, and drove away. I totally forgot about the girl in the truck. I'm walking across the street back home, and some guy in a bug exterminator truck tells me he saw what happened and asks me if I'm okay. I just say yes, still being creeped out about talking to literally anyone else. He left shortly after, and I walked into my house and told my mom and grandmother. They were horrified that it happened so close, and they had no idea. My mom called the cops, and they took a description from me via the phone, but it was really bad because all I know is he was a little bit taller than me at the time, maybe 30, was Hispanic, and had a white truck with a trailer. I remember my stepdad pulling up people who got arrested recently and asked me if I recognized any of them. Of course I didn't though. Years later, I really hope that girl is doing fine. I just hope that was his daughter, being really creeped out by him. Also, I hope no kids were taken by him. It was a really nerve-wracking experience. This happened to me when I was in college, about 6 years ago, at around 5:30 p.m. after class. I had just said goodbye to my friend, and as we made our separate ways, suddenly a guy with a hoodie blocked my way. The moment the guy was in front of me, he hugged me, grabbed my head close to his chest. He also slapped me in the face and asked me, "Why are you still not home?" I was dumbfounded. I didn't know this guy. At first, I thought he had mistaken me for someone else. I also thought he was drunk. But then, he started grabbing me to walk with him. I shouted for my friend to help. Fortunately, she was still near. She grabbed my arm and started to play tug of war with the guy. There were a lot of people there at the moment. The guy shouted, "Don't bother us. This is my wife." My friend also shouted, "Please help us. This is my classmate." Nobody dared to help. We were making a scene outside of school on a rush hour and everyone was just watching. We felt so helpless. I remember seeing a few familiar faces from school, but they didn't move. I guess they were all as shocked as I was. I was also paralyzed at the time, unable to detach myself from this guy. Another guy came around and shouted, "I'll shoot you." He tried to help the other guy grabbing me from my friend. One of my schoolmates tried to help, but the other guy just punched him. Afterwards, the guy punched me, hitting my face. They also punched my friend, who was brave enough not to let me go. We kept shouting for help this time. A nearby street vendor came to help us and shouted, "She's a student, we should help." As she came near us, the guy punched her also. The street vendor came with her dog. After the guy punched her, her dog bit the guy. The dog proceeded to bite the guy that was hugging me the entire time. Then they both ran away, while the dog chased after them. The experience was really traumatic. I had to change my daily outfits for months after that, so these two guys would not recognize me if we met somewhere. I'm a dog lover, and having been saved by a dog really is heartwarming. For a while, when I was still in college, I'd see the street vendor and the dog on some occasions, and am truly grateful. This happened back in 2016 on Christmas Eve night. We had just gotten back from my sister's, and we were sitting in the car for a few. It was fairly cold, keep this in mind. Also, side note, we had a bunch of cats, so at first we hadn't thought anything of it. We sat there for about 10 minutes and we heard some rustling. Not thinking anything of it because we had the cats, we blew it off. Not even a minute later, we heard it again. My mom just happened to look up and there was a bald man in a wife beater and shorts. My mom and I both had an uneasy feeling because of his choice of clothing. It was 32 degrees and he was in summertime clothes. My mom has her window cracked and he's barely a foot away from the car. My mom yelled out to him and said, "Back away from our car," which surprise, he didn't. He continued to stand there and stare at us. My mom decided to try to scare him. She yelled out to him that she had a gun and she would blow his shit away. Exact words. She didn't have her gun on her, but she definitely made sure he thought she did. He threw his hands up, but continued to get closer to the car. My mom threw her phone at me, and I was told to dial 911. I told the dispatcher what was going on, and she said that she would have a police there right away. My mom proceeded to try to run him down, but he went between two porches, and our car couldn't fit there because how close the two porches were. Finally, about a half fucking hour later, the cops showed up and took our statement. The station was literally down the road from us, and if he had actually tried something, I felt that it would have been way too late. So I was pissed off that it took so long for the cops to show up. The cops stayed and looked everywhere but couldn't find him. My mom and I didn't sleep that night, or finishing opening up presents, because of the fear that he would come back. The police thought maybe he wanted to steal some gifts that were in the car, but we may never know. The scariest part is, months later it came to light that he escaped jail. He was put in for assault, so who knows what he would have done to me and my mom. This happened a few years ago while I was still in my hometown. I was going for a late night walk in the early AM, which was fairly common, and I always felt relatively safe and street smart to avoid bad situations. My walk would often take me all over town, though my favorite was a park we had down by the river, although it was known for a hangout spot for weirdos and druggies so late. I walked there plenty of times and never encountered any problems. So I went down there again to enjoy the breezy river air. The walk to the park itself was uneventful. The park was unfenced and easy to get into, open to the public. And looking from the park itself, you can see an opening to the beach river along it. There needed to be an opening because the beach was just a bit of a drop off. You had to take a moderate step down from the concrete supporting the park itself to get into the sand. And anyway, from this opening, the disparity between the concrete steps and the beach became such a length that they needed a fencing so as to prevent people from falling off and hurting themselves. Basically, everywhere not the beach led to a major drop off into a sparse line of sand and muddy area, with the only thing separating you from the drop was either fencing or a major tree line. So I'm walking through the park. There's nobody around. It's absolutely silent until the hooting of some owls break it. I'm surprised because owls were rare in those parts at this time of year, but I ignore it and continue walking as it continues hooting. As I meandered closer to where it sounded, I noticed two things. The owl sounded like it was in pain, and that it was on the ground. I really got concerned for it and wanted to help it, so I started going over to where the hooting was coming from, though tentatively, because even right then, a weird chill climbed up my spine, though I couldn't say why. I get closer, and it sounded louder, more hurt, and definitely on the ground, in the same place. I kept walking closer and hear it right behind the tree line, after the drop-off point. For more of the park's layout, anywhere you passed the tree line led to a drop that was just a thin line of earth separating you from the water, like a gorge. If you jumped down, you were relatively stuck because you couldn't go further for the water. Climbing back was a nightmarish for all the roots of the trees jutting out, and going left or right would have forced you to follow an extremely narrow path with little room. This owl was right behind the drop-off point, so even getting closer I couldn't see it. The owl kept hooting, and I got right in front of the trees. I could hear it right under me. All I had to do was jump down and I would see it and be able to get it, but I didn't. The weird feeling, this chills up my back, kept getting higher and higher and more intense the closer I got. And my conscious brain finally picked up why. I started counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And the owl hooted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It hooted again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And it sounded again and again. I finally realized why I was creeped out and why my subconscious brain was screaming at me to run away. It wasn't an owl. It was a recording of a wounded owl on the ground, waiting for anyone to come with the intention to help it, past the tree line obscuring their vision, past a drop where you couldn't climb back up from, and on a small path where you couldn't run at all, where anyone could be waiting. It was a lure, meant to lead someone into a trap. I suddenly felt very cold and clammy, and like I was being watched. I immediately turned and started speed walking away, taking the nearest exit out of the park onto as many lit streets as I could, all the way home, constantly checking back to see if I was being followed. I stayed up the entire night, fully paranoid, and looking out my window to see if I could see if anyone was there, though nothing bad ever happened, and no one ever tried to get me. The next night, I went back with my sister's cell phone with the intent to call the police and report it if I heard it again, but no hooting occurred. Upon a more thorough inspection, nobody seemed to be laying in wait. I kept an eye on the newspaper for a bit after that too, to check if anyone else reported similar things happening, or God forbid, if anyone got hurt in a similar incident, but nobody ever did, and it never happened to me again. This is the end of my story, and while I do continue to take night walks, I carry a weapon on me to defend myself, and always make a point to trust my instincts. So this happened back when I was in middle school. On my 8th grade year, my class went to Yosemite National Park for a week. It was beautiful there. So where we had to stay is one of those teeny cabins that could fit about 4 people, which was a damn shame because I brought camping supplies. We were told that there would be 4 single beds, but one of them was a double, so 2 people would have to sleep together. My 2 friends claimed the single beds, forcing me and the other kid to take the bed. The other guy was kind enough to inform me that he had been getting wet dreams, so I decided to blow up my mat and sleep on the ground. About 2 days in, the spare time between hikes and activities were annoying. I took it upon myself to build a lean-to out of sticks. I covered it with pine needles to make it covered. Around dusk, some of the jerky kids decided to try to destroy it. A rumor was going around that I was gonna sleep outside like an actual camper. Getting sick of fending off my lean-to, I decided to eat some fruit and put the leftovers underneath the cabin and into the lean-to. What was going through my head was, if there were night attacks, they'd get mauled by bears. It was about 2 a.m. when I woke up to loud smacking. I looked outside and saw a big black shape wandering around. This thing was big. I accidentally creaked one of the boards underneath me, and the thing, which I now realize was a very large bear, turned around and walked towards our cabin. It got as close as 10 inches away from my head. The only thing standing between me was a very cheap screen door. I didn't move. Its breath was hot and smelled metallic. It kept smacking its mouth, and I was panicking. I tried to scream for help, or at least wake up one of my cabin mates, but nothing came out. I felt like it was looking right at me. I heard a noise behind the cabin, and the shape went after it. I fainted. The next morning there was footprints of a bear, as well as mud marks on the outside of the cabin. The weird thing is, there was a streak row of muddy finger streaks. My friends didn't believe me until later on they heard that one of the counselors was chased by a bear nearby. One night, about 4 years ago, as a 17 or 18-year-old female, I was making an hour drive home down a long straight stretch of highway, coming from visiting my boyfriend at college. I think we saw a concert or something, because it was very late by the time I started to go home, and I was very tired. Realizing that if I didn't stop to get some type of energy drink, I would fall asleep at the wheel, I decided to exit for the closest gas station. Don't really know why I didn't drive straight through, looking back, but I digress. I walk into a 24-hour gas station, and upon entering, I notice two men, the cashier behind the counter, and a man sitting at a lunch table across the entrance from the other. They're talking to each other as well, but stop abruptly when I enter. I have to walk past the two of them. This was my red flag number one, but I needed a drink for the almost 45-minute drive I had left, so I tried my best to seem unfazed, and I went to the Rockstar fridge to see what I wanted. I turned to look at another fridge when I noticed out of the corner of my eye the man at the table had gotten up and started shopping around the small store too. They also resumed talking in what I now realized was a foreign language. I grabbed an energy drink and quickly walked down to pay because the full realization of panic that I'm quite vulnerable here, and these two rather tall and large men at 2 a.m. talking about something I didn't know sat all the way in. I set my drink on the counter. Luckily, I thought to get out the $5 in hand before I got out of my car. The cashier didn't scan it right away and typed on his computer. He said hello and asked me questions. How's your night going? Where are you headed to? By the second question, I truly don't remember if I answered or nodded, because just before the next thing he said, I feel the man, now right behind me, grab a random bag off the shelf and get behind me to pay. The next thing the cashier says still shakes me when I think about it. Not because of the words themselves, "You look beautiful tonight," but because how he said it. I could tell he looked directly at the man standing behind me. In that moment, flight mode kicked in, and I grabbed the drink I went through all this for, and proceeded to throw the $5 on the counter and dash out the door to my car. Pulling away and looking in the rearview mirror, to my horror, I see both men running out the door and stopping to watch me pull away. I think about it all the time, and whether or not I overreacted. Maybe the men just ran out after me to figure out what the hell I was running for, or why I didn't get my change. Maybe I got the luckiest I've ever been in my life and escaped being killed or worse. I didn't tell anyone for a while because I was so embarrassed for how stupid it was that I got myself in that situation. I now realize that it's kind of a effed up mentality, and I should have reported it, or something. Anybody can happen upon unfortunate situations, but it's about your actions in the moment, not worrying about how it looks, or being polite or whatever. It's about what you do to survive. A little background. I've always been a smart kid, never afraid to ask why, until I finally got an answer. One day I heard the phrase Amber Alert and asked my mother. She explained to me what it meant as well as the origin of the name. We didn't have much money growing up, and we were on WIC for a time. It was even more restrictive then than it is now, so I'd frequently have to run to the back of the store to swap out for the correct item and not hold up the line. I was also very independent, and I had a watch so my mother could tell me, meet me at the milk in 10 minutes, and I could go browse the book section, as I was easily bored. Due to an incident at the museum years back, my parents instructed me that if I ever got separated from them, to seek out an employee and tell them my parents' names, which I needed to do a few times. These things happened back when I was around 7 to 10 years old in the 90s, on more than one occasion. Here's my most vivid memory. I'd saved enough money to buy a toy and was given permission to go pick one out. Lego was too expensive, but I wanted to look at them anyway. I was checking the prices just in case when I hear a voice. It's not my mom or brother, so I ignored it. I hear it again and turn around to look. It's an older person. Now, a lot of adults look old to children, but I placed her as older than my mom, at least 40, if not 50. She asked me if I was lost. I told her no, and that I knew where my mom was, and I was just looking. "Okay then," she replies and grabs my arm, starting to drag me with her. I didn't exactly go to the nicest school and had been involved in several fights as early as kindergarten. I was later diagnosed with both mood disorder and PTSD, which helped explain my school problems as well as demonstrate how little help I received. My parents always said to me after each call from the principal that I shouldn't default to violence as we were pacifists, which I tried to keep in mind, but my temper still got the best of me. I tell her to let me go. She doesn't listen. I start trying to tug free and begin yelling that I'm not going to go with her and she needs to let me go. She still doesn't let me go, so I start hitting her with my hand and arm, kicking, and beginning to scream for help. A few people walk over and ask what's going on. I quickly explain and she finally lets me go. She then claims that she was just helping me as I was lost, and I am then scolded by bystanders for being disrespectful, because clearly this old woman was just lonely and meant no harm. I'm then allowed to leave and run to my mom. I'm more confused than upset at this point and tell her what happened. My mom tells me that I went violent and that was wrong, and she didn't seem convinced that I was telling the full truth, as I tended to exaggerate back then, and she didn't believe me that I was grabbed. I don't remember if I had bruises or not. Walmart seems to attract real pieces of work because I found myself in more than a few similar situations over the years, by both genders and of many ages. To give the context of where the story is based, I live in a small college town near a small to medium-sized city. The town itself doesn't have a lot of people, and it's mostly here to cater to the demand that comes from the college. Because of this, the stores around the college are mostly open 24/7, so that the college kids will be able to impulse buy whatever they like. The other big seller around here is gas. Of course, gas can be bought in the city, but being in a town that is often gone through in order to get to the city, a lot of places will try to keep the prices of gas slightly lower than any of the gas stations in the city. My story begins when I was working overnight in a gas station liquor store, when I was doing part-time classes in college, but mostly doing classes online. That way, it wouldn't ruin my availability for a full-time job. The store that I worked at only had one person on overnights for a long time, even though a lot of people, especially girls, would complain of the lack of cameras and the fact that you don't always get the best people going into liquor stores in the middle of the night. The owner's hand was forced one night before I started working there. A woman who came in to buy milk went outside to her car, only for a man to come up behind her and shove a gun to her back, demanding for money. She complied and luckily, he let her go. She ran into the store, sobbing hysterically, and, though the police arrived shortly after, he was never found. I personally preferred having two people on, even if there wasn't a safety issue. The night seemed to go by so much quicker when someone else was there, and it was really nice that that person I normally close with and I got along so well. Overall, there were 4 overnight shift workers: Josh, Nick, Dixie, and myself. Dixie had another job and really was only working there as a favor to one of the managers, so she would only work 2 overnights a week with either Josh or myself. Josh and I worked together 3 nights a week, and Nick worked with Josh or me 2 nights a week. Dixie was really nice and fun to be around, but she didn't really like the job or want to be there. Josh would get annoyed with her a lot for just standing behind the register while he did all the work. But it was only 1 night a week, so he didn't really complain too much. Nick, on the other hand, was a bit different. He worked there 5 days a week, just like Josh and I, but they never seemed to put him with one person more than 1 day a week. Nobody really seemed to like him or like working with him. Nick was a little off from the start. He was one of those people who told you his entire life story as soon as he met you, giving a bunch of really personal details that no one was really comfortable hearing. One thing he always seemed to talk about was the strain on his marriage. Apparently, he had a really bad drinking and drug problem for a very long time, and the drug part got better when he could switch over to weed. but he couldn't seem to get the drinking under control. He was hard to be around, but you kind of get used to people in that kind of job being sketchy. I was there for 3 months when Nick's story seemed to escalate out of nowhere. He began telling people that when he was younger, he was diagnosed as a psychopath, and he had to take a bunch of pills for it every day so he wouldn't become violent. Not exactly what you want to hear from someone you're alone with in the middle of the night, but okay. We all have our problems, and some people get dealt a bad hand when it comes to mental illness. I myself have always struggled to get my anxiety and depression under control, and without medicine, I wouldn't be killing people by any means, but I'd probably be hospitalized in danger to self categories. So, creepy as it was, I assured him that a lot of people had to take medicine for some kind of illness, and as long as you stick to it and are honest with medical professionals, there's no reason that you can't do anything that anyone else can. He seemed pleased with my answer, and soon after, the subject turned to other things. He was especially cheery and nice to me after that for the next week or so, letting me know daily that he was taking his medicine and felt like things were going well with him. I always answered enthusiastically, but I'm pretty sure everyone, especially Josh, was aware of how much I wish he would just stop talking about it and would leave me alone. Josh had a wife and a daughter who was 2 at the time, so he couldn't help but see us younger girls through the eyes of what his daughters might potentially have to deal with when they're the same age. He seemed to go out of his way to end my conversations with Nick rather quickly, which I was grateful for, and didn't really try to pretend that he liked Nick. It wasn't long before Nick started conversations with me, going into details about why he was diagnosed, instead of how his medicine was working, which I won't get into here because a lot of it was very violent and sexual. I told him repeatedly that I didn't want to know about that, to which he would act like he understood and change the subject, only for him to circle back to it about an hour later. When I confided to Dixie about it, she told me that she was going to take care of it and told her friend, which was the manager who had asked her to work there. The manager couldn't really do much, since I seemed to be the only one that he would talk to about these things, and told me to come to her again if he ever made me feel uncomfortable. It was starting to get increasingly tense for everyone working with him after he was talked to by the manager, and soon enough 2 other women who worked with him on the night shift reported comments he had made to them. I was questioned, in which I agreed that all the statements made by the women were similar things that he had said to me. Nick was given a final warning and a write-up. The next couple of times I saw him, he would go on rants about the people there, that they were only reporting him because they didn't like him. I assumed he didn't know that I had been questioned too, and neither Josh or I had any intention to tell him. He got so angry at one point that he was practically in tears, saying how lucky these bitches were that he was on his meds, and what he would do to them if he wasn't. Luckily, it was about that point that his shift ended, and pretty much soon after he clocked out. Josh told him that we had a lot of work to get done that night, so we didn't really have time to chat with him. He nodded and walked out the door without another word. Josh wasn't lying either. The truck had came extremely late that day, so there was still quite a bit of things that still needed to get done and put on the shelf. One thing that earlier shifts never seemed to do, unless they absolutely had to, was stocking the drink coolers. It was true. It was easier to do it at night when there was less customers, so it was annoying since we couldn't chat, but we just went with it. I can't remember the time that Josh went into the drink cooler, but it must have been pretty late since we had been there for a while at that point. I was focused on stocking the shelves and making sure everything looked full if we didn't have it. When the bell chimed, signaling someone had came in, I threw out a good evening and that I'd be right there, since anyone that came in that late usually wanted a pack of cigarettes or to pay for gas and cash. I put down my box and went to the register. Slowly, dramatically, once I could see them, you guessed it, there was Nick, not looking at me, but leaning next to my register. I'd be lying if I said I had a reason to be afraid. It turned out that he was drunk, but I couldn't detect it right away from the smell of the booze that always seemed to linger in the air around there. Josh was on the other side of the wall. Even so, I considered for about 30 seconds if I should actually go or if I should run inside the cooler to get Josh. Nick wasn't a young fit guy or anything. Years of drugs and drinking had aged him prematurely and ruined his body, but he was still intimidating to a 20-year-old girl. Unfortunately, Nick made the decision for me, probably tired of waiting. He turned towards me, and that's when I noticed immediately that something was off about him. My voice was nothing more than a pathetic whisper when I asked him what he wanted. He just stared at me, nothing of his face to tell me what he was thinking. I was about to speak again when he spoke. Barely intelligible because of his slurring. "He leave you here alone?" It took me a second to shake my head and tell him in a hopefully steady voice that Josh was in the cooler, and I asked him if he wanted me to go get him. Again, staring at me in silence. At this point, I didn't even care what he said. I just wanted him to say something. The silent staring was creeping me out. I asked him with more force in my voice, "What do you want, Nick?" As soon as I stopped speaking, he grinned at me, and in a disgusting, almost singing voice he said, "You're lying. You are alone." He laughed and took a step towards me, but stumbled, allowing me to take several steps back. At this point, I should have ran for Josh. I should have called for him, anything, but I couldn't believe that I was reading the situation right. Nick was really weird, but I had never felt actual danger around him before. He had never come off as more as a little unstable. He continued forward in his slow, stumbling steps, telling me to come here. I just want to talk. I kept out of his reach, telling him to back off and that I would hurt him if I had to. Josh was out the door in a second and seemed to come out of nowhere, shoving himself between me and Nick. They didn't even say anything. They just stared at each other before Josh said in a stern tone, "I think you should leave now." Nick stared blankly for a moment, then scoffed, telling us that we couldn't take a joke. I was trying not to cry at this point. The only thing more terrifying about the situation was knowing that if Josh hadn't been there, and he somehow caught me, I would have stood no chance against him. Josh left me standing with my back against the wall, corralling Nick to the door, completely unexpected on both of our parts. Nick turned and took a swing at Josh. Luckily, either because he was drunk or really uncoordinated, he missed Josh's face. Josh grabbed the back of his coat and brought him down as he smashed his knee into Nick's stomach and chest area. He used this opportunity of his sputtering to drag him out the door and throw him out, locking it. Josh had just turned to me to tell me to call the cops when we heard the sickening crack from behind him. We both jumped and looked at the door, only to find this big circle of glass. It's hard to explain, but if you've ever seen a movie of one, or an actual car wreck, when something hits the windshield, but not hard enough to break through, and it turns white all around the point of impact, that's what the door looked like. Josh didn't have to tell me what to do this time. I ran to the register and grabbed my phone, going to the furthest corner away from the front door, and huddled on the floor. I didn't even notice at the time, but Josh told me later, when he turned to see the glass, that was the first time he noticed that Nick had a hunting knife in his other hand. The fact that he tried to punch Josh instead of stabbing him is a mystery and a miracle. I was sobbing when the operator picked up the phone. I don't even know if she understood me, but between my distress and the sounds of Josh and Nick yelling at each other in the background, with loud smashes of Nick hitting the door, she got the urgency of the situation. She asked me where I was, and luckily, she knew the address, because just as I got up to look at the register to see what the address was, the glass smashed. I dropped back down onto the floor, and she told me that officers were already on their way, and to do whatever I could to get away or hide, even if I had to leave Josh. The hole wasn't big enough for him to get through, and he had made the hole by grabbing an ashtray from the outside and throwing it at the part of the window that he had repeatedly been punching, causing it to break through. He didn't make it to break through though. From that hole, he could reach inside and unlock the door. According According to Josh, he walked to the door and put his mouth against the hole that he had just formed and said something that I'm sobbing right now, even thinking about. In a horrible, sing-song voice that he used the first time I talked to him that night, he said in a happy tone, "They're never gonna find you two." Needless to say, as tough as he was acting, Josh was shitting bricks as much as I was. He was older than Nick, in his mid-30s, but he was a beanpole and wasn't exactly known for his fighting skills. Even so, as soon as Nick unlocked and started opening the door, Josh slammed his body into it, knocking Nick backwards from the impact. Josh yelled for me to run, and even though my legs felt like they would give in at any moment, I ran right behind him to the receiving doors in the back of the store. Nick was cursing and yelling for us as the door jingle went off. Josh slammed into the back door, cursing in pain as he realized it wouldn't open. We found out later that Nick had pushed the dumpster in front of the back door, locking the wheels before he came in. We seemed to both realize when that happened that he was actually planning to kill us. Nick rounded the corner, still doing his awkward stumbling walk, though faster now. It at least gave me enough time to slam the receiving door shut and lock it. I was sitting in front of it, Josh bringing over anything he could find to barricade the door shut. When Nick reached the door, he must have heard me crying because he kept calling out my name, telling me I wasn't who he wanted and that he would make sure I died before I even felt the pain if I opened the door for him. He started stabbing the door, screaming at me to open it. I screamed and moved when he stabbed it the first time, but Josh and I both moved immediately to hold and shut the door again. I remember Josh and I making eye contact. We were both crying, and I wanted so badly to say something to comfort him, but I couldn't think of anything to say. I had dropped my phone when I ran to hold the door shut, and neither of us could move to get it. So we had no idea how long until the police would get there, and the door was made out of wood, so it wouldn't last for long against his body slams, and offered no protection if his knife went into one of our hands. All I could think about is that I was gonna die here, that my dog would never know why I didn't come home, that I would never get my degree and never have enough money to actually start enjoying life, that all my plans that I had made would never happen. It suddenly went silent. There was no police car sirens, no yelling, nothing. It was as if Nick just vanished. Josh and I looked at each other, not even daring to breathe, just listening for signs of life on the other side of the door. We both slammed to the ground when a gunshot went off, then twice, then a third time. There was more silence. Then a voice rang out, asking if anyone was here. We weren't sure if we should say anything. Then the voice continued with his name, and that he was an off-duty EMT who had been listening to the scanner. Josh got up and pushed the things to the side that were blocking the door. He opened it just enough to put his head out, and then it seemed like all his breath just left him. He opened the door and went out into the store, relief all over him. I ran to grab my phone, seeing that the call was disconnected or the dispatcher had hung up. When I went out into the store, where Josh and our rescuer were, he was in the middle of explaining how the police over the scanner were sending a bunch of cars, but that they were pretty far away, and that he had a horrible feeling that they weren't going to get there in time, when the dispatcher was telling them what they would find when they got there. He didn't want either of us to go outside until the police got there. Though Nick had been shot in the shoulder, he still had a knife when he took off. The EMT said that he was going to run after him, but with the state that the store was in, he was scared that someone was in here that could be dying or hurt. The next 20 minutes were a blur. Josh and I sitting on the floor, hugging each other, when the police got there. The EMT had called dispatch and told them of the new situation, and most of the cars that were coming to our location were diverted to looking for Nick. It was soon after that Josh got to use his phone to call his wife, and she came right over, only bringing their daughter because he begged her to. He seemed to completely break down when he held his daughter and hugged his wife. I had an extremely similar reaction when I finally got home and came in to see my dog's body wiggling excitedly, proudly displaying his flamingo toy for me to have as a welcome home gift. Nick was found 2 weeks later in an old RV in the woods that he had been using to do his drinking and do drugs so that his wife wouldn't catch him. Apparently, the reason why he had came after us was because he thought that the reason that Josh wanted him to leave so quickly was so that he could call the owner, and the complaint would have got him fired. Unknown to us, his wife had kicked him out 4 days earlier and was in the process of getting a restraining order against him over threatening texts and phone calls she had been getting. He stated that his job was all that he had left and Josh needed to be punished for trying to take it away from him. He said that I wasn't the target and that he didn't want to have to kill me, but that he knew that he had a much better chance of killing Josh with me there than Dixie, since Josh would be more likely to face him to protect me. Neither Josh or I called the owner or even a manager over his comments I made, though we probably should have. It was disturbing what he was saying in hindsight, but we were used to him being a creep and saying really horrible things at that point, that it didn't even register to us that he could be serious about trying to hurt someone. I had known him for 3 months, and Josh knew him for about 6, and he had never done anything violent towards anyone. Everyone just thought it was all talk. The reason why I'm writing this story now, other than other stories on the sub inspiring me, is that I got a call 2 weeks ago notifying me that as long as there were no setbacks to his health status, Nick is set to be released on June 8th of this year. When I called Josh, he said he received the same news the day before. Neither Josh or I work there anymore, and Josh has since moved to a town on the other side of the city, and I have switched to going to college completely online and am in a new place renting a room with a mate. I don't think he'll come after either of us. I don't think he could blame us for what happened. I read so many stories after the fact. Everyone seems so prepared for what they'll do if they ever see the person again. I don't think I'd be any more prepared to face him this time than I was back then. I've had pretty intense nightmares ever since that day. And ever since I got that call that he might be released, when I close my eyes, I can hear that one sentence louder and clearer than I had ever heard it since he actually said it. They're never gonna find you two. So I'm reading these posts and decide maybe I should post what happened to my friend and I in high school. I was in 10th grade and we had a 4-day weekend in the winter. Her cousin was older, in her 20s, and had a small house about 2 hours away in the country. She said we could spend the weekend with her. It was pretty rural, very beautiful and quiet. One gas station that had Krispy Kremes delivered daily. We go up there to get our donuts and come home. A very short drive, maybe 2 minutes. We had a good time, watching movies and such, and went to bed around 1 a.m. The bedroom we stayed at had 2 windows with those cheap plastic blinds, and one had our bed beneath it. We lied down, and my friend falls asleep very fast, leaving me to a quiet house. As I'm drifting off, I hear very soft, almost imperceptible, slight dragging sounds, followed by a small crunch. The noises got louder, and suddenly, a shadow slides over us. The moon was bright, and the ground was covered in snow. It was like someone was standing outside the window, with the moonlight shining behind them. My heart was pounding and racing, and feels like it's about to burst, and I hold my breath for longer than I thought was possible. The noises started, and the shadow walked away. I could not sleep, and lied curled up in the middle of the bedroom, terrified until daylight hit, when I finally got the guts to move from my position and get her cousin. After I told her what happened, we went outside, and there were footsteps leading up to the window, and then back away again. We were so terrified, 3 females out there alone. We packed up so fast, and got out of there in under 10 minutes. To this day, I can't sleep under a window. I still love Krispy Kreme though. I was 21 years old at the time, and I was having one hell of a summer. I had taken a break from my college courses and started working a full-time and a part-time job. I worked part-time at a grocery store, which is where I met a lot of people, and got to even go to some parties with some of these people. I was the type of person that if you put a drink in my hand, then I was going to be smiling and having a great time. I never wanted to cause trouble with anybody. It was about mid-July, and I had just gotten off work at the grocery store. I called my buddy up that worked at the store with me to see if he wanted to grab a drink or two. He said that he was going to go to someone's house party instead of a bar that night, so I decided to meet him there. I went home, changed clothes, and proceeded to drive out to the party. It was about 10:30 p.m., and I had to drive out to this swampy looking area surrounded by trailers and a dirt road for several miles. I remember turning onto this road where the house was located, and I saw about a quarter of a mile ahead of me a pickup truck with its emergency flashers on. I took a quick look at it and thought maybe it was my friend's truck because it looked familiar. I drove up to the truck and saw a guy sitting in the driver's seat with a girl in the passenger seat. I told him that I had mistaken them for someone else and asked if they were okay. The man looked like he was already boozed up and looked at me with a drunken smile, stating, "No man, I'm fine. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on myself." Once I checked to be sure that they were okay, I went about my business and drove to the party. It was the last time I spoke to that person. I arrived to the party shortly thereafter, and looking back at it now, I wish I had never got out of my truck and set foot on that property. There were people standing around chatting in the front yard, while another guy kept yelling back at someone in the trailer. I guess an altercation or disagreement had taken place before I got there, because all I kept hearing was someone saying, "I'm gonna fuck that motherfucker up if he sets a foot around here again." I did my best to ignore all of it, and went inside to play beer pong with some people I knew. I wasn't looking for any trouble that night. I just wanted to drink beer and chill. As I sat on the couch, enjoying my cold one and bullshitting with some of the guys, I saw this heavy-set guy storm back into the house and walk down the hallway. When he came back, he had what appeared to look like a rifle and a shotgun in his hand. He came back in, and for some reason, I introduced myself to him. He stared me down for a while, puffing on a cigarette. My hand extended out to him, and he didn't shake my hand. Instead, he pulled out his pocket knife and flicked it open and said, "Name is Billy, and you best be on my good side, 'cause I ain't no one to fuck with." I remember after he walked away, I hurried up, finished drinking my beer, and drove back home. Something about that night was a little unsettling to me. I don't know what it was, but something didn't seem right. A few days passed, and I was on my way to work. I had to stop to fuel up, so I stopped at a convenience store and went inside to pay for gas. When I went in, I saw the newspaper rack over by the counter, and when I went to go look at it, one article was titled, "Man Found Dead Near the River." The article title wasn't what gave me chills. It was a picture underneath the title. It was a man I saw parked outside the road that night when I was heading to the party. People believed that someone had murdered him, and to this day, I don't believe the case was ever solved. I think back on that night sometimes, wondering if I was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. But I also think someone at that party had to have some involvement with the killing of that man. Sometimes I wonder if Billy was the man who murdered the guy, but I don't know. What I do know is, after that incident, I was very careful about who I hung out with on the weekends. This just happened 2 nights ago. I'm not over it. I was working in my bedroom, which is where my desktop is set up. It was about 12:45 when I decided to wind down for the night. My husband had gone to bed around 9 p.m., but offered to take the guest room so I didn't have to stop working. He's awesome. Typically, when this happens, my husband takes a dog with him. So imagine my surprise when I turned off the lights and saw my pup crawl out from the other side of the bed, give a big stretch, and come up to me. It was now 1 a.m. on the dot. I turned on the patio light to let the dog out to go potty. She is older and tends to wake us up in the middle of the night to go. I thought I would prevent that from happening. I watched through the blinds as my dog stared out and began to wag her tail profusely. She crept just out of view, her eyes very focused. I got a gross sense of dread and began to panic. I threw the door open and called for her. That's when I heard him. I don't know what he said. I was too petrified to listen, really. She didn't come at first, just kind of looked at me and then back at the person on my porch, who I couldn't see. I noticed then that there were pillows and a blanket stacked on top of my grill that for sure weren't mine. I screamed my dog's name and she came back in. I ran to the other side of the house and woke my husband up, shouting that there was someone on our porch. He got up in disbelief and wandered to our patio entrance from the kitchen and opened the door. There, a young man in his 20s or so sat on the ground against our house. He was barefoot and on the same wall that the bedroom entrance to the patio is on, which is why I couldn't see him unless I had stepped out. My husband asked if he was alright, but couldn't hear his response. My husband told him that he was at the wrong house and that he needed to leave. We went to our safe and grabbed our gun, trying to talk through the insanity and our nerves. We didn't live in a crime-heavy city, and we've never heard about anything happening in our neighborhood. Nothing like this had ever happened to us before. There we were, 1 a.m., with a stranger on our patio who had been there for God only knows how long, in the dark. We walked back out to the living room and saw that he had moved to a chair on our patio. My husband shined the light on the handgun at him and shouted for him to leave, and I called the police. When they arrived, the man was gone, but his pillows, blankets were still out there. One of the officers told us that he believed he knew who the young man was. He had a psychotic episode earlier in the week after coming off his bipolar meds. He lived nearby and was probably headed back that way. We're no strangers to mental illness, so naturally I felt awful that we had leapt to calling the police and brandishing a weapon, but at the same time, what the fuck are you doing in my yard? When I was in 3rd grade, there's this girl in my class. She wasn't particularly liked by anyone, and she was quite the bully and overall rude person, even to adults. She was known to have anger issues and get mad at people for what seemed like no reason. I was no exception. Her name was Carly. She had been mean to me in the past, but that didn't deter me from going to her house one day, after she had been nice to me all day at school. Naive, I know. So before leaving school that day, I called my mom to ask her if I was allowed to go to Carly's house. She said yes, and to call her when I got there, so I could give her the address. Now when I think back, I wonder if she had a bad feeling about the situation, since she didn't normally ask for the address. And she isn't picking me up since Carly's house was only about 2 blocks away. When I get there, after calling my mom of course, Carly insisted on making me look pretty, aka wetting my hair and brushing it. I let her. Then she told me to close my eyes and that she was going to take me into the living room. I closed my eyes and she began to guide me towards the bathtub. We were already in the bathroom, so the tub was a solid 2 feet away from where I was standing. I opened my eyes just enough to see where she was guiding me. My foot hit the side of the tub, and I said that this doesn't feel like the living room. She said it was, and that I just needed to step over the gate. I tell her that I know that this is a bathtub. She stops trying to get me into the tub and brings me to the kitchen instead. She says she's gonna make cereal. I was standing behind her when she reached into the dishwasher and said she was grabbing a spoon. The way she clarified that she was grabbing a spoon immediately told me what she was gonna grab, and it was for sure not a spoon. I can still remember the feeling of dread that overcame me when she said those words. She pulls out a large knife and backs me into the corner, holding the knife only 2 inches away from my neck. I can't remember if any words were exchanged during this. Maybe I was too shocked to say anything. I only stayed there for maybe 30 seconds before I pushed her aside and ran towards the door. I grabbed my backpack and put on my winter boots. By the time I had my boots on, Carly was trying to block the sliding door. I pushed past her and flung the door open. I ran down her patio steps and out the front gate, not bothering to close it. I just wanted to get home where I was safe. I remember her yelling at me as her dog escaped through the open gate. I didn't care. One of her neighbors who was in their front lawn waved and smiled at me, clearly oblivious to what had just gone down. I ran down the road and to my house, not stopping once. It wasn't until I was in the door of my house that I broke down. I began to cry and yell for my mom. My two older sisters yelled at me to shut up. My mom walked over to me and immediately knew something was wrong. I explained to her what happened, and she was very understanding and freaked out. I can't remember if this was the same day or the next day that I had to talk to a police officer about what happened. He asked me what kind of knife it was and whatnot. I think my mom relayed most of the story to him because I don't remember having to say much. They got in contact with Carly's foster mom, and Carly got in big shit for it. At school, Carly yelled at me for getting the cops involved and tried to guilt trip me by saying her mom threatened to put her back in foster care if she did anything like that again. I told her I didn't care. The school was also notified about the situation, and the teachers made sure to keep an extra eye on her, but that didn't mean I wasn't paranoid around her. I made sure to keep my guard up for the rest of the school year. I always thought it was a bit extreme to involve the cops, but it ended up making Carly never mess with me again. I ended up moving after that year for unrelated reasons, only to move back before I started 6th grade. The first day of middle school, I was waiting for them to call my name, so I know which class is my homeroom, when I hear an all too familiar name, Carly. I watch as no one goes up to join the class. Was she not here? Next I was called. I go up to join the class that she would have been in. I found out later when the teacher was doing attendance that she had moved 3 hours away just before the beginning of the school year. It's been 3 years since then, and I can only hope she doesn't come back. But if she does, I'm not too concerned. I will make sure she stays the hell away from me. That incident gave me some trust issues, but at least now I know to choose my friends wisely. I was vacuuming my house at 9:30 p.m. with my music playing when I get a knock at my door. My boyfriend was at work and I wasn't expecting company, especially so late at night. I turned the music down and realized the door was not locked. Instantly, I'm terrified. I'm only 4'10", so I had to prop myself up the wall to look through the peephole and carefully lock the door. More pounding. The man outside my door is no one I recognize and looks disgruntled, dirty, and quite frightening. He was short and stocky and looked angry. He grew frustrated, knowing I just turned down my music. He heard me lock the door and started calling out, "Ma'am." More knocking. "Excuse me, ma'am. How the fuck did he know I was a woman?" I look around the room and I see that my blinds are open, and I realize he must have been watching me vacuum. Thankfully, my neighbors right across from me opened their doors and the husband asked, "Who are you and what are you doing?" Startled, the creep fumbles and says, "Oh, good evening, sir. I was just gonna offer my carpet cleaning services to her." The husband goes, "That's great. She doesn't want it. You need to leave right now." Creep left promptly. Afterwards, I called the police, my boyfriend, and I closed my blinds and texted the neighbors to thank them for scaring him away. I paid extra to live on the top floor, but it seems this creep was watching me from below. So this happened last night. At 2 a.m. I hear my door open, and it was a really dark room, so I thought it was just my roommate. Well, the person walks straight to my laundry basket and starts shuffling through it, as if looking for something. I sit up and say, "Hey, is everything okay?" No response. The person then proceeds to walk back out of my room and close the door behind them. I get up and open my door to see my roommate's boyfriend staring at himself in the bathroom mirror. I again ask if he's alright, and no response. I just closed and locked my door and got back in bed. This morning I told my roommate what happened. Her boyfriend had left for the day, and she said that she found my towel and bra in her room this morning. Basically, he was sleepwalking, but it creeped me the fuck out. This was 5 or 6 years ago. After meeting with a couple of my friends who were stationed at a nearby bar, my friend Robin and I decided to end girls' night early, at 1 a.m. I'm horrible with street names, so bear with me. We went to Rocket Bar, so you can know that it was near there. We got into the car and started pulling out. We were driving a bit slow because we weren't familiar with this area, so we didn't want to miss any turns. I had my window rolled down because when I drink, I get a bit flushed. The street that we were on was a bit dead at the time. We heard a yell and some loud ass crying. It was clearly a lady's voice, so we slowed down to see what was going on. Robin was driving and I was in the passenger seat. On our right side we saw a lady stumble out of the street, holding her chest and crying. Robin locked the doors and cautiously rolled her window up, leaving it only an inch open. Thank God. The lady came right up to the window and said, "I need help." I asked, "What's wrong, honey?" She kept repeating, "I need help," over and over again. Me being a naive idiot, I put my hand on the door like I'm about to open it, only to be grabbed by Robin whispering, "Don't fucking open the door." The lady, who had been mumbling "I need help" repeatedly, like she was slurring, saw Robin stop me, and her eyes opened wide as hell, and she started yelling, "I need help!" We jumped at that, and said, "How can we help?" She shoved her fingers in the cracked part of the window, and screamed, "Let me in!" We started yelling, "Stop that!" and she started yanking at the door handle. Robin said, "Oh hell no," and we started pulling away. I shit you not, the next 30 seconds was fucking terrifying. The lady yelled to someone, "They're leaving!" and we saw two guys run out from a car parked a few cars behind us, on the right. Robin sped away, like a scene from an action movie. We looked in our rearview mirror and saw that the three of them were standing in the street. Ladies and gentlemen, please be careful. I can't imagine what would happen to my dumbass if it weren't for my friend. I know it's in some of us to want to help, but there's a lot of evil people out there who disguise themselves to be in harm. Be aware of your surroundings and always lock your doors. I lived in a small town in Denmark with a population of roughly 3,000 people, where nothing ever really happens, and the following scared the entire town to death. Back in 2005 or so, when I was still in kindergarten, a strange and agitated man, who was a father to one of the children, came and demanded to my teacher that he wanted to see his daughter and take her out of school. My teacher could see in his eyes that something was not right and that he was extremely upset. My teacher therefore denied him to see his daughter, and after a very uncomfortable discussion, the father eventually gave up, walked to his car without looking back, and drove home. My teacher grew very worried and decided to call the local police to go check the family house. Later that day it came on the news that the father had murdered his own wife with a gun and afterwards shot himself in the head. At the time, my best friend lived next door to the family, and he has since told me that he could hear the mother screaming in a very horrifying way, followed by 3 gunshots, and then a grown man crying his heart out, 10 seconds of silence, and finally one more gunshot. It creeps me out just to think about this, and I feel so sorry for the daughter, who was left an orphan at such an early stage in life. I really don't know what would have happened to the daughter if my teacher had not stopped the man from taking her home with him. I hope you're having a decent life wherever you are, girl. I'm just gonna get right into this. I am now 27, and this happened when I was about 11. I lived in a pretty large city right next to City Park, and in not such a great part of town. Lots of homeless people drinking in the park after dark, and lots of drugs and gang members were everywhere. But as a kid I didn't know better. However, my mother should have. She let me go out after dark. I would walk around town all the time. Plus I had a habit that every day I would walk about 4 or 5 blocks to the gas station called the CGS to get a big fountain drink. Well, my friend had came home with me on the bus that day. It was a public bus. So we get out, run inside and ask my mom for a few dollars for some soda, and she obliged. We spent the walk down to the gas station listening to music on a crappy CD player and goofing off. On the way, we noticed a group of homeless men sitting in a gazebo near the sidewalk that we were headed up. They were drinking at the time and looking at us strangely, so naturally it gave us the creeps. We crossed the street and didn't think any more of it. We got our delicious fizzy drinks, made some jokes about the sign that said, "No shirts, no shoes, no service," and headed home. On the way back, we stayed on the sidewalk that didn't have the gazebo. We were about 3 blocks from our home, when my friend poked me and said, "Hey, that guy's following us." And that's where my ears picked up a distinct sound of footsteps behind us. I remember watching something that said, if someone's following you, to cross the street. So we sped up a little bit and crossed the road. He sped up and followed us. We were on hiding alert now, so we sped up again. We were pretty much speed walking at this point, and we crossed again. Halfway through the road, we heard him yell, "Hey, hold up." We didn't listen, we just kept going, and of course he followed us. And at this point, we started to flat out run. We ran maybe a block back to my house, and he stopped following us right across the street, where he promptly veered off to the right. We were so freaking scared, to the point that we were hysterically laughing and crying in the middle of the courtyard. I think I hyperventilated or something, because I had dropped my giant 64-ounce soda and spilled it everywhere, then promptly threw up into the puddle. Directly after, I had a few minutes to calm down, and I had this jolt of memory as to who the guy was. 2 or 3 weeks ago, I celebrated my 11th birthday, and my family had thrown a big party where they invited a couple of homeless guys to hang out and eat some barbecue with us. This was one of the men who had been invited, and his name was Sticks. We laughed the ordeal off and thought we were dumb for overreacting because, duh, we knew him. However, sometimes I think about this, and all I can wonder is why this man tried to start a conversation with a kid you don't know except from a small birthday bash. He never even talked to me at the party. All I know is I'm glad we didn't stop and talk to him at the park. To the creepy guy chasing 2 11-year-olds, let's not meet again. I grew up in Ohio in the 70s, and me and my childhood friend Joe were outside all the time. Joe lived on a farm that bordered a pretty big forest, and my parents would drop me off in the morning and we would stay in the woods all weekend. We only came out for school. We loved pretending that we were frontiersmen. We built shelters, traps, practiced making fire with sticks, the whole 9 yards. When we got to be in high school, we got the notion to pull a Stand By Me. This was based on the movie with the same name that had just came out. The idea was that we would walk on the railroad tracks out in the country. Instead of looking for a dead body, we'd find cool bridges to fish from, and a camp a little ways off the tracks. Of course, we knew it was dangerous and that we'd likely be trespassing, but we were kids. We had a lot of fun. We did find beautiful rivers, discovered bridges that no one went to. We fished. We hid from a lot of trains. At night, we camped in the woods just near the tracks and made small hidden fires. Nothing bad ever happened. In fact, it was so fun that we did it multiple times. Never had a problem. After high school, me and Joe went our separate ways. We both left home, but always stayed in touch, and always tried to coordinate visits so we see each other occasionally. One summer in the mid-90s, it worked out that we were both in town for about a week. We do stuff with the family in the day, and at night, we'd either catch drinks at a bar or sit outside Joe's house around a fire and talk about the old days. One night, Joe and I got to talking about our Stand By Me trips. Well, nostalgia and a beer are a hell of a mix, so we decided to take a day, walk the rails, camp for one night, and walk home. The day came and we started out early in the morning. We had my wife drop us off at the old spot where we used to start, right outside our hometown. She thought this was absolutely crazy and made sure to mention it. When she pulled away, Joe suggested instead of walking our usual route, we'd take the opposite direction, just to be adventurous. We knew the land well, and we had a map, so I gave it a what the hell, and we set off. The day went fine. It was fun, and a little sad, but in a good way. We found a bridge and sat on the edge, smoked a joint, and moved on. We had no fishing gear, but we had brought some canned food and other stuff. Before the night started to set in, we picked a spot to camp. It was a thick forested area, trees on every side of the train tracks, so it felt like you were in a tunnel. We had brought small hammocks to sleep on, but before we set them up, we decided to do a little scouting of the perimeter. Now, this is what we used to do in the old days. We'd walk around the area for a little bit to make sure some dude's house wasn't just over the hill and we were actually camping in their yard. We walked around maybe 100 feet or so in the woods, up a small incline. We figured if we didn't see anything from the top of the short hill, we'd be fine. But when we get to the top, we see an old building down at the bottom, about 100 yards into the woods. It was barely visible. We pondered over what to do. We both assumed that it was a sugar shack or something, because there didn't appear to have a clear road into it. From where we were, there didn't look to be anyone in it either. All was quiet, no movement could be seen, no lights. We decided to walk a little closer just to make sure. We came down the hill very slowly, and as we neared the building we saw that it wasn't a sugar shack, it was an old church. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. It was a sagging building whose wooden planks were almost black from the years of moss and rot. A cross still stood up at the top of the place, also weathered black. None of the windows had glass, and there were no doors, just an open doorway. We got close enough to see inside. There was rows of pews and a build-up section in front for the preacher to stand. We didn't go in all the way. We didn't want to. Beyond all that, there was no sign of anyone else. No footprints, no paths, no roads. It was an abandoned church. We left immediately and went back up the hill to our spot we had picked to camp. Having the hill between us and the church made us feel better, but we were still a little uneasy. We chalked it up to being the natural creepiness of seeing a church in the middle of the woods. Besides, at this point, it was dusk and we just decided to rig up our hammocks and go to sleep and move on at early morning. Night set in, and as we laid in the hammocks and shot the shit, we began to hear something in the direction of the church. Our conversations went a little like this. Did you hear that? What the fuck was that? It's like people singing. And it did just sound like singing. We both slid right out of our hammocks and hunkered down, straining to hear more. We listened for a minute or two, and the singing continued, but it wasn't getting louder. Finally, we decided to creep back up the hill to see if we could spy where the sound was coming from. We could still move very quietly through the woods from the old days. It was second nature to us. The moon was barely out, but it provided enough light so you wouldn't walk right into a tree. But it was near pitch black. We didn't use flashlights as we crept slowly up the hill, and we didn't talk. When we got to the top of the hill, we saw a light in the distance. It was coming from the church, and the singing was coming from inside. Joe and I put our heads close together and had a hushed conversation that boiled down to, "Can you believe this shit?" The light looked to be candlelight from the way it flickered, and though we tried, we couldn't make out what was being sung. It sounded like church music, but in another language. We sat and watched for a while, trying to see who was in there, but we only saw occasional shadows. We had no intention of getting closer either. We had about a football field length between us, and aimed to keep it that way. The singing continued for a bit, and then it stopped. After that, a booming male voice began to chant. I was already freaked out, but this voice thoroughly scared the shit out of me. It sounded like some Old Testament preacher you see in the movies. But again, it was like he was speaking in a different language because we couldn't understand a single word. Eventually it got to where a single male voice would say something and a bunch of voices would answer in song. This lasted for a while, and then they all broke into this long, sustained wail that kept getting louder. It got so loud and so disturbing that I had to cover my ears. Then it stopped. At this point, I was just ready to say, let's get the fuck out of here, when Joe put his hand on my shoulder and hissed, they're coming out. We were far enough away that we couldn't really make them out well, but what we could see was a line of figures walk out the doorway, all holding hands in single file. We could see some of them had flashlights. They began to sing again, and then the light from the flashlights began to move towards us and the hill. We booked it back to our campsite, grabbed our shit and ran back to the tracks. Once there, we ran down the direction we had came from. After a few minutes, we stopped and looked back. We saw the lights coming down the hill. They were moving erratically, like whoever was holding them was shaking them. We continued to run in spurts and walk as fast as we could. We eventually stopped seeing lights and came to a road. By our map, we knew a small town was about 15 minutes down it, and we could walk there. We got to a 24-hour gas station, and I called my wife to get us. My wife and other friends all thought it was just kids messing with us, but I heard those voices, and they sure as hell didn't sound like any kids to me. Not sure who those people were, but it was definitely the creepiest thing that has ever happened to me out in the woods. It was around 12:30 a.m. when I go outside to throw away the garbage, and the first thing I see is a woman in her 20s facing the corner of the wall of the house, as if she was being punished. And the only thing I see is her long black hair that is reaching her lower back. She was wearing a short black leather skirt and sleeveless blouse. It was quite cold outside, so I was wondering if she was alright. She wasn't crying. She was not sad. She was not waiting for anyone. She was just quiet. Hey, can I help you? No response. Are you waiting for someone? Again, no response. Are you okay? She didn't budge or make a single noise. I wanted to tap on her shoulder to get to the bottom of this, but I decided to do that after I threw away the garbage. In an unlikely case where she decides to attack me and I happen to have 2 full garbage bags. I walked around the corner, and when I came back, she was gone. My porch was clear. She obviously did not pass me, so she must have went in the other way, and to be honest with you, I was glad she was gone. I go inside the house, lay on my bed, and it's really late at night, and I remember one very important thing. The street was empty on the other side, and no one was there, which means there's only one place the woman could have gone into. My home. I immediately grabbed the hunting knife I received as a gift for my 18th birthday and head out to search for the stranger in my home. I'll walk around silently, checking each room, under every table, inside every closet, and even in the basement. As I'm walking upstairs, I hear quick heavy footsteps running. I rush to the scene, trying to catch up to this person to confront her. I check my surroundings, and everything seemed okay. I found the front door open with the wind rustling through the gap. I go outside, and I see the woman in the distance running away, fading into the darkness. She never came back, and I never saw her again. Thankfully, nothing was stolen, and more importantly, no one was hurt. Reading some of the stories on here reminded me of something that happened during my holidays this past Christmas. I went on a family holiday with my mom, dad, and brother to Tasmania, which is kind of like a big island to the south of Australia. I wasn't terribly interested in the trip, just wanted to spend some time with the family, so I left all the booking to my dad. And I'll never do that again. He has his own Airbnb he manages, so I thought he would be able to find a decent place on his own. When we walked up to the Airbnb my dad had booked, the first thought I had was, if I wanted to sell drugs, I would do it here. My mom wasn't impressed at all, and was already telling my dad off for booking it. I didn't say anything. Maybe the inside is nicer. It was a dingy little house. The paint was peeling, roof was rusty, and there were plants overgrown to the side of the building. There were 3 entrances. The first one was the entrance for the host. It looked okay, not as bad as our entrance, a little tidier. It went downstairs, so after a while we figured out that the host most likely lived below us. The second entrance looked like it was the main entrance to the house, but it was sealed shut. The door looked like it would break down if anyone was even to push on it lightly, and it was obviously unused. The third entrance was ours, and besides the overgrown plants, it was fairly normal. We figured out later that it looks like the host had divided up the house somehow. She lives below, we live upstairs, but there was another half of the house upstairs that wasn't accounted for. Hard to explain, but the space we occupied only accounted for half of the house and only went up to the main entrance I spoke of, which was in the middle of the house. We checked in, basically just grabbed the keys. The host has never contacted us up to this point. All was well on the inside. It looked a little old, but wasn't creepy from the get-go. I did notice some odd things, and I only mentioned this to my dad. There were a bunch of antique instruments displayed on the entrance, and right on top of one of the pianos were 3 things that looked like urns. Now to explain, I am of Chinese descent, and those urns freak the fuck out of me. Some people think that they are for displaying, but we use them to store dead people's ashes, so I really didn't like them being there. I told my dad, and he didn't like it either. He went to tap on the urn to see if something was actually in it, but he couldn't tell. But he mentioned that the one that he had tapped was definitely one used for ashes. It had scripts on it for like safe passage to heaven, from what I could make out. After I stopped freaking out, I went and picked first dibs on the biggest room, as per my usual, but noticed that there were heaps of mirrors all around the room. Again, another thing, not sure if this is a Chinese thing, but we don't like sleeping with mirrors facing us when we're in bed, if we can help it. So I went to move one of the mirrors, which was right in front of the bed. It was leaning against the door, so when I took the mirror off, the door actually opened ajar a little bit. That freaked me out. I got my dad, and we decided it's better I slept with my mom in another room, and he would take this room with my brother. Again, my dad being dad, he opened the door a little and shouted, "Hello?" before I told him to shut up. I had a peek inside, but couldn't make out much. Only that it was dusty and seemed to be a part of the other half of the house. My dad soon put a chair and a suitcase on top of it, in front of the door to keep it shut. Fast forward to the night, everyone was sleepy and went to bed. I stayed up a bit because I had some emails from work to catch up on, and I went to go work in the living room. At this point, it was around 11 p.m. I remember that there were a few thumps on the roof, sounded like footsteps, then followed by the loudest, most horrendous noise. It sounded like a train stopped on top of me. It was screeching like steel on steel that lasted maybe 30 seconds. I froze at this point, didn't know what to do. I thought that my dad would come check on me, but he never did. I didn't say anything the next morning because I thought I may have imagined it out of my tiredness. The following night, same thing, except I was in bed this time, just got into it. It was around this time that the same exact noise started up again. My mom woke up, but was frozen like me. My dad came in to check on us, and we were all just frozen listening to the noise, wondering what the hell it was. After it stopped, we were freaked out but managed to shrug it off and went to sleep. Before I fell asleep, I remember hearing some faint thumps that stopped shortly after it started. The next morning, we kind of had a meeting of some sorts to discuss this. This is when I told them about the night before. We were all extremely unsettled at this point, and luckily, it was checkout day. We got the hell out of there and never found out what it was. The creepiest thing was, after we packed up and were well away from this place, Dad was driving, but he looked really disturbed. So I asked him if he was okay, and he said, "I am now, but I did not have good sleep last night." I pressed on and asked him, was it the noise? He said no, that didn't bother him as much compared to another thing that he had experienced. What bothered him the most was, when he left for our tour on the second day, he still had the suitcase on the top of the chair blocking the door in his room. He had just showered, so he had left the towel on the chair to hang. He said that when he came back, he noticed that the door was slightly ajar, the chair had been moved slightly, and the towel was now on the floor, as if someone was trying to push it from the other side. I forced him to ask the host about the noise on the other side of the door. She replied that the door was to her art room, and the noises just were a possum on the roof. I don't really believe her. The noises did not seem like some animal. I work from home, doing beauty treatments. Last summer, I was working 6 to 7 days a week, 9:30 a.m. to 9:30 p.m., doing nails and drowning in a god-awful chemical smell. I would end each night airing my house out with all the windows open for a few hours. One night I sat on my sofa while the place airs and browsing on my laptop for TV unit. I had just moved a few months before. As I slouch down on the sofa, a creepy feeling rolls over me. Something at the corner of my eye catches my attention. I look to my window and I notice that my blinds are bent inwards, revealing a black slit of the outside. I stare deeply into the darkness, trying to figure out if my blinds got caught, when I hear a man's voice say, "Hey there." I instantly look away, heart pounding. The blinds fall back into place and I hear fading footsteps as he walks away. God only knows how long he had been standing there, watching me. I was so terrified and immediately rushed around and closed all my windows. When I was closing the window to my beauty room, I noticed a man a few meters away, crouched down and shining a torch under the tree. A few minutes later, there was tapping on my now closed kitchen window. I didn't check it out. I was too scared. I still don't know if the guy under the tree was the guy that said "hey there," or someone just looking for a lost pet perhaps. There was also a guy who had been going around beating and mutilating cats around the same time. So I was extra on edge and called the non-emergency line to log it and slept with a knife that night. Okay, so last year I was coming home late, 11:30 or so. Just me and my roommate lived there. I'm the only one home at the time. I go to the kitchen to make dinner and get halfway upstairs. I hear a pounding at the door. I never answer the door because I never invite anyone over, so I just ignored it. I turn the hallway light off and the pounding gets worse. "I know you're in there. Don't ignore me." I quickly close the bedroom door. I somehow move heavy furniture in front of the bedroom door, a big chest of drawers, and I grab a hammer. The pounding gets louder and louder, as if the person was throwing his body against the very solid door. I call my mom, who then tells me to call the cops. The noise had stopped right when I called the cops. I tell them that someone's trying to break into my home, and just then the noise starts up again. The screaming and yelling, throwing his body against the door. Slightly nervous that the stranger might use the sliding glass door, which my roommate never locks. And thank God it was locked this time. I stay on the phone with the dispatcher as the guy keeps yelling off his head. I could see his car still from my window. I saw you turn out the lights. I know you're in there. Let me in. I'm sorry. Let me the fuck in, you bitch. Well, by the time the cops came, the man had already left. I somehow get downstairs to talk to the cop. They end up finding the guy parked down the street from the house. They ask if I know him. I didn't, but my roommate does. It's her daughter's boyfriend, who I came to apologize about smashing and breaking her hand in the car door. Well, they didn't arrest him because he didn't really do anything. I ended up filing for a restraining order against the guy. This was about 2 years ago. I worked at a hair salon and a restaurant opened right next to our store. The food was pretty good, and we would stop there for lunch once in a while. Well, every now and then the dishwasher would come out from the back of the restaurant to watch us. Didn't bother us, just watched us. He always seemed kind of creepy to me from the get-go. Wore a big clear apron around himself and it just looked grimy. Hair unkempt, dirty mustache, really old. One day I went by myself and was short on cash to get some extra chicken for my burrito, so I opted not to get it. I take my food back to the salon. All of a sudden, one of the other employees comes back and gets me a thing of chicken. The dishwasher guy came in and said he wanted you to have this. Great. I kind of was confused by this, as the guy seemed strange. I didn't eat the chicken. Well, one day, I'm walking back to my car and noticed the cops around. Someone had gotten arrested in the parking lot, so I kind of take my time getting to my car. Well, who walks up to me but the dishwasher guy? He tries to strike up a conversation with me. How are you? How was work? Why are the cops here? I made up answers quick. Are you seeing anyone? I reply yes. I'm in a relationship with my boyfriend. I quickly say goodnight and get into my car and leave. Figured it was the end of that, but nope. This is how our meetings went. He tried to talk to me, and I'd get in my car. He'd make sure to take out the trash the same times I always did. I used to acknowledge him, wave once or twice, try to be nice, but it got so repetitive, and he tried to watch me in the restaurant, like purposely walk out of the back. I didn't go out as often, or would have someone else pick up my food. The big joke at the salon was my creepy boyfriend. We all joked about it. We all knew he had put me on edge, but hadn't done anything bad yet. So I started to ignore him. Well, the dishwasher guy got even stranger. He started watching me work through the salon window after he would take out the trash, just standing there. Thank God I have a male employee to walk me to my car at this point. And when that didn't work, I would go to the coffee shop next door and have one of them walk me to my car. I was starting to get anxious about running into this guy because I would always randomly run into him. The dishwasher guy came in one day when I was off and seemed disappointed, but he got a haircut from one of the other stylists. But the restaurant wasn't doing well at this point, and the guy just spends his days watching me. The day before the restaurant closes permanently, the dishwasher guy comes up to the salon freaking out that he needs to talk to me. My coworkers basically tell him that I'm busy. After the restaurant closed down, I never saw this guy again. This happened when I was really young on a military base. All my life I thought it was just a weird and terrifying reoccurring dream until I mentioned it to my parents when I was a teenager. They admitted that it was completely real, and they just didn't tell me all this time because they didn't think it would matter to know if it was true. I was playing on the playground and my older sister was nearby, but not playing with me. There was an officer's son by me though, and he started somewhat being nice. I remember him looking at me really close in the face and getting a big smile before he says, "You have really pretty eyes." Now, little me is super happy and says thank you, and that's nice of you. Probably some vague compliment back. He was only a few years older than me. By the looks of it, neither of us were older than 10. He grabs a blunt stick that was lying next to me and pins me to the ground. It starts trying to gouge out my eyes within seconds. And it's at this point that I'm stupidly staring at him, confused and worried. I'd never encountered violence like this in my life, and before I knew it, the kid was holding my scrawny ass down and was talking about how he was gonna physically take my eyes away from me. It's then I start to panic because can you even take an eye away from people? My sister shoves him off of me and gets me up to run with her away from him to our house. There wasn't anything we felt we could do when we told our parents because, again, it's an officer's son. When I'm a teen and all this is coming to light, they told me that they did talk to the officer. They told him what his son did and that they didn't want it to happen again, but the dad was pretty entitled about it, and we just ended up not going out to play as much until the kid moved away. Little psychopath grown up, please let's not meet. You've left many nightmares. When I was younger, about 8 or 9, my mom would usually drop me and my friends off at a public pool. One of my friends was about 3 years older than me, so I guess my mom thought we would be safe on our own. One day, me, my friend, her friend, and her friend's older brother decided to go to the public pool with us. My friend's mom dropped us off at the pool this time, and it wasn't the public pool we usually go to, but we were familiar with it. When we first entered the pool, we picked a nice spot for us to sit. It didn't take long until I noticed a man constantly staring at us. I didn't tell my friends at first. I forgot about it and finally got into the pool. We had lots of fun. After spending the whole day at the pool, we decided to leave. My friend called her mom and asked her if she could come pick us up. We grabbed our things and headed towards the entrance. As we were heading towards the entrance, I noticed the man that was staring at us earlier, and my heart dropped. He was following us as we made our way out to the pool's entrance. Right when we finally made it out, I heard my friend yelp. I turned only to see the strange man grabbing her arm. He was trying to drag her along with him, but my friend wouldn't budge. I freaked out, and so did my other 2 friends. We started screaming and shouting until 2 lifeguards came. They pulled the man away and began questioning him. The man ran away and the staff waited with us until we were picked up. Let's never meet again, sir. I just got off work. Today I worked 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. Around 10:45 a man walks in. I've had previous odd encounters with this man, such as seeing him walk behind me around the neighborhood and him hanging out near my street. I had brushed those off since I live right next to where I worked and figured that he just lived there also, but I always kept my eye on him. Anyway, the man comes in and orders his regular pastry and tells me, I'm gonna stay inside and eat my pastry. For anyone who doesn't know, my country is currently under lockdown because of the coronavirus, and all dining indoors is strictly prohibited. Not to mention the bakery is very tiny, and there had never been any tables to sit inside, only a coffee bar that has never had space to sit. I tell him, we're on lockdown, you can't really eat inside. His response chills me. Are you alone here? Yes. I respond stupidly, but quickly try to catch myself. But my coworker will be here soon. A complete lie. It was only 11 a.m. and my coworker isn't scheduled until 1 p.m. when I'm off. Then no one will see me in here. He responds and goes back to eating his pastry at the coffee counter. I roll my eyes and go back to work, not getting paid enough to care if he quickly eats his pastry and leaves. 10 minutes pass, then 15. This guy is still in my bakery. I look over and he finished his pastry and has moved closer to the open space in the counter meant for employees to walk back and forth between the front of the store and the employees only side. Now I start getting uncomfortable. I quickly text my coworker, who is a 30-year-old man who owns a lot of guns and treats me like a little sister. I look over again, and now the man is even closer and is now reading a book. He's putting the book in front of his face and peeking at me from above it, watching me. Multiple customers had come in during his stay. Every time I turn my back, he gets closer and closer, until eventually he's halfway in our employees only area. I begin frantically texting my coworker, and he tells me he's about 4 minutes away. I finally make the decision to text my boyfriend. I had avoided doing so to keep from scaring him, but now I was terrified. I sat in the back of the employee area, watching this guy. I held a knife just in case he decided to come any closer. Just as he takes a few steps closer, my coworker bursts through the door. A confrontation ensues, and the man leaves the shop, but continues to sit in a parked car right out in front and stares at me. I tell my coworker about the previous experiences I have had with him, and he had enough. He marches out to the guy's car and tells him the next time he comes around, it would be his last. My boyfriend pulls up at this point and joins in with a warning. So Matthew, aka my stalker, let's not meet again. This happened back in 2004 in northern Wisconsin. I was 16 at the time and out deer hunting with my dad and his friend Frank. I do remember this day like it was yesterday though. The dialogue isn't word for word, but the idea of it is 100% accurate. As a side note, it was one day after 8 people were shot, less than 2 hours away. My dad and I had a few different stands over an area of maybe 3/4 square mile. We had been hunting there for almost 10 years, and I had been going with him since I was about 5. Up until I was 12, I had just been tagging along. This particular morning, we walked to my stand first. It was about 5 a.m., so still dark outside. I got situated and my dad and Frank went off to the other stands over the ridge, maybe another 500 to 600 yards off. Sitting there in the dark is always a little eerie. Not long after my dad and Frank left, I see a flashlight from the general direction of where they were headed, maybe 200 yards away, and then roughly moving in my direction. I figured they forgot something from the truck or something, so I radioed to see what they were doing. We're sitting here in my stand. Frank is in another one. So obviously the flashlight was from someone else. It isn't super uncommon and isn't really a big deal. Those woods get crowded sometimes, and there's a spot to park in that general direction. I turned on my lights so the other hunter could see that there was someone there. He stopped. I see the light turn and go in a different direction. No big deal. I ended up dozing off for a while since it was still dark. When I wake up, the sun is up. It's around 8 a.m. I sit there for a bit. I radio my dad to see if he's seen or heard anything moving. Nothing yet. A couple of gunshots off in the distance is all. I get up to go for a slow walk to get my blood moving a bit. Not far, maybe 30 yards out and back. Trying not to make a sound. I come back to my stand, sit down, take a real good look around. Nothing's really going on. I finally look out my left, where I'd seen the flashlight before, and see orange. For anyone unfamiliar, hunters have to wear blaze orange during gun season. I radio my dad and Frank to see if either of them were moving around. Dad says no. I hear nothing from Frank. I grab my binoculars out of my backpack to see if it was Frank. It's definitely not. The guy is looking at me through his scope, rifle fucking aimed directly at me. This is a huge no-no. Massive rules we have all learned in hunter's education. Never point your rifle at something you don't intend to shoot. Dumb people still do it though. It's few and far between, but it happens. My first thought was, what a fucking dickbag. Thing is, even me looking at him, he doesn't put his gun down. Now I'm starting to panic, thinking I was going to be the next hunting murder victim. I slowly grab my rifle, get up, and stand behind as many trees as I can. I walk down a little path on the side of my stand. My stand was on a kind of a little knoll on the side of a much larger hill. I radio my dad, telling him what's up. He tells me to sit tight and stay out of sight. Obviously, as a 16-year-old, I couldn't do that. Every time I looked, the guy was still aiming in my direction, but was always standing in a different spot. Like, I would look, go back to hiding, look again, and he would be 30 yards from where he was the last time. About 10 minutes of this goes by when my dad radios me. "How you doing, bud?" Looking back, he was obviously trying to keep me calm, but at the time, I thought he wasn't taking me seriously. He's still there, but he keeps moving. I don't know what his problem is. My dad told me to keep hidden and he'll figure it out, that he would be coming up near him in a minute or two. That's when I hear a shot. I lost my shit trying to get hold of my dad. Did he just get shot? Where the fuck is he? Did he have to shoot the guy? What the fuck is going on? I sit there for maybe 2 or 3 minutes. That felt like hours. Alright, come on out and head towards my stand. I peek over the little knoll I was behind and see my dad waving from alongside the ridge the random guy had been on. I make the trek on over to see what happened. Turns out, Frank was feeling a little restless and took a little stroll and ended up on the other side of the particular ridge that the stranger was on. Not knowing where he was, he had knocked his radio battery loose while getting situated earlier in the morning and had no idea anything was going on. The shot I heard was actually Frank shooting a deer. Dad said as soon as Frank shot, the guy walked off away from us towards the logging road. We helped Frank out with the deer and decided to call it a day. Although I was extremely nervous, the rest of the weeks went on with no incident. This all happened roughly 3 or 4 years ago, but the experience has haunted me almost every single day since it happened. I'll start off by saying, at the time, I was pretty young, single, and very keen to have my first experience with a guy. I spent a while looking through dating apps, talking to a few people until I finally came across a guy who seemed interesting, and we had a lot of things in common. I thought it would be a good idea to meet up with him since we had been talking for almost a month. Now, even though I was young, I wasn't naive or stupid. I was still somewhat very cautious and a paranoid person. But for some reason that day, I made what possibly could have been the worst decision of my life. I invited him to spend the night at my place. My parents were away for the weekend, and I had the place to myself, so it seemed like a perfect opportunity for him to come over. He lived about 3 hours away from my place, yet he was eager and almost desperate to come and see me. So he set off as soon as he finished work, which was around 11 a.m. The whole time he was driving to my place, I had a sickening sense of doom, almost as if something was going to go very, very wrong. I almost texted him multiple times telling him that I wasn't interested anymore, but I hesitated as he was only 10 minutes away by this point. I jumped when I heard the car pull up, and I expected to be greeted by a smile once I opened the door, but he just pushed his way through and continued to stare at me blankly. All while my 2 French bulldogs snarled and growled at him, which they never ever do to anyone. Things instantly seemed extremely odd. He followed me quickly to my bedroom and didn't waste any time aggressively undressing me, which I hesitantly went along with as this was my first experience with a guy, especially as he was almost 6 years older than me. Fast forward a couple hours later, he suddenly asked me if he could sleep in my room, which confused me as it was only 5 p.m. I told him it was fine, and I would continue watching a movie by myself downstairs. After an hour or two, I heard what sounded like furniture being moved around. I made my way upstairs and opened my door to find him crouching in the middle of my room and breathing extremely heavily. When I asked him if he was okay, he motioned for me to get on the bed, where he sat me on his lap and proceeded to place a blindfold over my eyes and put his hands around my neck lightly. I was already feeling extremely uncomfortable, which worsened as he tightened his grip around my throat and said, Does anyone know I'm here? Do your friends know who I am and what I look like or anything? I instantly answered saying my sister and friends who lived nearby knew. This was a complete lie, as I don't have a sister and my friends were unaware, but something inside me forced me to say it. After a few minutes of awkward silence, he stood up and gathered his thing, and I noticed that in his backpack he had tape, rope, and a handcuff, which at first didn't concern me as I knew he was into that stuff, but looking back, I think it was intended for something much worse. All of a sudden he said, "I think I'm gonna head home. I have a long drive and I'm rather tired." I didn't hesitate to let him out of my door as I was already extremely uncomfortable. As he left, he failed to make eye contact or say goodbye, and he raced off down the street as soon as he got into his car. I ran back into my room to check if he had left anything, as he left in a hurry, and found a note on my desk in the word, "Being nice is what saved you." At the time I had no idea what the note meant. Now that I think about it, I seriously think he had very ill intentions towards me. I'm still angry at myself for letting a stranger into my home, which is obviously a big mistake, and I immediately blocked him on all my social media. I'm just so lucky that I made it out alive. All I know is he's now somewhere back in America. I don't really know why he was in the UK at the time that I met him, but all I can say is I'm glad that he's now many miles away from me. I'm quarantined with my mom. We both are avoiding going out as much as possible because we're both compromised. So we just take short trips for any errands we need to complete in order not to go stir crazy. Today, she needed to get some gas and we needed a few groceries, so we both went. We saw my cousin at the gas station, and after I went to one of the pumps, I said hello while my mother went to go pay for gas. After she paid, I started pumping the gas, and we stood there chatting for a moment. When my cousin returned to the car, a man came out of the gas station. He was balding, unkempt, a patchy, short beard, and glasses, the kind you see in high school photos from the 80s. He was wearing a sort of tropical shirt with a notepad and pen in his pocket, and dirty khakis with a tan jacket. He stopped at my cousin's car and talked to her. She's kind of small, so I stood there watching until she got into her car safely, and I heard it start. My mom and I were pumping the last bit of gas into the car. Both of us didn't need to, but we both were glad to be outside for a moment. The guy walked up to us while she finished and said, "Are you having fun?" We kind of just glanced at each other and said, "Uh-huh," and swatted me to make me go to my side of the car. I didn't go. I didn't want to until she got into the car herself. The guy turned to me and said, "Are you having fun with your granddaughter?" As if he were trying to make a joke, but his facial expressions never changed. I just kind of gave him a blank stare and said, "That's my mom." I squeezed between him and the bumper and moved to my side of the car. He followed closely and said, "I just came here from Michigan. I haven't been here for 10 years. I got in and held onto my door. He stared at me for a while I was holding the door, then at my face again. He gave me a blank stare and said, "That's nice." My dog stuck his nose out and started barking at the guy. He's a 15-pound York, and he's usually sweet, but sounded like an angry guard dog while he was barking this time. "Is the dog having fun?" the guy asked. I held onto the door tighter and said, "I guess so. Have a nice day." I closed the door quickly, locked it, and my mom drove off, with my cousin following us. She had been there watching the entire time, waiting for either us or the guy to leave. My mom and I both remarked about how creepy the guy was, and thought he might try to jump into the car. I'm glad I went with her. This happened a few months ago. I was at a club for my friend's birthday, and we had a table with around a dozen friends with us. When we get there, a guy immediately starts hitting on me. He seemed super weird, and I had a boyfriend, so I politely declined his advances. Then shit got weird. While out, I feel like I see him everywhere, and it started to freak me out a bit. but at the time I didn't have a sense of any danger. Fast forward an hour. I'm chatting with a friend from high school who happened to be the bartender. Creepy guy comes up and orders a drink for him and myself, which I decline, and explain to my bartender friend that we already have a table, so I'm good on drinks. Creepy guy did not like that. He gave me shit about not accepting his offer and that he was just trying to be nice. However, during his nice guy speech, he picked up my drink to refill it, which I again declined and asked him to excuse me while I chatted with my friend. I finished my drink, the one he picked up earlier, and finished it without thinking much more of the creeper. About 30 minutes later, I become sick and disoriented, and I had my friend help me to the restroom since I felt so dizzy. After a while, I felt sick again, and my female friend was nowhere to be seen, so I walked myself to the bathroom. While waiting at the door, the creeper swooped in and held on to my waist very tight and asked if I wanted to come to his table upstairs to meet his friend. I kept telling him no, that I needed to go back to my friend, and he began dragging me towards the stairs, telling me a list of disgusting perverse things that I refused to write here. At that point, I was terrified, but my legs literally did not work. He was carrying me up the stairs. As soon as he got up there, he requested his valet to go home. At this point, I knew I was in danger, but my purse was missing, and so was my phone. While he's waiting outside, the bouncer makes a comment about my behavior, and the creep shrugs it off as too much alcohol. As we are waiting for the valet, 6 of my friends burst out from behind the door and began screaming at the creeper, while one of the female grabs me and pulls me back inside. I passed out soon after and woke up about 5 p.m. the next day on my friend's couch. I thought I had alcohol poisoning until I went to the emergency room and found out that I was drugged with ketamine while out the night before. This guy intended to drug me and take me home with him. Since then, I have refused to go out without my boyfriend always around me. I avoid that bar at all costs in case that creeper ever comes back. And I know to watch my drink like a hawk whenever I'm out. A valuable life lesson learned from a terrifying experience. So it's 2011 and I'm newly divorced. I'm in my mid-20s and a single mother. I decide to try out some online dating sites. I start talking with this guy on one of the sites. We seem to have a lot in common and he seems pretty normal. I decide to give him my phone number. We continue chatting via text and phone calls. Well, I suggest to go get some coffee and meet up. He states he doesn't drink coffee. Okay. I suggest we have drinks at the bar. He says he doesn't drink alcohol. Then he has a great idea. Let's go for a hike. I reluctantly agree. This was the first red flag. He wants to go to this place called Batstu in South Jersey, which is a historic village with old abandoned buildings, hiking trails, and the home of the New Jersey Devil. Great place for a first date. So I suggest we meet up at the main parking lot. And he has a better idea. He says let's meet at the train station nearby, and he'll drive us over, because he knows another entrance with better hiking trails. Second red flag. I, again, reluctantly agree, not wanting to be rude. So the day of the date comes, and for whatever dumb reason, I didn't tell anyone I was doing this. I think because I was embarrassed for using a dating site, and I knew somewhere in the back of my mind my friends would have tried to talk me out of it. So I pull up to the train station and he's in a late 90s Bronco. Okay, not so bad. We can't all afford newer cars. He gets out and he's actually the guy from the pictures. Okay, Initial sigh of relief. We get in the car, and he starts to head to the secret hiking trail entrance. We have a nice conversation on the way there. All seems good. We get there, and as soon as we get out of the car, I go to grab my phone. He says, "No, just leave it here. I have mine." Red flag, waving in my fucking face. Again, being polite and not wanting to argue, I comply. I see the entrances, and one directs you towards a village and humanity, so I naturally suggest that one. He says no, and points to the other trail that goes God knows where. I again, being the good girl I am, say, "Okay." Right before we set off, a bit of rebellion sets in. You know, I should really have my phone with me. He starts to argue, and I'm like, no, I need it in case the babysitter calls about my son. He gives in and unlocks his car, and I grab my phone. We set off down the trail, side by side. We are talking, and everything seems okay. I start thinking, I was overreacting before. All is good. We get to the part of the trail where you can only go one by one, so I say, "You go first, and I'll follow." He says, "Oh no, you go, so in case you trip or anything, I can grab you." I do that nervous giggle thing and politely decline, saying how bad I am at following paths. He insists I go first, in a stern voice. Red flags with sirens. But I simply comply. The trail is getting narrower by the second, and the woods are getting darker because of the amount of trees and brush. We are no longer talking, and the only sounds are the crunching of our footsteps. Panic starts setting in. I look back at him, and he's just got a scowl on his face and a dead look in his eyes. I try to smile at him, but nothing. So I stop and say, "Let's turn back. I like it better when we could walk next to each other and talk." Still being polite. He says he wants to keep going this way. So I say, "No, really, I want to go back the other way." And I start to do just that. As I walk past, he grabs my arm and blocks my path. I don't say anything and just casually grab my phone out of my pocket. He lets me go, saying, "Fucking whatever," and we walk back towards the car in silence, me with my phone in my hand the whole time. Amazingly, I did have a signal. As we reach the clearing where the cars are parked, he looks at his watch and states he has to go now. He has somewhere he needs to be. We were only on the date for less than an hour, but okay, I'm not complaining. For whatever dumb reason, I get back in his car. We drive in almost silence the entire way back to my car, me with a death grip on my phone, and him looking miserable. He drops me off at my car and speeds away. I never heard from him again. Me being naive, I want to believe that there was no chemistry between us. But let's be honest, when I decided to fuck politeness and grab my phone that day, I spoiled his dastardly plans. As a youngster, I was working in a food store. The shop was open 24/7, so naturally, sometimes I had to take the night shift. To be honest, I preferred working at night because there aren't as many customers and I didn't have to overwork. Plus, the money was slightly better. Usually, I was working with the same guy from the team, and this was a rule. Our boss didn't want to leave the shop with just one person. The area wasn't dangerous. There was mostly single-family houses and schools, and it was in a safer area. One day I came in to work the night shift. I was waiting for my friend to join me when the phone rang. It was Tom, my workmate. He said his car had broken down in the middle of nowhere, and he couldn't leave it there. I didn't want to stay in the shop alone, but I understood that Tom couldn't just leave his car too. I would usually call Julia, another workmate, but I knew it was her birthday and she was throwing a party and I didn't want to ruin her night. I called my boss and I told him I would manage on my own, and he agreed on that. The night was quiet and calm. The shop was visited by parents who forgot to buy milk for their children, young men who wanted some beer, and teenagers who wanted to buy popcorn before they started to watch a horror film. After 11, it fell silent, so I opened a book and started reading. I was entirely wrapped by the crime story I was reading when I lifted my head and saw a man standing at the street, staring at the shop. Usually I wouldn't pay it no mind, but this case was unusual. The man was wearing a white suit, a hat, and had crutches, as he didn't have a right leg. I felt awkward. He was just staring at the shop and looking at me. After some minutes I was scared and regretted that I hadn't ruined Julia's night and asked her to come and join me. After some time the guy left, but I still felt nervous. I was alone in the shop and didn't want to call anybody and wake them up. I decided that reading a book will be an excellent way to start thinking about something else. I opened the next page and the telephone rings. I picked it up and said, "Hello, how can I help you?" Nobody replied. I heard the sound of breathing. I asked again who was calling, but after some seconds the person hung the phone up. This was the moment I was terrified. I was sure it was the guy in the white suit. I had plenty of strange thoughts in my head, including the one that I was a protagonist of a horror movie and was gonna die in some minutes. I knew I couldn't stay in the shop alone anymore. I called my father and immediately asked him to come pick me up. I also sent my boss a message that I had to close the shop because I felt sick. My father came in around 15 minutes, as he was also scared after hearing my story. For me, it was the longest 15 minutes of my life. I locked up the shop and was fighting the irrational thoughts in my head. After my dad came, I felt relief, but I also didn't imagine going back to work at night again. The next day I wanted to hand in my notice. I knew the shop was 24/7 and all the workers took different shifts, so I didn't want to ask for any special treatment. I went to the shop and started to explain everything to my boss, telling him that I'm leaving, when he interrupted me. He said to me that he was talking with some man 2 hours ago, the man with one leg. I think my heart stopped beating for a minute after that. My boss continued to say that the man came to the shop to say sorry for staring at the shop and calling at night. The guy assumed that he must have scared me by calling. The man also said that he had been many years abroad and came to the town after 50 years that night. He was looking at the shop because he was living there when he was a kid. As we understood, it was a normal house back then. His family had to leave the country because of political persecution. The man called the shop because he found the number in the yellow pages and wanted to ask how long the shop existed. Plus, he didn't even know I saw him. When he was calling, he didn't say anything that moment because it was very emotional for him. He started crying, and of course, he didn't want to talk in such condition. All in all, he wanted to know what happened to the house during those years. I was bewildered hearing the story and didn't know if I wanted to leave my job anymore or not. Happily, my boss told me the shop can only be open at night if there are 2 workers, otherwise it would have to be closed. In the end, I stayed at the shop for some time and promised myself not to work at night alone anymore. I haven't met the guy in the suit. He probably left town, but I hope he's okay after that. First things first, I work in a very well-known casino in Lincoln, California. I'm a porter, and I work the graveyard shift. Pretty much what I do is deliver water to the bars, do garbage, replace bags, help servers, bartenders, and bar backs. I'm used to strange people because criminals, meth heads, and just straight up weirdos are always here at this time. People don't scare me. I'm a 6-foot beefy fellow, and there are cameras everywhere. There's only one area that unnerves all the porters, and it's the 2nd floor storage area. All of us don't like it, and we always pair up when one of us has to go up there. The reason is that it's so loud on the casino floor and the staff halls, but it is too quiet on the second floor. That's probably the main reason. Well, Gerald, my best work buddy, who was a 6'9", 290-pound ginger with a beard, and I had to take the portable bar in the storage area in our section. I grabbed the heavy one, and he grabbed the other one, and we took the giant elevator up and started walking. Now this is important. It's a 90-foot walk with 3 large right turns into the actual storage room. And this hall had scaffolding everywhere because of the construction at the hotel, which was directly above us. So we had to maneuver around. It's quieter than usual because the air conditioning isn't on due to the construction, which resumes at 8 a.m. We make it into the storage room. The storage room is massive. There are 5 chain-linked fence blocks with about 1 to 3 sections per block. Each block is about 83 feet by 45 feet, with pathways between them, which fit about 6 people standing shoulder to shoulder. Now each block has its different level of visibility. Some you can see between the shelves, and others don't go over 4 feet high, so you can see anything over 4 feet, and others had 0 visibility. Our section is the 3rd block. We take a left into the last section. There are also very few cameras. We put away the bar without much issue. We walk back and chat about the Justice League. We make it 20 feet to exit the hall, and I heard something. It sounded like someone covered their mouth and laughed, which is weird because no one's supposed to be up here other than Gerald and I. I stopped and turned my head to look slightly behind me. Gerald stopped and looked at me confused. Did you hear that? Hear what? We both listened intently, and sure enough, a small cackling occurred again. What the fuck is that? I don't know. Let's leave, I said. Wait, let's see what it was, he replied. I watch horror movies, and I know cliché when I see it. I point this out to Gerald, and he said he was going to investigate it, and that splitting up would be a way more dangerous option. I reluctantly go with him. We walk up to the first block, and I hear it on the other side of the first block. We peek behind the corner, and we see on the left side of the second block a construction helmet slightly peeking from around the corner. After 2 seconds, it disappeared. We hurried to the other side, but it was gone. We go forward a little more, and we hear cackling, but it was farther, on the 4th block. Luckily, the 4th block only had 1 blind spot, which was where the helmet was. So Gerald goes around to try to intercept it. I keep my eyes on it. He gives me a signal, and we both charge it. It leans back, and we nearly run into each other. We look down to see the empty construction helmet on the ground. We were dumbstruck. There were no other exits, and we would have seen whoever if they ran. No other place to hide, and we would have heard if someone climbed a fence. We look around. No answers. Gerald finally agrees that we should leave. We hurry out. I peer over my shoulder, and after we pass the exit, I see it again, peer slightly over the doorway. We bolt to the elevator through the scaffolding. We make it to the elevator and quickly got inside. We hear a wet slapping sound by the scaffolding. The elevator closes and we go down. We were both so nervous. I still have no idea if someone was fucking with us or something else. Hi everyone. So lately I've had some requests to finally share the whole story of the homeless man I actually took in as a tenant and the incidents that followed. I'm just saying in advance, this is a long one, but every detail is relevant. Please note, although everything I have documented is factual, the case was never solved and has likely gone cold since this happened more than 10 years ago. So back in 2007, I found myself working as a bartender at a now closed pub in my hometown. Not a job I particularly liked, but it paid the bills. At this time, they had hired a new kitchen manager that we will simply know as Kearney. Kearney was a pleasant enough man, mostly keeping to himself, but always stayed late to help the barman do our closing duties, so we all liked him for that. New in town, Kearney had yet to find a place of a permanent residence, and I had recently lost my tenant, so someone suggested he ask me. He was considerably older than the tenants I usually took in, but having a streak of bad luck with tenants my own age, I thought an older man with a nice steady job may be a shift in the right direction, so I agreed. Kearney wasted no time and followed me home that very same night, only he wasn't alone. Enter Lawrence, the boyfriend of Kearney. Honestly, I didn't even realize he was gay up to that point, but was water off my back regardless, looking back now. What really should have bothered me though was Lawrence's appearance. He looked like he had been sleeping on the street. So Kearney moved in. Lawrence was there a lot too, and it was easy to know when, due to his ringtone sounding like quacking of ducks. Kearney had some habits that were rather noteworthy to the story. In particular, he basically never closed his door, no matter what he was doing in there. It was always wide open. 2. Although he was a very heavy smoker, he never once smoked inside the house. So Kearney had been living there for about 2 weeks when I had come down with an awful case of pink eye. This being highly contagious, I was given a leave of absence from my bartending job, and therefore decided to go wait it out at my sister's for a few days. Apparently, I didn't mind giving it to her. So the day my sister was scheduled to come pick me up, I took a casual stroll into the bar that myself and Ben, my good friends from high school, at the time co-worker, had been building in my house. And something caught my eye. All the liquor bottles were completely empty. Now, those who had been frequenting my house at the time would know that we're not just talking about 1 or 2 bottles of brandy here, but bottles of whiskey, gin, vodka, schnapps, liqueurs. Basically, it was a full-stock bar that could host a pretty big party without requiring much in the way of additions. So I called Kearney in, asking him if he knew anything about this, receiving feedback that Lawrence and he had been on a slight drinking binge. Those were the actual words he used that had left me both furious about the thousands worth of stock they had drank, but also slightly impressed that they were actually still alive. Regardless, I said I would be dealing with it upon my return. So I'm with my sister for a few days, and on a Friday I get a call from the local police department asking me if I know a Conrad Schultz. Ironically enough, I didn't. They finally add that I would probably know him as Kearney, and that I should probably come down to the station, as they had just arrested his boyfriend for trying to sell my camera equipment. So my sister rushes me back home, where all my camera equipment was on display at the police station. It was on this visit that I'm informed that Lawrence was actually a Navy SEAL, who got dishonorably discharged before turning to a life of crime, and now had a rap sheet the length of a Bible. The kicker was, both he and Kearney were actually homeless men who had met at the Salvation Army. So Lawrence is in jail, and my sister drops me off at home. Based on Kearney's account of what happened, he had turned Lawrence in himself, as he couldn't allow Lawrence to do what he was trying to do. Although I appreciate the sacrifice, I told Kearney that he would have to go, having been the overall cause of all this. However, not wanting to leave him a homeless man, I gave him until the end of the month to make other arrangements. So Monday came around, and having just completed a staff meeting, I walk home to encounter a very much free Lawrence, sitting on the sidewalk across my house, watching it. I confront Lawrence as to why he's there, and he tries to apologize, before begging for money. I dismissed him without giving him a cent. Now, I go back to the previous night. See, I mentioned having a staff meeting for a reason, as it was at the meeting where we had gotten a rather sizable list of liquor bottles that had gone missing from the storeroom, leaving us all suspecting each other. I, however, would not have to wait long to figure out who the real culprit was, as a few days later, I opened the garage bin to see the missing bottles, all empty and staring back at me. I decided to sit on this information for the time being, although I did photograph it, just in case I needed the evidence later. I also called over Ben to inform him of the developments. As this was quickly becoming a detective game, we decided to enter Kearney's room and search for further evidence. Nothing of vast significance in there, with one exception, 2 single photographs of Lawrence, before he had turned into the homeless version of Lex Luthor or Charles Xavier. Actually, there were several of Lawrence's things still in there, but as Lawrence spent a lot of time there before the incident, I accepted this as normal. Now, I should also add that I mentioned Lawrence's release to Kearney and told him that if I suspected that they were still seeing each other, I would throw him out of the house myself. Only a few days would pass before this came into play. On this particular night, I had been bartending again, and Kearney had constantly been stopping by the bar to help himself to glasses half full of wine and half full of Coke, which he would drink outside the restaurant. We confronted him about this, but as he correctly pointed out, he was still a manager, and we had no right to tell him what he could do or could not do. On his 4th trip, however, I had grown suspicious and decided to follow him outside, where I encountered Lawrence sitting outside, sharing half a Coke wine concoction with Kearney. This pissed me off, so the next day I returned to the restaurant with the photographic evidence and handed it over to the general manager, who was also kind of my friend. Although I hadn't physically seen it, I had heard a confrontation through the office door when he fired Kearney. Kearney left, obviously upset, and apparently had no idea that I had been the one to turn him in. So we had to close early that night, and I was walking home. Going past the high school, I saw Kearney coming in the opposite direction. He walked past me, literally only saying 2 words, "I'm scared," before disappearing into the darkness. That would be the last time I would ever physically lay eyes on Conrad Schultz. So we reached the final week, and before Kearney's eviction was to take place, Ben had to come to stay with me for the duration, as we both wanted to monitor the situation and make sure nothing else happens. It was in this week that Kearney's behavior suddenly changed. He was constantly smoking in his room and had his door closed 24/7. In fact, neither Ben or I caught so much of a peek of him in that entire week, which we hadn't thought much of at the time. So the day of Kearney's eviction comes around. Ben had to go home for a few hours, and I finally hear Kearney's bedroom door open. Someone walks out of the room, opens the front door, and leaves. I follow him outside, but somehow he had already completely disappeared. They had left the house keys, indicating that he obviously wasn't planning to come back. I took the keys, noticing something strange. Although the correct keys were still on the keychain, there were also several that weren't mine. Why would he leave me the wrong keys? I remember thinking to myself as I walked into his room. His room was a shock, not because of the state it was in. The two had broken the beds. It had acted wild monkey sex, but I had already known that. As I said, he never closed the damn door. But more that he literally left almost all his belongings behind, with one exception. You guessed it, the 2 photos of Lawrence. Upon further investigation, I suddenly realized that all traces of Lawrence ever being there had completely vanished, with all of Kearney's stuff still left behind. There was one thing of Lawrence left behind though, his duck ringtone, which it turned out hadn't been so much a ringtone, but an actual duckling, which now strolled around casually in the vacant bedroom. We named him Neville. So Ben returns and gets updated about the developments. Both of us are thinking the way he left was rather weird. Of course, the whole thing has been weird. It was only when I asked the infamous question that this all became a conspiracy theory. Did you actually see Kearney in this last week? It was to our shock that we realized neither of us had. Suddenly putting the puzzle pieces together, the changing of habits, Neville the duck, the wrong keys, only Lawrence's stuff being gone. It was a great discomfort that we both asked the question, who had really been living in our house this last week? During the next few days, Ben and I went on a mission searching the town, crawling into drain pipes, trying to find any trace of Kearney, but they all added up to nothing. Conrad Schultz had simply vanished off the face of the earth. That wasn't the case with Lawrence, though. No, he was still around. Having made some new homeless friends, we encountered him several times begging on the streets. I asked him every time, "Where's Kearney, Lawrence?" And he just acted like he never heard of him. The last time I would see Lawrence was across from work, attempting to break into a car. I had called the police on him, and they arrived rather quickly, arresting him on the spot. While he was being led away by the police, I shouted at him one last time, "Where's Kearney, Lawrence?" But he just ignored me, and the cops dragged him away. The next day I filed a police report, reporting Kearney as a missing person, and suggesting that Lawrence may know something about it. But nothing ever came of it. So Lawrence, I don't know if you did something to Kearney or not, but if you did, let's not meet again. I had an acquaintance in high school who had some issues. He had a disability. My school had a very progressive population. Lots of anti-bullying campaigns. Of course, he was bullied a little bit, but the majority of the school was nice to him. He was very mean. He was constantly cussing at other kids and threatening them. I remember in 8th grade, we were in the same science class. We had to give a presentation on nuclear weapons and debate on whether dropping nukes on Japan was the right choice. He printed out pictures of the victims of the bombs. He kind of laughed a little while as he talked about it. He went into full detail about their deaths. Teacher had to tell him to stop and sit down. No one was laughing. Everyone was kind of creeped out. There was also another time a kid mocked him in the hallway. He turned around and said very calmly and confidently, "You won't be doing this when I show up with a 12 gauge. Are you Christian? I bet God won't save you." It sent chills down my body. From then out, I stayed as far away from him as possible. He lived with his grandparents, and they took great care of him. One night, his grandfather came home, and there was an argument. The boy went into his grandparents' room and grabbed the .22 rifle and shot his grandfather multiple times. His grandfather died a few days later at the hospital. I was at juvenile court later on. I did something dumb and had to appear in front of a judge. Sure enough, I saw the boy. He had been locked up for a while. He was in a green jumpsuit and was handcuffed. He was being escorted into a courtroom ahead of the rest of us. He saw me and apparently recognized me. He smiled at me, but not a friendly smile, a creepy one. One that sent chills down my spine. I never saw him again after that, and I'm not really sure what happened to him. This happened to me my freshman year of college. Tinder was new, and everyone at my university was on that app. I joined to see what all the fuss was about. Looking through profiles, I found a few guys that were really interesting. This one guy in particular caught my eye. We will call him Walter. I swipe right on Walter, and we match. I was excited and kinda giddy because he was super attractive. He messages me, and I get butterflies in my stomach. We message on the app for maybe an hour. Typical conversation is happening. I ask him what he does for a living, and he asked me what my major was. Harmless conversation. After a while, he asked me for my number so we could text instead of messaging on the app. I gave it to him. He seemed nice enough. We messaged back and forth for a few days. Lots of flirty conversations and plans to hang out finally occurred. By the 4th day of our conversation, he started calling me babe, which gave me mixed feelings. It was cute, but also a little weird. We didn't really know each other and had never met. I ignored it and continued on with the conversations. He started saying he wanted to be exclusive and he really wanted to see me in person. He was begging me at this point to come to his apartment to cuddle and watch movies with him and his dog. I told him that our first date needed to be in public and I would not be going to some stranger's apartment. He said I was overreacting and kept begging. I decided to ignore him for the rest of that night. The next day he apologized and said he understood why we needed to meet in public. So we made plans that weekend. The weekend came faster than I expected, and it was the day we were supposed to meet. Something just felt off, and I decided to back out. I texted him apologizing, saying my mom wasn't feeling well and needed me to come home to help her with some house chores. This made him annoyed, and he said, "Your mom is a big girl. If she needs you, she can just call you. Just come over, and you can leave whenever to go help her. I really want to see and kiss you." I told him no, that I would be staying with my mom that weekend, and that was that. I only lived about 30 minutes from home, so I actually do go home to see my mom that day. After what he said about my mom, I started ignoring him, and the text started rolling in. Text after text. "Babe, I'm sorry. Please come over. Babe, I miss you. Are you going to come over?" I planned on replying the next day that I was just busy with my mom. Then he started calling me. I had a total of 45 missed phone calls within a 2-hour period. He left voicemails saying that he was sorry and that he just missed me and wanted me to call him back. Similar voicemails continued almost the entire time I was home. My roommate texted me shortly after I finished dinner with my mom and asked if we could go out that night. I agreed and went back to my university dorm. Suddenly, the calls from Walter started increasing again. More texts, voicemails, and he started messaging me again on Tinder, asking me why I wasn't replying to him. I wasn't planning on replying until I got a message on Instagram that said, "Why didn't you tell me you were coming back to town tonight?" Getting this message really freaked me out. I replied to him and said, "Sorry, I've been busy with my mom." "How did you know I was back in town?" He said, "Well, I checked your Tinder, of course." Tinder doesn't show exact locations, but has a within 1 mile message. This really freaked me out, and I messaged him back saying that he was being real creepy. He seriously had to be constantly refreshing my profile to see the distance change. The messages, calls, and voicemails continued. All were him apologizing for making me feel weird about him knowing where I was. He was just worried about me. We had been texting for less than a full week. I told my roommate about it, and so we decided to stay in for the night. The last straw for me was getting a message saying, "Look, I'm really sorry. I'm outside your dorm with flowers and chocolate. Please forgive me." Oh hell no. I called the campus security and told them about this guy, but they never found anyone waiting outside my doors. I'm assuming he was in his car waiting for me to reply. I blocked him on all my socials, phone number, deleted Tinder, and haven't been back on since. I have seen him once, out and about in town, but he didn't recognize me, thankfully. Walter, if you read this, I'm glad we never met. Thanks for making me second guess every single guy I find attractive. I was in the middle of a job where I had been contracted to build a new control system for a calendar mill that rolled rubber into sheets. I had installed new control panels, and during setup, the system did not work as expected. So I was under a lot of pressure to find the problems and correct them. I had been poring over the schematics, looking for design errors, when I found a possible problem. This was late on a Saturday night, and I wanted to check the panel to see what could be causing the problem. When I got to the factory, it was closed. Normally, it stays open 24 hours, but this was a holiday weekend, and they had closed the entire plant. I had a security card that opened the doors 24/7, so I just went in through the back door and used the headlight to make my way through the panel that I had installed. I took off the back panel and sat on the floor. As I was busy tracing the wiring, a light was shined into my eyes and someone yelled, "Freeze!" I look up to see two cops pointing their guns at me, and they were shaking with fear. It was not the cops with the guns that frightened me. It was a raw fear that I saw in the cops' faces that had me scared. They had responded to a silent alarm that I did not know existed, and they had entered the same door that I had left open into the dark, scary factory floor. They had seen my headlight bobbing around behind the strange panel and taken me as a robber or an industrial spy. We all laughed after I straightened it up with them. I actually knew one of the cops. They both said that they were scared shitless of having to creep up on me in the dark, seeing my light flashing around. I often work at night, so as to not to get in the way of production. In another incident, I was working at an unfamiliar city at night in an industrial area. It was cold, with 6 inches of snow on the ground. All the equipment in the building was shut down, except for the industrial furnace that had a noisy blower running on a timer. The timer ran down, and the furnace stopped, leaving it dead silent, except for the footsteps I could hear someone walking across the roof. At first I thought I was hearing things, but they started up again, and I followed them from below. I went to the back door, made sure it was locked, and peered out the doors towards my car 50 meters away in the parking lot. It was then I noticed footsteps in the snow going around my car and right to the door where I was at. Just then I hear rattling and the shadow of someone coming from the fire ladder. I hide from the window behind a metal grinder and saw 3 hooded men drop from the fire ladder and go back towards my car. They peered into the doors. So here I was in a strange city with 3 men trying to break into my car and the building I was in. I finally found a phone in the office and called 911. It took forever for the cops to get there, over 30 minutes. It turned out that there were 3 kids in a gang who had set up their hideout on the roof of the building that was normally empty at night. They had hidden stash of stolen goods on the roof, no big deal. But hearing footsteps on the roof of an empty building in the dark of night really got to me. So about 13 years ago, when I was maybe 4 or 5, my grandma used to work for this disabled guy. His name was Rudy, and my brother and I used to go there while my grandma worked. When my brother went back to school, I was still too young to go to school, so I stayed in his house with my grandmother. I was often left alone with him because my grandma had to go to the store to get groceries and whatnot. He was really nice at first, but he always had an off feeling surrounding him. I was a kid and didn't care about it though. He was always doing weird things, and it should have been obvious that I shouldn't trust him, but I couldn't not trust him. He would always give me snacks and toys. How could you dislike someone who does that? I remember the first time he did something. He pulled down my pants. I thought it was a game at first, so I tried to run away. He wouldn't let go of my pants though. I didn't see anything wrong with it at the moment of time. He tried pulling me towards him, but I was running in the opposite direction. I wasn't going to let him, not because I knew it was wrong, but because I thought it was a game. I finally got away and pulled my pants back up. I ran into the living room and acted as if nothing happened. But that's what it seemed, as if it was normal to do. He did this numerous amount of times, to the point where I knew it was wrong, and I got uncomfortable. This is all I remember him doing, but I'm not sure if he did anything else. It was years ago, and this is the first time I've chosen to type about it, or tell anyone, because I felt as if it was my fault, and I didn't want to be viewed differently, so I kept it to myself. This is a shorter story, but I think it fits here. I had just turned 18 at the time, and after getting out of a shitty high school romance, I figured I'd give Tinder a try. I didn't really plan on going on any dates. I just wanted to talk to new people, and then maybe someone would pique my interest. Let me set the scene. It's my senior ball. I'm all glammed up in my vintage dress and having a pretty good time, despite not having a date. The night was calming down, so I was sitting on my phone while a slow song played. I opened my Tinder to see if I had any new matches, and I did. A guy who was decently attractive and only a year older than me asked if I wanted to go on a date. I declined, but he seemed pretty insistent. To be fair, it wasn't a very harsh no, because I didn't want to hurt his feelings. He then proceeds to spam me with different date ideas. I tried to ignore it and just go back to my friends. I checked my phone maybe 15 minutes later, and he had sent me pictures of an empty school parking lot that was maybe 2 blocks away from the reception hall I was at. He was asking me to meet him there and said that he would bring drinks and we could get drunk together. I told him no. He asked if Walmart would be better. I proceeded to block him and didn't pick up the app for a little while after. This was a while ago, so my memory of that night is a bit spotty, so I probably missed some details that would make this a little creepier. So, where do I start? I guess I can begin with a bit of background. This story takes place at a Kroger. I wasn't a customer or anything, no, I was an employee. I'm night shift, which means no one else is in the store but us employees. But when the store opens, there's a couple hours of opportunity to interact with the customers. So I met this man, and he looked like he was in his 60s, probably 6 foot tall. I'm 5'4", and he walked with a slow pace and a limp. Nothing too threatening, right? Now, I've seen this guy all the time, sometimes even with his wife. He didn't say anything bad to me at first, just, "You're working too hard." And that's it. I would usually answer back with, "Hardly working." Nothing bad, so very harmless and forgetful. I moved on with my shift. It goes like this for a while, with the same greeting and everything. Sometimes even making a bit of small talk. He never really had anything special to say. "I used to teach karate," he says, "and I'm a 3rd-degree black belt, until they kicked me out." No lie, he actually said kicked me out. So me being curious and dumb, I asked why, for reasons I honestly cannot remember. But I think in that moment of curiosity, he saw an opportunity to literally vent to me. This is where harmless goes downhill. He would share too much, way too much. He would say things like, "My wife hates my guts and constantly says she wants a divorce. My kids want nothing to do with me and took away all my weapons. My wife beats me and I got arrested on false accusations of hitting her back. I got married to my wife when I was 19 and adopted her 2 kids when it happened. I'm a 21-year-old girl who just wanted to do my job and go home. I don't care about any of this." But in my eyes, I saw that he felt lonely, so I continued to play the part of the listener. Time goes on, and I would see him a couple times a week, and he would take up at least 20 minutes of my time to talk to me. He said a couple of other things to me, but I've honestly tuned him out at this point. He literally does nothing but complain, and more complaining. It's honestly taxing to listen to him. So this is where I become just plain stupid, and I have since then regretted my actions. We were acquainted at this time. I know his name, his wife, and he damn well gave me more information about himself than necessary. So I clock out of work and walk outside. I see old dude. We walk, we talk. Well, he talks, and I just listen. And he suddenly says to me, "I have my phone number if you want. You don't have to accept if I'm creeping you out." I felt obligated and dumbfounded, but I took the damn piece of paper with his number on it. This is a 60-year-old man talking to a 21-year-old girl. I don't call him, but kept the piece of paper in my wallet. At this point in time, I'm not really getting major red flags. He just seems like a lonely old man that wants to talk to someone nice for a change. Because he makes it out like the whole world is moving against him and is out for his life. I'm not exaggerating this either. Moving on with the story. I let him have my number, not expecting him to call really. When I get a text, and I quote, since I still have them, "Please help me. I need to talk to you." I panic a bit since this sounds like a cry for help. I call him immediately. The conversation was a bit lost on me because he goes on and on about his wife was beating him and how he has no friends and how I was his only friend. How I'm the most beautiful woman he had ever met, the smartest, the kindest, and blah blah. He was on the phone with me for an hour, and I had to go to bed in a couple hours since I worked the night shift. He called every day, at least once a day. Dude knew my birthday was coming up and called to ask what I would want. I said I didn't care. He asked me about flowers and if I liked them, if I liked jewelry. I didn't care. He then said he wasn't going to call me for the next 3 days, and the next time he would see me, he would give me my gift. Fine, whatever. I hung up. Unfortunately, disaster struck and a family member of mine passed away. Cancer. It's just one of those things. I didn't know him that well, but he was a good, kind-hearted man. I went to the funeral to support my dad since he saw him as a father. I texted the old dude to let him know that I can't receive his gift and I was going to go to a funeral. I leave work early to head home and get dressed and ready for the long day when my phone goes off. I got a text message from him saying, "I understand. I need to talk to you. Please call me when you can." I ignored that crap and moved on with my plans. I'm in the middle of the funeral, surrounded by grieving people chatting back and forth, when my phone begins to ring. My heart sinks to the lowest pit of hell when I recognize the ringtone. It was the old dude. I ignore the call and continue with the funeral when he calls again, not even 5 minutes later. I leave the loud room and walk into the hallway, answering the phone angrily and generally pissed off. I say I'm at a funeral and I hang up. He then proceeds to call me and text me one last time during the day. That was a total of 3 calls while I was at a funeral. Normally, people would respect other people's privacy when things like death happen. I turn off my phone. I get back home, and I call dude to see what the hell was going on, and he doesn't answer back. The next day he calls me, moans and groans about how he had the worst day of his life, how his wife slapped him across his face and stuff. I'm sorry about the abuse, but I honestly don't really believe him at this point. He goes on for an hour when he says something that broke my sympathy for him. If I was younger, I would ask you to be my wife. What? It's true. I would want to take you ice skating, show you out to the town, and treat you like the lady you are. That's something you just don't say to a 22-year-old girl. I was at wit's end with this man. I'm done. So my birthday rolls around, and he texts me twice. Please call me anytime you can, and let me know how your birthday went, and what you got for your birthday. Love me. Will you please go skating tomorrow morning, please? Let me know, please, for our birthdays. I wish I was lying about these texts. That was the last text I got from him, and I told him in person to lose my number. He said he understood, but he still called me at least 2 more times and talked to me on the phone for an hour, talking about how he would love to teach me karate and how I needed to defend myself, how I needed to prepare to take a life if necessary. Like, he goes into gruesome detail about what he would do to them. I freaking block his number as soon as he hangs up. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. Now we get to today. I saw him out of the corner of my eye, slowly lumbering over to me. I greeted him, but kept on working. He talked to me for at least 20 minutes. During the time, he bought a vase of roses and gave them to me. It was around that time that the store manager saw how long I was talking to him and came over to break it up. Dude walks away, and the store manager looks at me, clearly concerned, and asks me if I was okay. I told her I was fine, and that he was harmless. She told me not to talk to him for that long anymore, and that I need to do my job and leave. I understood where she was coming from. So the store manager leaves, and I get back to work. Minutes away from leaving, when another employee walks up. He also knows of the old dude, and I talked to him before. He told me that old dude had been kicked out of the store before for inappropriate comments to other female workers. He says he's got my back if I need to escape from dude, and I thanked him for his concern. So here I am, seconds away from leaving, and staring at the roses in my cart. Yeah, I'm definitely throwing those away, I said to myself, heading back to the break room. I run into two employees, just when I'm about to toss the roses. My employee asks me what's wrong with them, and I say, I got them from an unwanted guest. It was in an instant that she knew who I was talking about. That dirty old man? She said. Clearly, a lot of people in the store knew about him. I offered the rose to my other coworker to get them off my hands, and she gladly takes them, saying to come to her if he bugs me again. So I'm flower free, and the phone number is blocked. I drive home and realize that I need to tell my dad about this. So I tell him the truth. Not about all the phone calls, since I'm a coward, but enough for him to become concerned. I give him the piece of paper with his number on it. Needless to say, my dad's keeping a calm and keen eye on the horizon while polishing his guns at the moment. Update. It's only been a day since I posted the story, and I got one more thing to say. He came back today and walked up to me. I didn't even look at him. I got you into trouble yesterday, didn't I? I immediately said, yes you did, still refusing to look at him. I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. And that was it. He said that and left right after. What do you guys think? I believe he's harmless, just doesn't know his boundaries well. Second update. Oh boy, he came in again for the 4th day in a row. This is definitely obsessive behavior. No one goes to the grocery store for 4 days in a row. He came in again and gave me a card, apologizing for getting me in trouble the other day. It read, I'm sorry I got you into trouble. I hate it worse if I can't talk to you anymore. Please call me. You're my only friend. I don't want to lose you as a friend. I love talking to you every morning. You make my day. I'll be on my best behavior. Please call me. I let this whole thing drag on way too long. I gotta end it now before my parents become full-fledged mama bear and papa bear mode. So this is the final update. I guess I can finally put this whole stupid ordeal behind me now. I know I was stupid, but what else is new? So I told my boss about what happened, and naturally, he took it very serious. I showed him the card and everything, and he said he would handle it. So some time passed, and I still see the guy every so often, ignoring him like I'm supposed to do. I told my boss that the old dude was inside the store, and he literally went hunting for him, going up and down the aisles trying to find him, but no luck. I guess the dude left. The next time I saw him was more comical, really. I was talking to my boss about whatever, and I gestured to a pallet behind me that I had to start on. I was casually looking over my shoulder, and the old dude was standing right behind me. I made a weird gasping sound and spun back around, eyes wide, a bit caught off guard. I don't know if he was pretending to look for something. My boss picked up on it right away and said, "Is that him?" "Yep." "I'll talk to him." My boss went towards the guy, and I walked away, wanting nothing to do with it. A couple of minutes later, my boss found me again and said that him and the old dude had a small chat. Nothing bad. He basically told the old dude that he was making me uncomfortable and he needs to leave me alone. Things like that. Where to begin? I'll just start back to literally last month. So I started working with this guy, who for the sake of the story, I'll call him Bob. Bob is a kind person. I unleashed my full throttle of sarcasm on. Making fun of him just made me feel better, but he seemed to like it. Little did I know that he liked it a lot. I just thought he likes being made fun of, so no harm done, right? Well, if I had been right, I wouldn't be writing this. To be clear, I only thought of him as just being a friend, never anything more than that. Bob is 34, and I'm 22. Hopefully you figured out that I'm a female by now. He also has 2 kids and 2 ex-wives. One of them is our co-worker, who works in a different department. Bob starts bringing food in and candy for me and my co-workers. It made me feel weird, but he keeps insisting that it's just his way of being nice to everyone. Anyways, we've become friends on Facebook, and he kept messaging me via Messenger and wanting to talk to me. I'm not always in the mood to talk to people, and sometimes I'm busy, and when I wouldn't respond to him, he would get all moody and upset. He started saying things like, "You're mad at me? Whatever I did, I'm sorry." And at work, when I didn't want to talk to him, he'd act all weird and moody. He offers to buy me my own pizza, which makes me feel extremely weird. But I just let it go, since he ended up getting me one. I mean, Bob is just too nerdy, but I just thought I was being too mean and judgmental, so I kept talking to him every now and then. As time goes on, obviously less and less, because I start to feel like he has feelings for me. But I start to second guess myself, and just think I'm crazy. I still only thought of him as just a friend, a fellow coworker friend. So, the minute my boss got transferred to manage a different department of the company, I find out that Bob is my new boss. Bob messaged me that same weekend, and I'm shocked and feel compromised because of the new position he just put me in. And of course, he didn't think of what kind of position he put me in, because all he was thinking about was himself and his wants and desires. So this is my horror story of how I got unwanted attention from my boss. P.S. I blocked him, and he has no way of contacting me unless it's face to face. All of my coworkers, which are male, are aware of the situation and have seen the messages. I'm not a vindictive person, and I don't want to ruin his life, but what he did I consider strike 2, and if he does it again, I will go to HR. I'm going to keep my distance, and if I'm around him, I keep a coworker with me, and he seems to have gotten the message. Update. He wouldn't let it go. He kept messaging me over and over again, and I had no choice but to go to HR. He kept on giving me the hard jobs, as if he was punishing me, and he would still message me and get mad when I didn't message him back. I finally talked to my friends and decided to go to HR. They ended up not doing anything. He still has his job, and I basically had to switch departments to get away from him. I might look for a new job. Back in the summer of 2010, I fell victim to unexpected predators. Predators so unexpected, I can hardly believe it really happened when I look back on it. It was a type of experience that made me question whether or not I would survive. I was out late with my boyfriend, Richie. We were both 17 or 18 years old and had just graduated trade school, where we also met. We were living together on our own. We were living our best lives, no matter how little money we had. We loved spending most nights with one of our best friends at the time. His name was Daniel. Most nights we spent with Daniel were filled with late night drives, munchie runs, and video game sleepovers. We always had fun, just laughing and being dumb kids. We didn't really party or surround ourselves with drama or drugs. We did, however, like to drink once in a while. I don't approve of underage drinking at all now, but I know it happens. It is reality. This particular night, we had done what we did most nights. We drove around in Daniel's black 2-door Honda Civic. We were listening to Skrillex, blasting it all the way up. We decided to go to the grocery store to pick up some snacks and some wine coolers. At the time, I was texting my best girlfriend, Charlotte. It was around 7 p.m., and I missed her so much, so I asked her if she wanted us to go pick her up. She was off work and said, Yes, absolutely. Charlotte wants to hang out with us, I told Daniel. Alright, we'll go get her. Tell her we're on our way. So I texted Charlotte and told her to get ready soon. I couldn't wait to see her. It had been weeks since I last seen her, and I knew that she missed me too. We did still talk every day, but seeing her is the best thing. We had talked about a new album by the band Red. She said her brother had bought it, and she said she wanted me to listen to it. I asked her to ask her brother if it was okay if I borrowed it, and he agreed, so I told her not to forget it when I picked her up. We arrived at her place around 7:30, and she lives in a mobile home community, pretty close to where we were picking up our snacks and drinks. I texted her, letting her know that we had arrived, and she came out of her place about 2 minutes later. She got in the car and we headed to Daniel's house. When we arrived, I realized that I left my wallet and the Red album in the car. I thought, it's fine, I'll get that stuff later. We sat in the kitchen and started drinking and eating some munchies. I had actually started to feel sick earlier that day, so I only drank one wine cooler. The night went well. As it progressed, we sat around talking and enjoying the night. Around 11 p.m., Charlotte all of a sudden said, "Shit, my coworker just texted me and asked me to cover her shift tomorrow morning." "No, don't leave us," I interrupted, laughing. She laughed and said, "I want to stay, but I need the extra cash." We tried to convince her to stay, but she asked if we could take her home. Daniel was really drunk at this point. I had my learner's permit at the time, so I offered to drive since I was the only one sober. I figured it would also make good driving practice. So we proceeded to load up in the car, and I headed carefully to drop off Charlotte. We listened to music as always on the way, and laughed about how drunk Daniel was. He wasn't puking or anything, but he was saying many funny things. This is a great night, I remember thinking. We finally get to Charlotte's house, and I park in her driveway. We say our goodbyes, and she got out of the car. I stayed in the driveway until I saw that she made it into her place safely. I was by no means professional at driving at this time, so I drove all the way up the street in the opposite direction we came in, so I can just turn around at the next street and make a wide turn to drive back in the opposite direction again. I was terrible at adjusting cars. Let's just say I really needed the most practice making turns and parking. When I finally turned the car around to drive in the opposite direction, I realized I positioned the car too close to another car that was parked on the street. So I pressed the brake pedal, proceeded to try to reverse away from the car I parked too close to. Just as I put the car in reverse, we all gasped as we saw a small, gray, and very shitty looking pickup reverse very quickly in front of us. I panicked a little because it was abrupt. I thought for sure that they were going to hit us. The truck stopped, and I expected the driver to reposition the truck and drive away. I was very wrong. All of a sudden, two young Hispanic guys, who appeared to be in their late teens or early 20s, jumped quickly out of the truck and ran towards the Honda. I froze. I couldn't process what was happening. But one of them came to my side of the car, the other to the passenger side, where Richie was sitting. I didn't know that the car was unlocked. I regret not locking the doors because as soon as they got to the car, they opened the door and started yelling at us to get the hell out of the car. They made us get out, in the fear and panic that was upon us. When I got out of the car, I looked at this guy in front of me. I felt the worst fear I had ever felt in my life. I looked into his eyes and could tell he was high or something. I saw so much hatred and anger in his eyes. I knew this guy was out to hurt someone. I made it a point not to make too much eye contact, but made sure I got a good look at him. He was about 5 foot 6 inches tall. He was thin, tan skin, and short spiky brown hair. He was wearing skinny light blue jeans and a blue plaid long sleeve shirt. On his face sat a round set of glasses with light blue tint. I didn't get a good look at the other guy because I was fixated on the threat in front of me. I just remember he had dark hair and it was about the same height as the other guy. I was so scared I didn't even know what was going on. All I could hear was, "What the fuck are you doing at my girl's house?" Pointed at Daniel and loudly asked, "My girl's cheating on me with this fucker? Claudia's with this fucker?" At the moment, he and the other guy started going through the car. They took my wallet and the red album and threw it out on the street. I whimpered in reply, "No, we just dropped off a friend. We don't know any Claudia." He replied loud and aggressive, "Which friend? You're lying." I didn't want to give up my best friend's name, obviously, so I responded, "Maria. We came to drop off my friend Maria. We don't know a Claudia. Please leave us alone." I was terrified and careful about what I said or did because I didn't know if they had any weapons. I know we all had the same thought because we were all trying to remain calm. I didn't try anything, even though I didn't see any weapons. In my head, I knew it was a possibility, so I tried to remain calm. Before I knew it, the spiky guy grabbed my arm and started to lead me up the street. He said, "All right, take me to your house then. I want to talk to Maria," he said calmly. "Okay, I'll take you and show you. I'll prove to you that we don't know Claudia." We walked a few feet in silence, dozens of things going through my head. I was not about to lead him to Charlotte. I thought about running for it. I thought about pleading with him. I had no idea what to do. I turned around to try to assure him again. I said, "I really don't know Claudia." He didn't say anything. He just looked at me and looked back at his friend that he had left with Richie and Daniel. I guess he decided better and didn't want to leave his partner behind because he left me alone on the street and took off running back down the street to the other guys. I took the opportunity to run behind one of the mobile homes and try to get back closer to the car. I thought about asking one of the neighbors to call the cops, but I was hesitant because, after all, it was really late at night and I probably wouldn't get an answer, or maybe if I did, I would just get the door slammed in my face. Just then, as I ran farther down the houses, through the back, I saw Daniel turn the corner and headed towards me. "Where's Richie?" I frantically asked. "I don't know. We both came looking for you." Richie then appeared behind the mobile homes too, and we were just so thankful to see each other. We peered around the mobile homes and decided it was safe to go back to the car. We ran fast. I ran so fast I could feel my pants falling off. I jumped into the back seat of the car without hesitation. Daniel had sobered up by the end of all that and decided to drive home. We were all so shocked, angry, and scared that we just all knew what to do and how to position ourselves in the car. I asked them what happened while I was by myself. They said they squared up with the guys. They fist fought for a couple of minutes and the other guys took off on foot. Richie said he didn't even get hit. He said that the guy looked like he was either high or drunk. We drove back to Daniel's house. We called the cops on the way there. They arrived 10 minutes later. I was shooken up. I was crying, and my stomach felt like it was turned upside down. The cops took all our statements. They said that they'll do their best to get this solved, but we never heard anything back about the incident. Nobody blamed me for it, but I had several regrets. I thought it was my fault for not locking the door. I thought how stupid it was that I froze up. I didn't know what I was going to do when the spiky-haired guy took me alone up the street. I was terrified of what he had in mind to do with me. I didn't know those guys. I didn't know their intentions or motives. I still have no idea who the hell Carla was. I have regrets, but I know it wasn't my fault. We were all so young and hardly had any life experience. It taught us a lot. I'm just happy and now thank God that nothing worse happened. It's not my fault, and those guys shouldn't have done what they did to us. Well, I don't blame myself anymore. I think we just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. For a while, I worked the front desk at a retirement home. My shift was from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m., basically the black of night. The retirement home was nice, 3 stories, and the people lived on their own apartments and had maids to clean up after them. There was a restaurant inside that served the residents meals. Everything was nice and new. There was even an atrium in the middle of the building that had plants, water features, and a big jacuzzi. My job was to be at the front desk in case anyone needed help. Part of my job was also to walk the floors at night, just in case one of the oldsters needed anything, and to make sure the outside doors were all shut. It took me about 20 minutes to walk each floor. I had to walk the circuit at least 3 times on each floor, but it was up to me when to do the intervals. After I finished the circuit, I would go back down to the first floor where I could watch TV or read until it was time to make another round. I didn't particularly like being the only person awake in that building in the wee hours. I would have to go into the back of the building and check some of the doors, and that made me feel uncomfortable. One night, I was sitting on the couch in the first floor lobby, and I thought I saw one of the residents walking across the atrium like he was drunk. Sometimes residents would bring liquor into the atrium, which was okay as long as it wasn't in a glass bottle. I didn't have a good vantage point of the atrium, with all the dense foliage and my angle from where I was sitting. I got up and entered the atrium from the south door. I looked around just in case someone needed help, but I was the only person in there. I went back to the first floor lobby couch and started watching TV again. I couldn't concentrate on it though. I kept thinking of the atrium. Something about it was bothering me. I decided just to make one more circuit of the building. I got in the elevator and went to the top floor and started my walk. All quiet. I then used the back stairs to get down to the second floor. Also quiet. Except for one of the residents running their TV very loudly. But no one had complained, so there was no need to knock on the door. I was almost back into the elevator when I looked over the side of the atrium. I saw someone in yellow swim trunks. I wasn't alarmed. I figured one of the residents was taking a late dip in the jacuzzi. Supposedly the jacuzzi wasn't to be ran after midnight. But hey, they were adults, so I wasn't going to give them a hard case about it. It was getting near 4 a.m., and I could barely keep my eyes open. I turned on the TV and sat down at the desk to do some paperwork, anything to keep me from nodding off. While I was sitting there, I saw someone walk across the atrium from the south side to the north side, just like before. Okay, now I'm getting a little pissed. Sometimes the residents have a little fun with the staff. Also, some of these old birds and cats were getting on at their age, and there had been some crazy things happening, especially when they brought out the booze. At some point, after 4 a.m., I fell asleep at the desk. I was startled awake a few minutes later when I heard some commotion in the atrium. I jerked awake just in time to see one of the residents run across the atrium to the other side. I only saw him for a second, but he had on the yellow swim trunks. I couldn't see where he went, but I could see that the north side door was propped up with one of the rocks that decorated the atrium. Propping the door open like this was certainly odd. Okay, fun games, people, I thought. Playtime is over. I got up and went to the south side atrium door. The door was stuck. I yanked on it, but it didn't budge. So I had to scurry all the way to the other side of the atrium to enter through the prop door on the north side. As I stepped into the atrium, I could hear that the jacuzzi was on the highest setting, and it was absolutely roaring. There was about a dozen beer cans on the cool decks. I marched over the fake bridge that spanned fake rocks over the river that was on the middle of the atrium. There was someone in the jacuzzi alright, but he was face down in the water. I jumped in and grabbed his arm to turn him over and start CPR, but it was already too late. He was non-responsive. I yelled for help, but the residents couldn't hear me. Most of them were hard of hearing. I tried to haul him up the jacuzzi steps, but couldn't move him much, since he was twice my weight. I ran to the lobby phone. He had jammed the south side door open with some more big rocks, so I had to run fast to get to the lobby so I could call 911. The EMT showed up quickly, but my resident had set up his suicide very well. After the autopsy, the resident starter told us that he had 5 times the amount of alcohol of those 12 beer cans in his blood. I was pissed off that he played cat and mouse with me all night and left me to clean up the mess. And on the other hand, I felt guilty that I wasn't able to intrude on what he was up to. I blamed myself a lot for a long time. Also, if you've never been with a corpse alone in the dead of night, I can attest that it is increasingly horrific. I spent time working at a mental health unit for a private care home. There are always loads of stories of eerie things going on, and I never believed them. There are a couple of times I was freaked out though. Part of the job was to patrol the corridors, checking that the residents were asleep and in their beds. An important bit of info, which is relevant, is that the unit that I worked on was classed as a challenging behavior unit, basically violent or aggressive residents. The unit had been built for 40 residents, but because of the nature of the clients, the most they ever had was about 14. This meant that the place was mainly empty. One night I was doing a check on my own, at about 3 a.m. I had pretty much finished my rounds, and was about to head back to the lounge to continue watching TV in an attempt to keep myself awake. As I was heading back, I heard a bump noise and some muttering down one of the corridors. Thinking it was a resident, I walked towards the noise. It seemed to be coming from room 40, which hadn't had a resident in it for years. I was on my own. All the other staff were in the lounge. I didn't recognize the voice, and as I got to the room, I heard a loud bang. I opened the door and went in. It was a pitch black empty room, perfectly tidy with no one else in there. I freaked out and checked every room on the way back again. Chatting with the staff a few weeks later, they asked if anything eerie had happened to me yet. Playing it down, I said no. But it turns out room 40 was supposedly haunted after a member of the staff was fatally wounded there by a resident. I never told anyone at work about the incident, but it freaked me out. On a side note, not quite night shift, but eerie nonetheless. I was called into an emergency day shift. A resident was dying, and they needed extra staff to cover the floor while staff tended to the resident in his last moments. There was a call system in the building, like a hospital, which links to the pagers that the staff have to respond to. Each room has one, and the pagers allow you to see who's calling and if it's an emergency. Anyway, the resident passed away, and it was quietly told to the staff while they sorted the funeral details with the family. I was sitting in a lounge when the pager system went off for his room. Thinking the staff needed help or supplies, I went into the room. I popped my head around the door to be told that they didn't page anyone. I checked my pager, and it was his room that was calling. I reset the system and left. This happened 3 more times after that, each time within minutes of my leaving. Eventually, on the last time, I went to take the batteries out of the call system. A few minutes later, his room went off again. I still had the batteries in my pockets. We were all freaked out a little by this, so I went back one more time. The nurse that was dealing with the resident was shocked to hear what was happening. Even when I showed her the pager, saying it was a room calling, she paused and turned to the deceased. She knelt down next to him and said, in the most soothing voice ever, "It's okay, Bob. You can rest now. We'll be here for you if you need us." The alarm never went off again while he was there. We put the batteries back in after he left and the system was fine. Never had a fault again, or never went off unexpectedly again. So I'm not sure how many people know what FetLife is, but basically it's a fetish BDSM social media site. Facebook for those into kink, basically. It was used a lot for hookups, dating, but I was primarily into it to read some short erotica that were posted in forums sometimes, and finding more like-minded friends. But I did eventually branch out and meet some people off of there. Most of them were really cool, others not so much. They were just kind of boring. All in all, it was pretty okay. But after talking to this one guy and meeting up with him only once, I got really bad vibes and decided not to go any further. He just creeped me out for some reason. He was not ready to give up. Things went quiet for a while, and then 2 weeks later I kept getting harassing messages from blank accounts that I'm assuming were his, as they all had different variations of the same screen name, but words and letters arranged in a different order. They were pretty harmless things like, "Why don't you love me? I thought we had something special. Hello? Please talk to me." Things of that nature. Annoying, but not dangerous. Well, one day he shows up to my work. Now I did work at a McDonald's, so it isn't that weird. And luckily I work in the back at the drive-thru. I only really saw him out of the corner of my eye when I went up to the front to grab cups, and I don't think he recognized me. I had shaved my head. It was trendy at the time, and when I met him I had a wig on. I never told him that I had shaved my head either. But as I was walking back, he called out my name. I rushed into the back and told my manager, and he got asked to leave. I didn't see or hear from him for 2 weeks afterwards. I get another message from a totally new unnamed account, but this one was much more sinister, and I knew it was him. It had to be. When he found out I was dating someone new, he got angry and threatened to expose me. I didn't work at McDonald's, so he didn't know where I worked anymore, but he knew where I went to school, the names of my mother and sister, and knew where they worked. He knows what shops I shop at, which friends I hang out with the most. He didn't know her name, but he gave me a really detailed description of how she looked, and he says that he knows where I live. Luckily, nothing happened, and I moved soon after. I never heard from him again, but needless to say, I was very spooked out, and it scared me away from online dating for good. I made a police report, so maybe that scared him away. I work at a family-owned restaurant as a counter girl. My job is fairly easy, and when I turned 16 years old, they allowed me to become a closer. Which shouldn't be the name, since closing counter girls leave an hour before actual closing time. One night, 3 well-dressed and fit men came in. They were buff, over 6'3" at least, dressed in fitted suits with nice jewelry on. And I can't lie, they were very attractive. One of them came to the counter while my coworkers weren't around and asked for my number. I proceeded to tell them how young I was. He continued on with it and said, "Just delete the messages." I got his number and began texting him and felt relief that he told me that he was on a business trip and he actually lives in Texas and is leaving in 4 days. Those next 4 days, since I refused to go to his place, he was coming in every night to get food. I didn't mind it at first, but each day he came with a different man. When he told me he was only on a trip with the 2 men from the first meeting. By the time the 3rd or 4th day rolled around, my closing shift ended at 11, since it was a Saturday night. He came in again, this time with even taller and bigger men. I'm talking gigantic muscle men, which was very unnerving. It was about 10:15 or so, and he said, "You guys close at 12, right? So you're off soon, huh?" And I just smiled and nodded at him and cashed him out. I went about my usual business, and around 10:55, when I went to put stuff in the dish room before clocking out, something caught my eye outside the little kitchen window. It was this fucking guy inside his rental white Challenger with a black stripe. I recognized it clear as day, since he boasted about it upon our first meeting. Sure enough, when I walk up to the window, they were in there waiting. At this time, I recently turned 16 and didn't have my license just yet, so my sister was picking me up. She parked fairly far away, past where they were, and there were no streetlights on or anything. I was starting to become nauseous. I immediately started panicking, and my waitress noticed. I told her everything, and she had me call my sister to pull up to the door. And I told her, "Please don't go outside, Vanessa. Let me go on my own." The last thing I wanted was for her to get hurt. But she's a mother, and she denied what I said and walked me out and made sure I got into the car and locked the doors. Once I got in, I didn't even buckle, and I said to my sister, "You need to drive, and you need not to drive home." My gut was telling me something, and it wasn't nice. My sister, obviously confused and getting freaked out, but did what I asked. I noticed them following, but she had lost them. To this day, I'm grateful for the waitress for helping me and my sister for acting quickly and not stopping to ask questions. I don't know what would have happened if I left on my own. Many years ago, I was a technical writer for a state office. My office was half of what had been an interrogation room for the Attorney General at one time. Since then, millions had been spent in renovations for the building, which had been built in the 1880s. It may have looked shiny and new, but it had some old residents left from before the renovations. I was working late and was sitting at my desk, which was U-shaped, with the center being the only open area for my office. A coworker came in, and the two of us were sitting there, at each end of the U, making revisions on a document together. Suddenly I felt like someone was in the office with us, but there wasn't anyone. The door was to our backs, but it felt like someone was on the other end of the U curved part, where my computer was. No one could have gotten there without walking through us. As we look at the spot where it seemed like someone was standing, the cord to my desk phone lifted, and it looked like someone had dropped it off the edge of my desk. I look at my coworker and she looked at me, and then we looked back at the phone cord. It was swinging back and forth, then suddenly it stopped in the dead center, as if someone put their hands out and held it there. It totally stopped swinging. She said, "Did you see that?" and ran out of the office. I left, took a walk, and went back to work a little bit later. What else was I gonna do? About a week later, I was at work late again. This time, I'm sitting at the bottom of the U, at my computer. Off to my left, I had a stack of papers, maybe 10 or 12 pages, and my glasses were laying on top of them. There was nothing near them, no air conditioning vents, and they were out of my reach. However, as I was typing, out of the corner of my eye, I saw some movement. I turned my head just in time to see the pile of papers, with my glasses on top of them, slide about 6 inches down my desk. Other things had happened over the years, but these were the two that stood out most in my mind. For a bit of background information, I'm a guy from Mississippi, and I was around 19 at the time this took place. I lived in a small trailer with my dad and brother for the first 16 years of my life, before my brother, who I'll call Gunner, moved out due to him and my father always fighting. After my brother moved out, my father and I moved a county away, therefore the trailer was left vacant. A couple years later, I started dating this girl, who we'll call Chelsea, and my brother was dating her sister, who we'll call Mariah. We all decided to move into the vacant trailer because at the time, there was no other option. We needed a place to stay fast, and that was our option. Keep in mind, at the time, my girlfriend had 2 kids, and Mariah had 4. This is where the story begins. My brother had, and still has a meth addiction, and it causes him to be violent and aggressive when he's high. The entire time he and Mariah were together, they would non-stop argue and fight. Several times it became physical and the police were called. All in all, the police were called 8 times while we lived together. Anyway, the first big event happened around Christmas of 2017. My brother had been high for 4 days and was trying to start an argument with Mariah just to get an altercation started. This is how he was when he was high. Tensions rose, and he wanted to take their 6-month-old son away and stay at her grandparents' house a quarter-mile down the road. Mariah wasn't going to let him take him in this condition, so Gunnar grabs one of his hunting rifles from my room and puts everyone at gunpoint and says, and I quote, "If anyone tries to take Cody away from me, I'll fucking kill you." At this point, everyone froze in fear. He was standing there with a 6-month-old baby in his arm and a .308 caliber rifle in the other, pointing at me, Chelsea, Mariah, and the 5 other children. He then leaves out the back door and proceeds to walk to my grandparents' house in 30-degree weather with a 6-month-old baby with just a blanket. Chelsea and I drive down to my grandparents' house and end up calming him down long enough to convince him to give back Cody so we can get him home and make sure that he is safe and everyone else is safe. Not even 5 minutes later, my dad is pulling into the driveway where my brother was at to see what was going on. At the time, I was in the bathroom pissing, and when I walked out of the bathroom, my brother walks up to me so high that he pushes me onto the ground for no reason. For some reason, this just flips a switch. I get up, ready to fight, and my dad gets behind Gunnar and puts him in the chokehold. Keep in mind, my dad is a big guy, around 5'11", but husky and strong. My brother is also 5'10", husky and strong as well, but he had his youth to his advantage, so my dad wasn't able to keep hold of him for long. I'm only 5'6", around 130 pounds. So when my dad is restraining my brother, I take the opportunity to punch my brother in the ribs as hard as I can, while I can. I mean, come on. What else are you going to do when you're this small in comparison? My brother finally breaks free and starts to swing on me. By a miracle, he never lands a punch, and I get out of there, and my father is able to subdue him without anyone getting hurt. He ended up just talking some shit and leaving with my father. The next incident happened a couple months after, around February. By the way, Mariah was still together with Gunnar after everything that happened for some reason. I was at H&R Block filing my taxes when I get a call from Mariah, panicking, saying my brother had just beat the shit out of her and was cutting himself with a knife, telling me I needed to come home right away. I ended up getting home about 20 minutes later to find Mariah with a swollen face and my brother nowhere to be found. He came back about 10 minutes later and was wanting to get his belongings. I sat on the porch when he asked me if I would help him get his stuff. I told him, "Fuck no. Look what you did to Mariah's face." All of a sudden, he started swinging on me, and when I got up from the chair, he pulled my hoodie over my head like a pussy, and I ended up pushing him off the porch. When I got my hoodie off, my uncle that had brought him to the house made him get in the truck and leave before the cops got there. Mariah made a report to the cops, but she didn't press charges because they told her that she would have to go to jail too because of domestic violence. Yeah, sounds stupid, right? A couple weeks later, Mariah, Chelsea, and I were sitting at home, and Mariah asked if I would drive her down the road to get some weed. We lived in the back roads, where we had a weed dealer about a mile away. As we are driving to his house, we see my brother in someone's yard. Mariah wants to be petty, so she honked the horn as we pass. We pull up to the weed guy's house, and she gets her sack. And when we pull out of the driveway, we see my brother in my grandma's car coming downhill towards us. He gets about 50 feet away and swerves over into our lane. Thinking he was just trying to fuck with us, we think nothing about it until he's about 10 feet away and never gets over, so I hit the ditch to avoid him. He ends up swiping the car and pulls over and gets out and tries to pull me out of the car. We ended up going home to call the police because I had left my phone there, and the police couldn't do anything about it since we technically left the scene of an accident. I know, cops in my area are rather useless. We ended up totaling my grandma's car and completely fucking up the doors. My grandparents ended up giving me the car he totaled because my car was the exact same model as theirs and I could use their parts if I needed it. One day, while I was at work, my brother goes down to my house and takes the piece of steel and smashes out the windows of the car and even destroyed my mailbox. Once again, the cops didn't do shit about it. For the next couple weeks, my brother would send texts to Mariah saying that he's watching her, and would even stay at the cemetery across the road from my house and watch us at like 3 in the morning just to see who came over. My brother was the type of guy that couldn't stand anyone being with his ex. He went as far to sneak into the house in broad daylight while Chelsea and I were at work, and he left a note saying, "For Mariah, I'm watching you," while she took a nap with the kids. If you're wondering, our doors didn't really lock. That's how he got in. About a month later, Mariah gets back together with her ex-boyfriend and baby daddy to her other kids, and we'll call him Ricky. One morning, Chelsea and I leave for work at 6 a.m. and get about 20 minutes down the road when Mariah calls us, telling us that we need to come home because Gunnar had snuck down to our house through the woods around 10 or 11 o'clock at night and stayed in one of the vehicles all night waiting for us to leave so he could get inside and fight Ricky. Apparently, he tried to pull Ricky out of bed, but couldn't because he had a hold of the end of the bed. When he realized he couldn't, he started talking shit, and while this was all going on, Mariah snuck out to call the police. The police came but didn't do anything because my brother told him that the trailer belonged to my dad and that he had the right to be there. A couple days go by, and all of a sudden out of nowhere, Gunnar stops by with my 2 uncles, while Chelsea, Ricky, and I are at home watching TV. He starts spouting off stuff to get Ricky to come outside to fight him. So Ricky puts on his boots and walks outside. As soon as he does, Gunnar grabs him by the throat and drives him into the kids' playhouse on the porch. I go behind Gunnar and pull him off, and when I do, Ricky gets up and starts throwing punches at Gunnar, landing a couple. They end up on the ground with Ricky wrapped around Gunnar, choking him until my uncles pulled them apart. Gunnar gets in the truck, still mouthing off, as they are leaving, and is visibly pissed when he sees that his head is all bruised up from getting tagged. The next day, Ricky drives down to my grandparents because the kids had told him that Mariah had gone down there to see Gunnar. I know, Mariah is absolutely stupid. He pulls up and Gunnar is telling him to leave and that this is his house. Ricky says he isn't leaving until Mariah comes outside. Gunnar says he's going to hit him in the head with the metal folding chair that was sitting on the porch. Ricky tries to call his bluff and walks up to him, and Gunnar hits him, dropping him to the ground. Gunnar gets on top of him and starts beating him until my grandpa comes outside and makes him get off. He comes home later with a couple of bruises, but nothing too serious. A couple days later, Mariah and Gunnar get into another fight because Gunnar was apparently cheating on her, and things escalated very quickly. Long story short, Gunnar is chasing after Mariah on a 4-wheeler, shooting at her with a pistol while she is in the truck with her son. Like every time before, the cops didn't do shit. Mariah finally wised up and moved in with her mom to get away from Gunnar. And the day after she moved, Chelsea and I were working and came home to find our TV had been stolen. Mariah came back down to the trailer the next day to get the rest of her stuff, when my brother saw her and stopped by to start another altercation. Things escalated again. Gunnar took the keys to Mariah's mother's car and threw them into the field next to our house. She jumped into the car and locked herself in there, trying to keep him from attacking her. My brother took a brick that was laying on the ground and tried to smash the window out. Somehow, by some miracle, the window never broke, so he decided to beat up the car instead. After he got tired, he finally left, and when we got off work, we searched the field by our house for 2 hours trying to find the keys. We never did, so the car was towed, which cost $100. Mariah's mother pressed charges, and he was charged with destruction of property, over $500 worth of damage, which made it a felony. The next day our air conditioners got stolen while we were at work, so that drew the line for us. We moved into one of our coworkers' house the next night, and after that, the problems with my brother stopped. We were finally able to sleep at night, knowing Gunner wouldn't bother us anymore. Now it's 2020, and my brother has a warrant out for his arrest for not seeing his probation officer. It's bad to say, I honestly hope he goes to prison, so he stays away from us, because a year after we moved, we ran into him a couple times, and he was nothing but trouble both those times. I'm sure I missed some things, but that's the majority of it. The story might not seem as scary as others you hear, but it was a nightmare to experience it firsthand. Some nights I laid awake, afraid to go to sleep, in fear of my brother coming in and killing us in our sleep. Things had gotten that bad. For anyone thinking about trying meth, please don't ever do it. It will completely ruin your life in a heartbeat, and make you lose everything. Take it from experience. It's not worth it. This happened a few months ago. I was at a club for my friend's birthday, and we had a table with around a dozen friends with us. When we get there, a guy immediately starts hitting on me. He seemed super weird, and I had a boyfriend, so I politely declined his advances. Then shit got weird. While out, I feel like I see him everywhere, and it started to freak me out a bit. But at the time, I didn't have a sense of any danger. Fast forward an hour. I'm chatting with a friend from high school who happened to be the bartender. Creepy guy comes up and orders a drink for him and myself, which I decline, and explain to my bartender friend that we already have a table, so I'm good on drinks. Creepy guy did not like that. He gave me shit about not accepting his offer and that he was just trying to be nice. However, during his nice guy speech, he picked up my drink to refill it, which I again declined and asked him to excuse me while I chatted with my friend. I finished my drink, the one he picked up earlier, and finished it without thinking much more of the creeper. About 30 minutes later, I become sick and disoriented, and I had my friend help me to the restroom since I felt so dizzy. After a while, I felt sick again, and my female friend was nowhere to be seen, so I walked myself to the bathroom. While waiting at the door, the creeper swooped in and held on to my waist very tight and asked if I wanted to come to his table upstairs to meet his friends. I kept telling him no, that I needed to go back to my friends, and he began dragging me towards the stairs, telling me a list of disgusting perverse things that I refused to write here. At that point, I was terrified, but my legs literally did not work. He was carrying me up the stairs. As soon as he got up there, he requested his valet to go home. At this point, I knew I was in danger, but my purse was missing, and so was my phone. While he's waiting outside, the bouncer makes a comment about my behavior, and the creep shrugs it off as too much alcohol. As we are waiting for the valet, 6 of my friends burst out from behind the door and began screaming at the creeper, while one of the female grabs me and pulls me back inside. I passed out soon after and woke up about 5 p.m. the next day on my friend's couch. I thought I had alcohol poisoning until I went to the emergency room and found out that I was drugged with ketamine while out the night before. This guy intended to drug me and take me home with him. Since then, I have refused to go out without my boyfriend always around me. I avoid that bar at all costs in case that creeper ever comes back. And I know to watch my drink like a hawk whenever I'm out. A valuable life lesson learned from a terrifying experience. This is the scariest thing that ever happened to me while I was night shift security at a data center. I was just an 18-year-old kid, and my job was to sit in the office all night, alone. This was in the early days of the internet. There was no Facebook or YouTube to kill time. Usually, I took the time to study or practice a guitar, but sometimes I needed a break from that. I decided to photocopy my face, which led to my butt and other parts. I'm the only one in the building, so it's super easy. But then, the paper got jammed after having copied my parts. There was about 1 hour before the early people would start coming in the office. I had no idea how to open this very expensive copier, and there was no manual anywhere. I was pulling the parts off, trying to remember where they came from so I could put it back. No smartphones to just snap a picture and know how to put everything together. I had pulled off and replaced many parts that gave me no access to the jammed paper. There was only 30 minutes before the first people started coming in, and what if someone decided to come in early that day? Long story short, I managed to figure out how to remove the offending jammed copy with literally only 3 minutes before someone came in to the office. This isn't a scary story, but it scared the crap out of me. Okay, so this just happened 15 minutes ago. I'm still shaking from this shit as I type this. I work out of Five Guys, and I had a shift from 5 p.m. to close. We close at 10 p.m., and we're usually there till about 10:45, cleaning up and prepping for the next day. Usually there's one person on dishes, one cleaning, one changing and taking out the trash, and the manager doing paperwork and helping us out. I'm usually on trash because I'm not really good at the other things. The walk to the dumpster is about 75 yards away from the back door through a pitch black alleyway. Tonight, I had an absurd amount of trash to take out, so I was exhausted and just wanted to go home. On the way back from our last trip, my pants started to fall down because I wear them extremely loose at work. I don't know why. I stopped to pull up my pants and turned around to see a man sprinting towards me. My heart stopped, and I jumped like you would jump from a jump scare in a horror movie. I turned around and did a speed walk type of thing, because it's like 10:40 at this time and pitch black out. Shit reminded me of the dude from Get Out. Anyways, I turned back around to see what the guy was doing, and he was fucking gone. Gone. Disappeared. At this point, I full on sprinted to the back door. Yeah, that's pretty much all there is to the story. The story's kinda anticlimactic, but it scared the crap out of me. When I was 10, my female cousin and I were dropped off at the movie theater by my mom while she ran some errands in town. We decided to go see a horror movie called The Village. I am tall, so I looked older, and my cousin was 14 at the time. We got super bored and decided to leave, so we got up. We walked out and stood at the entrance of the movies and rang my mother to come pick us up. Not 5 minutes later, a couple, about 40, well dressed, came out, and we recognized them as being in the same movie room as we were. They walked over to us and started asking us questions like, "Why did you guys walk out? Did you not like the movie? How old are you?" We told them that we were bored, and I honestly forgot how old we told them that we were. We also told them that we were waiting for my mom to come pick us up. And they asked, "Do you want to wait for her at our place?" We told them no, and they asked, "Are you sure?" And something else I can't really remember. They then walked away from us, but not out of the movies, and started talking. A few minutes later they come back and asked us again, and then walked out. The dick behind the popcorn counter then said we couldn't wait inside and we had to go outside. It was a really small crappy place. We told him what happened and he either didn't believe us or didn't care, because he still made us go. I think there's more to the conversation, but I can't really remember. I think my cousin told them that my mom wouldn't know that we were with them, and they said, "Ring her and tell her," or "We'll ring her and tell her once we get to their house," or something along those lines. Sometimes I wonder if they were genuine, but who asked a pair of kids to go back to their place? My first job as a software engineer was working at Adam Osborne and Associates at the marina. It was 1977, and I was developing simple example programs to run on the earliest microcomputers. I had a lab area with a Radio Shack TRS-80 and an Apple II, a North Star computer, and a few others. We had a small number of employees, maybe 12. One night I was working late, 2 a.m. I was the only staff person in the office. All of a sudden there was a horrendous crash and a thud, and I heard people running in the front door. I went to hide in our little stock room, behind some boxes. Some young thieves had appropriated a concrete utility cover from the sidewalk out front and chucked it through the window pane of our front door. Then they just turned the handle and they were in. Piece of cake. They grabbed 3 IBM typewriters and ran right back out. The whole episode only took 30 seconds, and they roared off in their cars. I never saw the getaway car. I dialed 911 while listening to my heart pounding and waited for the cops to arrive. And that was pretty exciting. Then came the scary part, calling Adam Osborne at home at 3 a.m. and telling him what happened. Forever after, years later, anytime I ran into Adam at a trade show or show place, he would greet me warmly and remind me of the episode. Being a military camp guard as part of a small detachment, I was frequently assigned to do night patrols around the camp perimeter. For one of the patrols, I was walking along with a partner, wanting to complete the round before I turned in for the night. Walking around the building, we suddenly heard footsteps coming out from the building. We paused and checked our watches. It was 2 a.m. in the morning. We decided to walk around the building, checking every exit. It was a secured building that stored millions of dollars worth of equipment. Each exit was armed with an intrusion detection lock. Each lock was armed. We heard more footsteps and decided to radio back to the guardhouse. Is there any night ops going on? No, everybody in the camp has checked out. The guardhouse holds the keys of the important key presses. When these keys are all turned in, no one except for the essential staff, like camp guards and other personnel on duty, are in the camp. There's footsteps in Building X. All locks are red and armed. Advice? Continue with your patrol. We'll check in with duty orderly. The DOS checked the building soon after, and there wasn't anyone around. This was a long time ago. Let's see, about 37 years ago, as of 2016. I worked at a full-service gas station just off the highway around the South Manchester, Connecticut, USA area, just off Highway 84, going towards Hartford. Usually it was pretty quiet at night, but one time we got robbed. The robbers pulled up to the gas pumps in a car. They asked for money in the drawer. One guy had a gun, and the other guy had the gas pump. Somehow, they ended up spraying me with gasoline, and they were flicking a big lighter. They got the money and drove off. I called the police, who in turn called an ambulance. Then I called my parents. Somehow my parents beat the ambulance to the hospital, where I had a saline flush to get the gasoline out of my eyes and nostrils. This was one of many interesting nights I had as a teenager working at gas stations, but the risk of being burned by a madman with a lighter while doused in gasoline certainly takes a cake. So today has been slow at work. and I've been killing time reading these stories. Maybe enough time has passed so I can share mine. I had a friend who was really into a cult. Unfortunately, I was the one that got him turned on to it. We had a mutual appreciation of the paranormal and all things weird, so I thought the subject would interest him. He started going deep into the subject, to the point where he wouldn't talk about anything else. He would actually interrupt a conversation and force the subject back to occult matters. Rude. But sometimes people go through phases where their interest is all they want to talk about. It was a mostly forgivable offense. I think I should mention that this particular friend didn't have a very large friend circle. His depression and introverted nature kept him inside a lot. He didn't have the best luck in relationships with women. His world was kinda small, and I did enjoy hanging out with him, so I did my best to be a good friend. I didn't want to brush him off because he was acting a little weirder than normal. Honestly, for the longest time, he was a totally normal guy. We'd chat and play games together on PlayStation. Sometimes we'd go see movies with my boyfriend accompanying us. We hung out all the time at the park. We went swimming, and overall had a good time hanging out. Things started to go downhill when he started to smoke DMT. I think psychedelics are amazing tools that can offer insights into your life, but they should be treated with respect. My friend got to the point where he was making it himself, and he was smoking it daily, multiple times a day. For those who aren't familiar with the substance, when you smoke it, you get transformed to a different world, and an entirely new plane of existence. Your body and yourself don't exist anymore. My personal experience with it led me to see a dragon once in this kaleidoscope of a cornucopia. People see all kinds of things on it. Imagine what that does to a person when they smoke it 30 times a day. He started telling me things like he was the reincarnated Osiris. He said that he was seeing hieroglyphics all over the place. Apparently, he had an hour-long conversations with entities in his bedroom, even when he wasn't smoking. Of course, I was very alarmed to hear all of this, and told him that he needed to take a serious break. No drugs at all for a few months, so he could find a solid footing in reality again. At this point, I was still hanging out with him because he obviously needed some help, and like I said before, he didn't have a lot of friends that could give him that. He was also the black sheep of his family, so I knew he wasn't getting any kind of support from them. He was really close to his sister, and I did reach out to her on Facebook to express my concerns. I pushed her to talk to him into getting some psychiatric help because he was slipping past the point of no return. I'm not really sure if she took my messages seriously, since we didn't really know each other. Plus she is at least 6 years younger than us, and possibly didn't grasp how serious the situation was becoming. In any case, I'll jump forward now to the part that things started to get real creepy. My boyfriend and I had made arrangements to hang out with our friend at the park. I didn't really want to go because I felt like I needed a break from him. I couldn't deal with it on that particular day. My boyfriend said he wasn't all that bad, and we went anyway. We get to the park, and he's his usual self, ranting about Egypt and made up gods that only he knew. He also had a large hunting knife that he kept fiddling with the whole time that we were on the walk. He told us that he had been using it in ceremonial magic, and that it helped him banish negative thoughts. This made me extremely uneasy. He would do this thing where he would take the knife and make stabbing motions near his heart or head, like he was mock stabbing himself, all while holding a conversation with me and my boyfriend. I think we were both on edge and didn't know what to say or do about it. I tried to distract him from doing it by bringing up subjects that might interest him, but he kept on with his ritual. Keep in mind, we're walking on a trail, so it isn't like we could just say goodbye then and there. We had to walk back to our car and drop him off at his car. My boyfriend had the bright idea that we should get some lunch after our walk, even though I was doing my best to give him a look that said, "No, you crazy fuck. Why would you think I would want to spend any more time with this nut?" But it must not have been very effective, or my boyfriend was just ignoring it. Not sure. Either way, we ended up getting to the car and going to lunch. In the car I was driving, my boyfriend was in the passenger seat and our weirdo friend was in the back. As we're heading through the busy part of town, where all the shopping and restaurants are, I hear the distinctive sound of a belt buckle coming undone. Then I hear the worst sound imaginable. I peek back in the corner of my eye, and my suspicions are confirmed. This crazy fucker was full on jacking off in our back seat. I mean, pants way down, bare ass on the seat, beating it so hard like he wanted to rip it off. Instinctively, I felt sick to my stomach, and all the nervous energy I had throughout the day popped up into my head. I was trying not to shake and trying to ignore it and drive through the heavy traffic. I kinda had a freeze response, I guess. The whole time I kept thinking about the huge knife he had in his pocket, and obviously he was completely off his rocker. I was afraid to say anything or confront him because I didn't know how he would react. This part is nuts, but my boyfriend didn't even fucking seem to notice. The whole time he kept rambling on about God knows what. I couldn't listen to him because my thoughts were 100% focused on driving and trying to act like I didn't know what was going on in the back seat. We got to the restaurant and my boyfriend runs in to grab the food. I'm left alone in the car with our friend and I'm trying to act like I'm browsing my phone when really I'm watching and listening as hard as I can. We don't talk. My boyfriend gets back in the car and I complain that I'm tired and it's been a long day. Let's drop him off, etc. So I drive us back to our friend's car and he doesn't get out of the vehicle. He just sits there. I have to get a little rude and ask him to please get out so I can go home. He gets out of the car and walks over to the passenger side. I start getting really scared and I suspected the worst. He pulled a gun out of some kind of bag he had on the seat and he just walks over to our car with it. I don't know why the fuck I did this, but I was so pissed I just got out of my car and walked right up to him. I was maybe 3 feet away from him and I could see it was a loaded 9mm. I kept asking him over and over again, "What are you doing?" Because apparently that's all my brain could think of. I told him to get into his car and go home. He never said anything during this whole time, just kind of cried and had this wild look in his eye. For whatever reason, he got back to his car and drove off. I told my boyfriend obviously we're never going to hang out with him again, and I didn't even want him to talk to him anymore. No contact. A few months pass, and he occasionally messages me through the PlayStation or texts my phone. He says a lot of random stuff, and I just ignore it. It turns out he moved to Tennessee, near Nashville. I don't know why. He had a roommate, and I think his girlfriend lived there. I'm not really sure about the situation. I think maybe he's turning his life around and getting a fresh start down there. I'm not interested in any kind of friendship with him, and I know he needs help beyond what I could offer. Again, I reached out to his sister and let her know that he had a gun. She managed to get it from him somehow, but it did little good in the end. I get a call around 11 p.m. one night that wakes me up. It's a man claiming he's a detective in Gallatin, Tennessee, and my heart skips a beat. I start sweating and immediately ask what happened. Apparently, my former friend stabbed someone to death on Halloween Day. I don't know all the details, and the articles about it are kind of sparse. The whole thing is really surreal, and I'm just feeling like I'm lucky that I didn't get shot last summer. This whole thing turned out way longer than I meant it to be, but that's the story. I'm still feeling creeped out by the whole ordeal, and I'm kind of feeling sick after writing this. I was 18 and got a job as a bartender at one of the more popular nightclubs in my city. To start with, I didn't even apply for the bartender job, but applied as a chef. The owner of the place told me that he wanted me in the bar where the people would see me because I looked too good to be in the kitchen. This man was twice my age. I worked my first night and felt very creeped out by this dude, so I politely told him that I didn't want the job. He proceeds to call me and text me for 2 weeks, asking me to come back to work for him. About 2 months later, I hear from my friend that the man had been accused of 5 rapes. all different girls, and a small explosion went off by the entrance of the nightclub, and the place was now shut down for good. Never heard how long of a sentence he got. Remember, always trust your gut feeling. I work at a large crafting store in California, and have been there for a year and 8 months now. A little background before I explain what's been going on is needed. So last year, we hired a guy named Hayden. Hayden was a little quiet on the first day, but quickly became more talkative over the next couple of weeks, and eventually never stopped talking. He would constantly say weird shit. For instance, one day he was put in charge of building furniture. Our store carries stuff like furniture and home decor as well. He was apparently having difficulty assembling the tables he was working on, and said something about cutting his wrist if he couldn't figure out how to put it together. Another time, we were both working in the stock room, and he kept talking about how much he looked like Parkland shooter Nicholas Cruz. I'll admit, he did in fact look like the kid, which was creepy. I remember one day, I had gotten off of work and was waiting for my ride to pick me up, when out of nowhere Hayden walks up behind me. He just stood there with an awkward smile on his face, and I politely asked him, "What's up?" He said something to the effect of, "Oh, nothing much, just enjoying my lunch break." I was thinking about going inside Taco Bell and shanking someone. He pretty much laughed and said he was joking after saying that. When my wife picked me up, we saw him walking towards Taco Bell, and he just flashed us this creepy ass ear-to-ear smile. So the last straw for me was when he and I were assigned to work the spring freight and get the load up on a large U-boat. Our shift started at 7 a.m. and was over at noon. It was 11 a.m. and we still hadn't finished our task because Hayden wouldn't stop goofing around. He would also work very slowly on purpose and would only take one item to the U-boat at a time. Our boss came to where we were working and was upset that we weren't done yet. He told us that we would both get written up if the job wasn't finished before we were off. I was pissed off at this point, and Hayden knew it. He seemed to feel bad for pretty much getting me in trouble and apologized. He then said something that really concerned me. He said in a more serious tone than I had ever heard him speak since I met him, "If I get fired, I'll shoot this place up." He then went on to say he knew where all the emergency exits were, and would first shoot up all the cashiers and then move on to the other employees in the store. I'll admit, I didn't immediately report what he said because it did have me on edge, and I kept thinking about what if. After some convincing from my wife, I finally did the right thing and informed my manager. They took a written report from me and contacted the police. After 2 more days of working with Hayden, he was fired and arrested for his threats. The week after he got arrested, the boss held a meeting with the entire staff and told everyone what happened. After everyone left the meeting, he pulled me aside. He revealed to me what the police and Hayden talked about during the interrogation. I don't completely remember what was said by Hayden, but apparently he admitted what he said and kept asking if I had been the one to report him. Fast forward to a few weeks ago. I was working at the same store, still am, and I was heading to the break room for my final break when I heard a voice from one of the aisles to the left. A man was standing next to a paint case and asked if I could get him some paint. While I was opening the case, he addressed me by my name, which I immediately thought was weird because I wasn't wearing a name tag on this particular day. Out of curiosity, I asked him how he knew my name, and he said it was just a lucky guess. To which I thought was bullshit, mainly because the tone of his voice seemed sarcastic. The entire time I was getting paint, he was staring at me with a smirk on his face. He began to ask me questions about my name, which is the same as a popular TV show character. He asked what year I was born, and why my parents decided to give me that name, etc. At this point, I started to walk away, as I had other things to do, and the whole time I was walking away, he was trying to talk to me. I heard him yelling my name from 3 aisles down. I went and stood in the warehouse until I thought he was gone. Later that same day, one of my coworkers asked me if I knew the guy that was buying that paint, and I told her I didn't. She told me that he had approached her and asked her all kinds of questions about me, if I'm a good worker, and if she likes me as a coworker. This is an ongoing issue too, as he came to the store 2 other times, one being yesterday during my day off, and apparently asked where I was. I don't know for sure, but I suspect this guy might be cousins with Hayden, as they sort of look alike and have similar mannerisms. Both look similar to the Parkland shooter and have that same creepy vibe. This might not be the scariest thing on here, but it's still freaky. Update: tonight I worked the closing shift and was outside getting carts after the store closed at 8 when 2 SUVs pulled up into the parking lot. One of them parked behind the store and the other one parked in the main lot. I was standing in front of the entrance doors when a man dressed in all black wearing a hoodie stepped out of one of the SUVs. Another guy walked up next to him and they both started approaching the store. I politely told them that we were closed, and then I looked down and noticed a large baseball bat in the hoodie guy's hand. I started repeatedly ringing the bell to let me back inside, and those 2 guys were just pacing back and forth in the lot, staring right at me. My manager let me back in and called the police. The guys were long gone when they got there. This could have easily been a totally unrelated incident, but I still thought to update because the whole thing makes me think it could be you know who. I like to think I have pretty decent instincts now when it comes to knowing who has bad intentions, but I wasn't always cautious and observant as I am now. When I was in high school, I always felt so ugly. I had low self-esteem and anxiety, which was really more of a problem rather than my looks. So if anyone of the opposite sex gave me even a little attention, I would start to like them. I was pretty innocent, despite how desperate I was, having only kissed one boy. So when I was 17 and a college guy put some interest into me, I immediately clung to him. I was on this app before Tinder, and I met this guy who lived 7 hours from my home city. His name was Brandon, and he was gorgeous. Blonde hair, muscular, blue eyes. He played soccer for his university and was 19 years old. Honestly, he wasn't my usual type. I really like guys with darker hair and eyes. I still do, but he was really handsome and really kind. He would shower me with compliments and talk to me all the time. I lived alone, long story, in an apartment with just my cats. So when I would get lonely or scared, he would always comfort me. A month into talking, he started to ask for pictures, not ones of my face, but obviously nudes or bra pictures. Now, this was nearly 6 years ago, and I didn't have a good concept of stranger danger on the internet. I mean, smartphones had only really been out for 2 or 3 years at this point, at least in my school and with my age group. 17-year-old me who was insecure wanted to make him happy because I couldn't believe I got in a guy like him. I was ready to do anything he asked. I never sent naked pictures. I was too insecure for that, but I would send him pictures of me in a bra. He would shower me with compliments saying how sexy and beautiful I was, and I fell for every word. With time, I started to get upset though. I wanted to see him. I would always send him when he asked, but he would never send me any. He would show me pictures of him with his shirt off, but the pictures were always bad quality. When I started to get persistent, he promised he would start calling me. For some reason, that appeased me, and we talked many times a week. After a couple months, he got increasingly more sexual with me, telling me what he wanted to do with me, and how badly he wanted me. This made me kinda nervous since I had only kissed a boy, but it also made me a little excited. It felt good to be wanted by someone, and I had really grown to like him. This was all during the first semester of my senior year in high school, and I was about to turn 18 the next semester in late January. As it got to Christmas time, he started talking about coming to my city to see me for my birthday. This had me really excited, since I really wanted to see him in person so badly. We had first talked about me going to him, something he had insisted on, but I chickened out and said I couldn't drive alone. It was an excuse. I really didn't want to go to an older guy's house and stay with him alone, My house just felt more comfortable and safe. We planned on the weekend after my birthday, and everything seemed fine. But then, one day in my choir class, my best friend, an exchange student from Germany, was talking with me about him. I was telling her about him, and she got very unsettled. "Have you seen him on video?" I told her no, and she gave me a skeptical look. Something doesn't feel right. There's no way that he is real. Not that you couldn't date someone like him, but he's too perfect. She was very direct and blunt with me, something my other friends weren't, so I took her words deeply, and I'm so thankful I did. I immediately asked him for a picture of his face. He made up some excuse about how he couldn't take a picture right then, so I persisted, asking him every day. Finally, my instincts were kicking in, and I was getting scared. I told him I wanted him to video call me. He said no. I fought with him for hours on it one night, telling him if he tells me the truth, I won't get mad. He refused. I searched for his name that he gave me in Facebook, determined to find out on my own if he wasn't gonna give in. Nothing came up on him. I texted him telling him I couldn't find him on Facebook, and he gave in, giving me a completely different name than he told me. That's me. I remember just feeling cold as I read that. I looked up the account, and everything he told me was a lie. His name, his face, his age. He was 25, not 19. I was terrified. I thought I had been talking to someone that was just 2 years older, which is legal in my state, but he was 8 years older. I immediately stopped texting him. That's when he started getting obsessive. He would text me a dozen times a day, call me over and over again. He would beg me to answer him, to give him a chance. Then he started threatening me to answer. He told me that he saved all my pictures, and told me that he would send it to all my friends and family on Facebook, show everyone me in a bra, and show our text messages talking about what he would do to me sexually if we met. Looking back, all of this was more damaging to him than me, but I was young and stupid and afraid. I hated my body so much, and I was terrified of people seeing it. So I started talking to him again, more reserved and cautious this time. The days inched closer to my birthday and the weekend that we had planned. Our messages had become bland and short since I was trying to make him lose interest in me, but he never gave up. If I took too long to message him, then he would threaten me again. My birthday fell on a Monday this year, and he sent me all kinds of messages. I don't even remember what I did that birthday. I didn't have many friends, and I never liked to celebrate, so it was probably something small. When Friday hit, I got a text from him that morning saying that he was driving to my city, and he would pick me up from school. I was terrified. I lost a lot of my friends the semester before. Long story. So they obviously had no clue of my situation. Out of desperation, I went to one of my guy friends, who I hadn't talked to in a couple of months, and spilled everything to him. He was a longtime friend, so he was sympathetic and promised to follow me home that day. I went straight to my car, ignoring the massive amounts of text saying, "Where are you? I'm here." My friend drove behind me all the way to my apartment, which he had no clue where I was living, and stayed with me as I cried for a while. I turned my phone off, and my friend left later that night. Brandon had no clue where I lived, but I was still paranoid. What if somehow he found me? Only 3 people knew where I lived. 4 now with my guy friend, and he didn't come in contact with any of them. When I finally turned my phone on again, he was threatening me. I was exhausted and fed up. I started spam texting him, yelling and venting. I told him how stressed he made me, and how what he was doing was wrong. I told him to send the pictures, and I didn't care anymore. Then I started attacking his character, telling him that no one can love him if he hides who he is, and threatens people, and treats people like shit when they catch him in a lie. Thankfully for me, he had enough care for me to take my words to heart. He apologized and told me he deleted all the pictures. He swore to leave me alone as long as we still talked to each other once in a while, as friends. I agreed, even though I knew I was lying. I talked to him for a month, short responses, till he finally gave up. Even now at 22, I still see his name appear sometimes. I blocked his number and deleted him on everything, but his name still shows up on my Instagram or Snapchat when he's trying to re-add me. He's the reason I don't give my name or pictures out. He isn't the first stalker I experienced. The first one was in 6th grade, but that story's for another time. News about child abductions has become more frequent in my country. So, this has led me to an old encounter my mom reminded me of when I was a wee lass. This happened when I was about 5 or 6 years old. My mother was a dealer for Coca-Cola at the time, in the rural regions of my city. So that means she and her fellow employees would be delivering crates of Coke to little villages in the boonies regularly. On this particular day, no deliveries were scheduled, and anything that was to be delivered was done, so they were hanging out at the warehouse. My mom figured since it was the end of the week that we should all go on a little road trip with the crew. Everyone agreed, and then one of the crew members suggested we go see the new inland resort a couple towns over. It was nothing fancy, just a large area with a few pools, a pond where you can catch your own fish for meals, and bamboo huts along the side. We all get in the truck and off we go. We all arrived sometime early in the afternoon, and my mom is telling members of the crew what to do. One books a hut, one gets our stuff in order, and someone keeps an eye on me. While I look around, but never wandering off too far, I see an older lady, maybe late 40s, early 50s, looking at me. I was a friendly kid, so I waved and smiled. She just stared at me, so I told the crew member who was looking after me, who in turn told my mom. She informed everyone to watch out for her, and to make sure someone always had their eyes on me. We proceed on. I'm swimming in the pool. Mom and the crew are having a few drinks and eating catfish. This dragged on till maybe 6 or 7 p.m. I stayed in the pool a majority of the time and would just come up for a bite or a drink of soda. But on my last attempt to jump in, I see from the far end of the pool the same old lady. I immediately tell my mom, who looks in her direction and tells everyone we're packing up and going back to the warehouse. We get back, and my mom requests that 3 of the guys stay the night at the old house, and if they could stay up one at a time, just to be safe. Sometime in the middle of the night, I was woken up by my mom telling me to be quiet and follow her to the bedroom that was in the back and leave my slippers on so we didn't make any noise. I asked her why, and she pointed outside, and on the other side of the gate was the same lady. She insisted that I go into the room in the back of the house and stay there till she gets me. I follow, and then I hear her wake up the crew. I hear them leave the house to confront the lady by the gate with questions like, "Who are you? What do you want? How did you follow us?" But my mom said that she just glared at them while mumbling, and now and then tilted her neck, looking past them as if looking for someone. She eventually leaves, and in the morning, I'm taken back to my actual house, and my mom went back to town to continue her job and inform the local authorities of the lady. I never saw the lady again. It's been 20 years. Edit/update. So I asked my mom about the old lady again, and what ever happened with the report. She said that she and 3 crew members that confronted her went straight into town hall before they started work. It's a pretty small town, so it wasn't hard to find someone via description, and they did find out who she was. Local authorities went to a little bamboo hut on the edge of town, about a mile into some wooded area. The plan was to just give her a warning, but when they got to the hut, no one was in there. They checked all the windows, but nobody was inside. Someone did live there because there were ducks and chickens in a small pen on the side of the house. They decided to just leave and update my mom later in the afternoon, but nothing to update. They never saw anyone at that house again. I guess I'll start with some background. I'm a 33-year-old female, but the story takes place when I was a teenager, living in a suburb of Chicago. The village I lived in was quiet and middle class. We lived like a mile away from the police station, and the worst crimes we had were a murder or two and a robbery. Only once in a blue moon, 99% of the time. Boring, and more boring. Unless you had a car, you were stuck just walking around the park at night with your friends. Kinda boring. Anyway, one night, my girlfriend and I decided to hang out at the park with some guys at 12 in the morning. The night was a bit windy and had a full moon. I even got a kiss that night from the boy I liked. But the night wasn't just fun and hanging out late. There was a deep forest by the park with a stream and a playground right next to it. There's 2 bridges, one of wood that everyone uses, and one bridge made of rocks that was rarely used because it was deeper in the forest. These both went over the stream, connecting the 2 halves of the forest and park area. I get to the rock bridge in a minute. We hang around on the swings and chatted, and just spent the evening together. I'm sitting and just looking around, talking while enjoying the peace and quiet and the moonlight. I have full view of the forest and the dip of earth that I know leads to the stream. I see something moving over the dip of the earth, some dark shape. It looked like it was crawling out of the forest. An arm, then another arm. It's pulling itself out of the ditch, a figure darker than the surrounding forest. I'm sitting there, frozen. I think I'm seeing things. It kind of lays there on the ground and doesn't move. A flash of fear grips me. What if it comes this way? I look at my friend and no one notices anything. I look back and it's gone. Did it go back or go somewhere? I really wanted to get out of there. Then one friend asked, "Did you guys hear about the urban legend of the rock bridge over the stream? Apparently, some kids or something played on the bridge and fell over and died." What a thing to say after what I saw, but I didn't ask anyone anything, and I just pretended I didn't see anything. But the experience stuck with me. I never talk about it because it must have been my imagination, things that only really happen in scary movies, right? But I really went back to the park after that. And Black Thing, if you're real, I hope we never meet again. The first time was in elementary school, while all the kids were getting out for recess. I think I was in 4th or 5th grade. A random car pulls up and asks me if I seen so-and-so. No one knew what kid he was looking for. One of the 2 people in the car opened the passenger door of the coupe and said, "Why don't you just jump in and we can drive around to find him?" Being a foolish kid, I was about to get in the car. I hear one of the moms on watch call out and ask who these people were and tell me not to get into their car. The guy that was outside of his car got into the car and they drove off. The mom on watch asked me who these people were, but none of us knew. The second time was a few years later, now in middle school. I was walking home at night from a fun center. It was near where I lived, and the fun center was a place that kids could rollerblade, play arcade machines, and dance in a room set up with a DJ. And in the summer it had water slides. So all the teens wanted to hang out at this place. Me being one of them, I went there a few times. The fun center was about a 5 to 10 minute walk from my neighborhood. I just had to cross a main road, past a fast food place, and a club, which always seemed to be packed. Having rollerbladed and danced my butt off, and having a really great time, it turned midnight, closing time. I got separated from my friends and started to walk home. On my way home, I got stopped by a couple sitting on a bench outside the club. They got my attention and asked if they could see my feet. Me being a dumb 13-year-old, I walked towards them, took one of my shoes off, and then my socks off. They touched my feet and complimented them. I said thank you and put my shoe back on. Then they insisted that they gave me a ride home, and that I should get in their car. The couple was very persistent that they'd take me home. I mentioned I lived close, and maybe some of my friends were on their way too, and I just walked away. I didn't think much about it, until now that I'm an adult and see disappearance of kids all the time on the news. It makes me wonder if it was the same people in both instances, since the elementary school was 15 minutes away. This was about 6 years ago, and my first semi-professional job. I worked at an auto parts counter, helping customers at a dealership. I'm a generally friendly and outgoing person, so when my boss introduced me to everyone, it went well, and everyone was nice back. But one guy was especially nice, just over friendly. He was attractive, but gave me a weird feeling, and I was in a relationship already anyways. It started off with him coming to the auto parts counter every day and making small talk, which I hate. So I would get annoyed because he was distracting me from my work. Then he would follow me out during my breaks and try to convince me to have lunch with him or to go meet him after work. He knew I was in a relationship and he didn't seem to care. Obviously, telling him flat out no didn't stop him either. After a few weeks of turning him down, he finds me on Facebook and starts messaging me over and over again. And starts messaging me things like, "You're so pretty. I wish you were single. Just one lunch together won't hurt." I ignored all the messages and ignored him at work after that. The messages turned into, "You lying fucking whore. You owe me a date, or I'm gonna tell your boyfriend that you cheated on him with me, and I'll make you lose your job." I still never responded, but I did take this to my boss immediately the next day at work. Well, Chad has some drinking issues, and I'll have a talk with him. Not that he would get fired or suspended, no serious action taken whatsoever. This man was 6'5", full of muscle, and I'm 5'6", and maybe 130 pounds. So this talk happens, and Chad seems to leave me alone after that. No small talk or messages, or following me out on breaks. Until a few days later, he gets fired for inappropriate behavior regarding another woman at work. No surprise there. I started receiving messages again, saying he's gonna catch my car on fire for getting him fired, and that he's gonna burn down my house. Great, right? Gets better at the end here. He had gotten my address from my work application when I started, and showed up at my house and breaks my windshield out. Turns out, the entire time he has been bugging women at work and harassing them, he has a girlfriend too. He beat the shit out of her that night also. He threw a brick at her head and punched her repeatedly in the face. He got arrested and goes to rehab of some sort for drinking. A few months later, he's out and the boss hires him back, saying that Chad needs help and that he doesn't want to leave the poor guy hanging. I quit and luckily never heard from that psycho again, but he did have to replace my windshield at least. That's my creepiest encounter. I was having a conversation about urban legends with my boyfriend and his friend who was in town. The topic came up of, I actually know someone that happened to. Here's mine. Back in 2003, I worked at a clothing store known for inexpensive t-shirts at the mall in a smaller northern city in Massachusetts. I'm a taller woman, just a hair shy of 5'11", with a small medium hourglass frame, light hair, light eyes, and I was 18 when this happened. My friend that I worked with met with me to pick up our check and schedules and shop a little. She's, no joke, 4'11", and looks like she's 12, even though she's in her 30s. We were both pretty active in the hardcore scene at the time, but I looked a little bit more clean cut than her. She liked piercings, I liked tattoos. We were parting ways as we parked in the same lot, but in different sections. I gave her a big hug and walked away. I heard someone call, "Miss," and I turned around. It was a short fat guy with a bottle in his hand coming towards me. "Miss, I got my wife perfume. Will you smell it for me? Tell me if it's good?" "No, fuck off." I kept walking to my car, taking my Nokia out to call Jackie as I walked over. Dude persisted and started hitting notes of agitation in his voice, following me still, increasing the speed of his pace, saying that he just needed me to smell it. Jackie answered, "Some dude is following me. Drive down my row." He heard me on the phone and stopped following me. Jackie drove up alongside me moments later and described a guy, asking if it was him, which I confirmed. He got into some van and drove away, she said. In hindsight, we should have called the cops, but information on human trafficking and kidnapping in 2003 wasn't what it is now. Instead, we just went with a running joke that I was worth more on the black market than her, since she had tons of facial piercings. Who knows what would have happened if you saw me the same time I saw you? First of all, let's preface this by saying it was very early in the 90s, and as we all know, it was a very different world those days, and I was pretty naive for a kid. Also, I kind of had a messed up childhood, so this was not the worst of things to happen by far, and therefore, I pretty much brushed it off. When I was about 11 or 12 years old, I would visit the Boys and Girls Club a lot, which was pretty big back then, and my parents thought by sending me to a Boys and Girls Club for the summer only made sense. The camp was not an overnight type deal, but featured all the normal things you would expect, like a lake, arts and crafts area, crappy school style lunches. I did the normal camp things like find a girlfriend and get into trouble. The camp was run by counselors, which I can only assume were in their 20s or 30s, and when you're 12 that seems old. And as you would expect, they would come up with very interesting punishments for kids, like being forced to carry one of those huge wooden totem poles in circles of a hot field for some time. I never actually had this punishment, but I remember the older kids doing it. Or just straight punching you in the chest and knocking the wind out of you, which I did experience. One of the counselors that I experienced this with was named TJ, and he was a very large, well-built guy in his 20s. One day I did something wrong and got sent to the lunch area for, essentially, detention. This area was actually a large concrete floor with a wooden roof that was attached to a cabin that contained the kitchen. It was basically a school lunch setup, where you would come up and choose chocolate milk or orange juice and get served a crappy turkey sandwich, a pack of mayo, and one of those amazing brownies. When I got to detention, I noticed that there was 4 or 5 kids already sitting on the benches, and TJ's in front of everyone by the lunch serving area, pacing and saying something. I sit down and don't really remember what happened until things started to get weird. TJ pulled out a knife and got an apple. He started skinning and stabbing it, and saying stuff like, "This is what I'll do to you if you get into trouble again," and other things of that nature. At the time, I honestly didn't feel scared in any way, due to my tendency to completely shut down when shit gets bad. But I do remember feeling very creeped out, and that he was trying very hard to be threatening. The younger kids, especially a little girl, who was maybe 8 or so, was freaking out and crying. The next thing I remember is him telling her to follow him into the kitchen. I then heard a lot of screams and cries coming from the back of the kitchen. After a while, he came back out with her. Her face streamed with tears. I remember it vividly. He then looked at me and another boy and told us to follow him as he escorted us into a huge walk-in refrigerator and brought us inside. He said, "I want you to both start screaming and acting like I'm killing you in here. If you don't make the other kids scared, I will kill you for real." We did as he asked, and we closed the door and started screaming and wailing. At this point, I honestly thought it was kind of funny because I rationalized that the little girl was told to do the same thing. Anyway, after 5 or 10 minutes, he let us out and told us to go back to the benches. Again, I don't remember anything after this, just kind of a blank. I remember when I got home that night from camp telling my mom about it, and I remember her calling someone, and I think the guy got fired. I don't remember ever seeing him again, and my parents never sent me back. I never really thought about it much growing up, but as the years have gone by, I look back to things that I shrugged off as normal, and now see that they are anything but that. Fifth grade was one hell of a year for me. Geometry Dash 2.0 and Minecraft 1.9 were released. I got my first taste of real gaming when I got a PS4 for Christmas. And I even switched schools halfway through the school year, causing me to meet a lot of new people. And a lot of my new friends became the basis of my social circle that would eventually lead me to becoming one of the more popular kids in high school today. However, I also had a pretty creepy encounter with some random guy that year too. Back in November 2015, when I was in 5th grade, my family and I went on a road trip through Texas. We stopped at various campsites. Our first stop was in Sonora State Park. We were staying there for one night and leaving the next afternoon to go to another state park. The next morning, I went on a bike ride to go to the restroom and saw a random guy waving at me from his campsite. Taking it as a friendly gesture, I waved back at him and continued pedaling down to the bathrooms. I did my business and started to bike back to my campsite when the same guy shouted, "Hey kid, over here." I slowed down to a stop but kept my distance because of stranger danger. "Yeah?" I shouted back. The guy said, "Do you have a girlfriend?" I replied, "No." He then said, "Well, I have a daughter down here with me, and I could hook you up with her. Why don't you come down here so you can meet her?" The guy had nothing set up, no tent or trailer, and the only thing in his campsite was his truck with clear windows, and I did not see a girl at all. This realization sent a sudden rush of horror through me, so I yelled, "I'm fine," and started pedaling slowly enough, and then eventually booking it out back to my campsite. I told my dad, and he said that it was probably nothing and didn't do anything about it. This story sort of creeps me out to this day, because that guy probably had malicious intentions. Shame that there's a lot of people like that in this world. So me and my brother decided to go camping, because we had never done it together before. We set up camp, drank a little, and then went for a hike around the area. For context, there was a horse-shaped access road with camping lots in the middle. When we got back, there was a middle-aged guy with glasses, a button-up shirt, and a vest, jeans and dockers, just standing in the road looking at our campsite. Reminds me of Ted Bundy now that I think about it. He saw us and then acted like he was looking in the sky, or looking in the general direction, but past us or something. He then turned and walked away down the road. But then he came back, staring at our area for a bit. He paced back and forth, but not frantically, for a while, and then walked away. He came back again, still looking, standing perfectly still, at our campsite, as we were having some beers. His body language made it seem like he was unsure about us, or something pertaining us. It seemed like he was trying to build up the will to do something, each time staying a little longer. We were pretty sure he was sizing us up to figure out if he could steal stuff, or do something worse. I guess he decided that we were too much to handle, both me and my brother being 6 foot, around 200 pounds. He then went to another camp area, down the road, and did the same thing for a bit. Then he walked down the road some more, around a bend, and disappeared. Nothing was stolen and nothing happened to us. Still creepy as hell. We still make jokes about being bum-fucked. Fun times. We never saw him at any other campsite, so we aren't sure if he was camping there. Okay, so I don't really know how to start the story off, but this just happened like an hour ago, and I'm still spooked. So a bit of preface. Me and my friend are home alone right now, and have been for a few hours. Every time my friend comes over, we go to the woods by my house, and it's normally uneventful. We usually throw rocks, and break trees and stuff. Harmless fun. But this time, something else happened. Like I said, we're home alone, and we have been for a while. We went outside to the woods, and the trip was uneventful. But once we got there, something was off. Everything was dark, tons of trees had been knocked down. The entire place was not how I remembered it being. We kept going in, still having our usual harmless fun. And at one point, my friend turned to me and said we should go back. I looked at my phone and decided it had only been 30 minutes, so we might as well stay a little longer. 'Cause it'll be a few hours until anyone would want us to be home. We continued on, finding strange things, like an old crushed Mountain Dew can, probably 10 to 20 years old. and a toy boat which had been completely destroyed by the wind and water and other things, and was probably older than the can. Our plan was to go further than we had ever been into the woods, which isn't very hard for us because I've barely been that deep. After walking for a while, we came to a landmark I knew marked the deepest that we've ever been. A while back, when I was going far in, I came to a bridge built on a log that fell over the river in the middle of the woods. However, one thing was different. There was something sitting on top of it. Whatever was on it was small and resembled the head of an animal. When we got closer, we got a good view of it. It was a deer skull, pearly white and clean, sitting on the bridge with no clue as to who put it there and where the rest of it was. Behind the river there's a huge hill with a creepy small house on it, and while we were looking around, we heard a creak or some high-pitched noise from up towards it. Freaked out, we began to run, and from behind me I hear my friend scream, and I hear him running behind me. We both keep running, and once we reach the edge of the woods, we step onto the road. I asked him why he screamed, and he said he heard footsteps next to him. We quickly made our way home, and when we got here, the garage door was open. Not knowing if we left it open or not, we ran inside, locking the door, checking the house, and turning on the alarm. Now we're sitting here, and by the time I finish this, it's nearly 2 hours since, and I can't shake the fear of the eerie woods from me. So I used to hear tons of stories about ghosts, and I also watched a lot of horror movies. But since I had never experienced any ghost encounters, I was the guy like, meh, these ghost things are created by humans to make money off of making movies about it and other things like ghost hunters. Okay, let me get to the story. One day, me and my two friends visited a spooky forest. Not nearby, but we managed to get there just to check it out as we love the natural atmosphere. You know, giving my lungs some adrenaline of fresh air. The time we reached there was about 7 p.m. when it was already getting dark. And just to let you know, there's no light source in the forest, except for the entrance and exit, so it was pretty much darker than we expected. My friend had his Apple, and I had my tablet with dual flashlights so we could direct them and use them to see each other. An hour passed and we were having conversations and smoking cigarettes. We were sitting under a tree, as it was thick enough for us to both lay our backs on and sit relaxed. We were having a good time until we started hearing a sound, like two rocks smashing into each other, or one rock smashing onto the ground again and again, and we were getting pretty confused. I told my friend that it must be a cat trying to climb a tree, making the weak branches fall off, making the sound like a rock thing. But it didn't stop for like 3 or 4 minutes though. Now after some minutes it stopped for a while, and we were still assuming it was an animal making these sounds. Friend's head. Wonder how a rock can be up in a tree. 4 or 5 seconds later, a big branch from the tree fell on my lap, scaring the shit out of me. And once again my friend felt water drops falling on his head and neck from up the tree. How is there water dripping from a tree when rainy season was already over 2 months ago? This night was clearly not our lucky night, as we heard the same sounds of the rock smashing again, but now it sounds like it's getting closer. Immediately, without any options to choose, we decided to run out of the forest as quick as we could. We left the forest safe and sound and headed to our homes. A few days after the incident, one of our friends posted news about the same forest. There was a huge tower, just like a lighthouse, as it said by the post. We saw the tower from a distance but didn't get closer, as it was a rocky area and there was a chance of us falling off a small cliff. So in the post, a boy was passing by the tower, and the first thing he saw was a person, but only its head. The post also said the police couldn't find the body, but just the head of the man, which was already found by the same person who saw it while passing. But my question is, what happened to this guy? How in the world can this ever happen to someone? The weird experience we had a few days ago in that same forest, was this the same guy doing this after his death? My questions will never be answered, and I will never visit that forest again. My mom and sister went out to KFC for dinner for the family and brought one of my sister's friends along. When they came home, my sister was in tears. Apparently they had arrived at KFC. My mom and my sister's friend went inside to get the food while my sister stayed in the car. He had dirty unkempt hair and a dirty gray beard. From her words, he looked like a tweaked out Santa Claus. Luckily, all the doors were locked, but the man kept knocking on the glass, saying, "Let me in," before violently yanking at the door handle. My sister screamed at him to leave her alone, which only made him angrier, and he began to bash the window with his elbow. My sister called 911 as the man was still tugging at the door, attempting to break the window, and cursing at the top of his lungs. The worst part about it was that during all this time, not one person stopped to help my sister, even though there had to be plenty of people around, as it was only like 5 p.m. The police were there within seconds, and the man was still at the car trying to get in. At this point, my mom and the friend came out running to the car after seeing all the commotion. Apparently, KFC was really busy this night, and it took a while for them to get their food. The man was arrested and taken to jail, and we never saw him again, thankfully. Company. He still works there. I left almost 2 years ago and am long distance working on my education, and ex-coworker left long before I did. Ex-coworker, I'll call C, used to be perfectly friendly when we worked together in separate sections of the same department. He loosely knew my fiancée. He politely flirted with me a few times, so I was polite in rejecting him as I had just gotten out of a bad relationship. However, C would go to lunch around the same time my shift was over and would often walk me to my car. Management had asked, as it was dark and the parking structure was rather sketchy, and he walked me there until I moved to an earlier schedule and would leave a half hour before C even arrived. After about 2 or 3 weeks of not seeing him, I ended up working late and was still there when he arrived. As soon as he saw me, he lost his shit and screamed at me for avoiding him and ignoring him when he switched into the graveyard shift, and he quit not long after. My now fiancée is still friends with him on Facebook and didn't even know it all this time. I, however, blocked him on all social medias right away. Now that you're up to speed, my fiancée called me earlier and immediately asked if I had been in contact with C. I said no, of course not. And my fiancé informed me that C's mother came into the office to do some business and saw my fiancé and recognized him from years ago when C worked there. My fiancé was polite and made small talk until Mama C asked him at university and if I'm still studying my discipline. Details that C should have never had, even through my fiancé's Facebook. My fiancé blocked C on all social medias after calling me, but I'm still shaken up. I've never been so glad to be so long distance. Mildly creepy. To start off, let me give you a little backstory. My house has a detached garage, and out of the garage is a long driveway with a basketball hoop right next to the garage. Also, you can't see past the middle of the driveway from in the house. So when I was about 6 years old, my brother, who was 9 at the time, was shooting hoops, and I was watching him, just kind of wandering around. I'm standing towards the end of the driveway, about 10 feet from the road. A very stereotypical white pedo van, with the windows blacked out, pulls up at the end of the driveway. There's a bald man who rolls down his window. My brother didn't see what was going on, because he was distracted shooting hoops, and I was out of his peripheral vision. The man asked me if I want some candy, very stereotypical, and me not having the stranger danger talk yet. I said yes and started walking towards the van. My brother noticed when the van pulled up closer, and turns and sees me walk towards it. He sprints down the driveway and grabs my hand and tells me to run aside. We both start running down the driveway and go into the garage, close the garage door and run inside. When I tell my mom, she immediately runs outside to get the plate number. And this guy was closing the door as she was getting outside and sped off. My brother and I didn't even know he got out of the car, which makes everything scarier. She couldn't get the plate number, and we just locked all the doors while explaining to my mom what happened. At the I was 5 years old, visiting South Korea in the late 90s with my family. We were staying with my mom's old friend. There was this one evening, my mom's friend took us kids outside the apartment to play. I remember having fun running around and being 5 and sort of not having much awareness. A woman quickly walked by me, grabbing my hand from the direction of the apartment, but not being able to see much except for her face was blank and focused on walking away from the apartment. It was getting darker as the entrance lights got farther, but before we got too far, my mom's friend called out angrily, and the lady stopped and laughed and said that she thought it was her daughter who played outside. At first I thought it was just friendly that first day,